Blonding by EndoplasmicPanda. Chapter 8. Kid? Kid? Damn it, not all over the floor. A wastebin was shoved under Boruto's face just as he began to retch and heave, the entire congregation of shinobi in the hospital room turning for a moment to watch in an almost morbid fascination. Minato blinked, the corner of his mouth turning upwards in a hidden smile. Ah heh, sorry about that. I had the same reaction the first time I used the Hiraishin myself. Don't worry, the feeling passes quickly. Boruto just looked up from the bin with a blank expression on his face, his pale skin coated in a sheen of sweat. I hope so. And he promptly threw up again. Jiraiya sighed from the corner, grabbing the boy's shoulder and leading him out of the room. Come on. I'll take you to get some fresh air. As the door clicked shut behind them, Minato let out a small sigh and slinked back in his chair. He sat in abject silence for a few moments, attempting to calm his rattled brain after the rather shaking events of the previous day. He hadn't even been Hokage for a full month yet. Was this kind of traumatic event going to happen often? No, it doesn't happen often. You need not worry about that. Minato blinked and turned to look at his predecessor, who was still looking out the window aimlessly, as the noonday sun rose steadily over the village. It was almost like he hadn't moved at all since Minato saw him last. As if he sensed the blonde's scrutinizing gaze, Hiruzen took a hearty puff from his pipe and moved away from the window, settling into the seat next to Minato's. Am I really that easy to read? Seriously? Hiruzen smiled and shook his head. Now, Minato. That's not always such a bad thing. It means you are honest. Both with yourself and with others. The fourth sighed and ran a hand through his hair, blonde dancing with pale tan. I suppose. But that doesn't help me in most situations. Especially not now. Hiruzen only raised an eyebrow, a small trail of smoke rising out of the smirk on his lips. Is that so? Then tell me, Minato, why is it that you brought this S-ranked shinobi of unknown origins and unknown intentions into the heart of our village? Why is it that you are allowing him to operate on your wife in this manner? Both of their gazes shifted to the one-armed blonde standing above the hospital bed across from them. Minato blinked, before narrowing his eyes and clenching his hand into a fist across his pants leg. Because I trust him. I don't know why, but I do. The third only let out an amused murmur. I see. The two sat in silence, then, watching as the blond man stood above Kushina, his one hand pressed gently against the seal on her stomach. His forehead nodded in concentration as a few beads of sweat worked their way down from his brow, dripping off of his face and onto the tattered remains of his clothing. Do you know why I chose you as my successor, Minato? Hiruzen asked after a minute of deafening quiet, gripping his pipe between his teeth. Minato deliberated for a moment, watching the strange blond man do whatever it was he was doing. Well, traditionally, the seat of Hokage is given to the strongest shinobi in the village. When Hiruzen said nothing, the fourth narrowed his eyes and frowned. But, as with all things, there's more to it than that. There's the diplomatic aspect, as well as a more sociable favorability needed to run a village of this size. You're too humble, Minato, the third pointed out, chuckling as he reached in his shinobi uniform for a small canister of tobacco. Hiruzen loaded the pipe with the material with the meticulousness and ginger hand that only came with being a seasoned smoker, as he shifted the wooden object from one hand to the other. No. The reason why I chose you over my promising young pupil is quite simple, really. With a snap, a small flame erupted across his index finger, which he held in the bowl of the pipe for a moment before a steady trickle of smoke began to waft out of it. You have something he doesn't. Something most shinobi don't have, as a matter of fact. A comfortable silence settled over the duo, as Hiruzen took his time to collect his thoughts and contemplate how to put them into words. Finally, he turned his head and met Minato's gaze, a small smile on his face. The amusing thing is, you seem to marry the only other person in this village that has the same traits. At the mention of Kushina, Minato raised a bemused eyebrow. Oh. You both are excellent judges of character, Minato. You have always been able to sniff out the worst in people and the best. It's why people appreciate you so much, and what makes you such an excellent leader. You're certainly right in that there's more to being Hokage than an impressive arsenal, which you certainly do have. His eyes twinkled with mirth as he let out a slight chuckle. But what's in your mind is your greatest asset. That, my friend, is why I wholeheartedly trust your judgment in regards to this fellow here. He removed his pipe and pointed towards the bedside. Well, I certainly hope your trust in me isn't for naught, Minato muttered with a small smile. Although I will admit this is certainly one of the stranger things to have happened to this village, the third continued, letting out a small sigh as he relaxed slightly in his chair. And within your first month on the job, as well. They both shared a small laugh, which helped ease the tension. Minato hadn't realized it at first, but he had been subconsciously clenching his hands together into a knotted ball in his lap, which, when unraveled, sent a wave of aching pain spiking up his arm. He gently waved his hand in the air to alleviate the throbbing, narrowing his eyes as he continued to watch his wife's supposed assailant turn savior murmur to himself in a trance-like state. Still, there are many unanswered questions. Too many. He sighed, and reclined in his seat as well. Things are just too convenient. Why is he helping us, if he was the one who caused it in the first place? Perhaps it was accidental? Minato murmured in agreement. That's always a possibility. But I'm not so sure. Coincidences simply don't exist in the shinobi world. I still think those two have some sort of ulterior motive. Then, he remembered something. There's also the fact that my doppelganger here, he nodded towards the bedside, hasn't been very forthcoming with information. Granted, we were only able to speak for a minute or two before he demanded we take him to Kushina, but still. He managed to weasel his way out of answering every question I asked him, menial as they may have been. Minato sighed, and crossed his arms across his chest, bunching up his white cloak slightly in the process. Then there's the obvious question, who is he? Where did he come from? How did he end up? He stared at the stump on the man's right side, like that. And still manage to be formidable? When most shinobi that lose barely even a finger are out of the game for good? Most shinobi, Hiruzen emphasized with a small smile, eyes all knowing. Okay, what? Minato turned with a small smirk. You obviously know something that I'm not privy to quite yet. You might as well say it and save me the time. The third let out a slight chuckle. The father may not be very approachable, but his son certainly is. Minato murmured again, nodding. Yeah, that is definitely true. He has said some rather interesting things. That I've been missing for 40 years, for one. Could have fooled me. Minato smiled and turned his head to greet his sensei as he lumbered back through the door again, his wooden sandals clamoring on the floor like a drunken band. Ah. How's the boy doing? Still a little ill, Jiraiya shrugged, crossing his arms and leaning against the wall beside the two Kage. I left him with a nurse and a clone outside. That jutsu of yours really did a number on him. He turned to the bedside and gave a pointed nod towards the amputee. Any idea what he's doing? Minato sighed, running his hand through his hair. Right now it looks like he's talking to her. Some sort of bastardization of the Yamanaka clan's jutsu. As for how he knows it, the more questions, Jiraiya muttered, narrowing his eyes. Are you sure he's not? The blond man suddenly began to blur through a sequence of one-handed seals, his fingertips dancing in the air like leaves in a tree. Then, he slammed his palm down on her chest. Seal. Kushina's eyes shot open, as she began to convulse atop the bed, her sheets flying every which direction. The heart rate monitor beside her bed began beep shrilly, juxtaposing Kushina's thrashings in an almost repulsively poetic manner. Then, everything became quiet. Sickeningly quiet. The meter flatlined, and the blond man collapsed on the floor in a crumpled heap. Kushina? Minato yelped, leaping to her side in an instant. His fingers immediately raced to her neck, checking her pulse, as he leaned his ear over her mouth to verify that she was breathing. Get off of me. Minato blinked, then winced when Kushina bit his earlobe less than playfully, forcing him to jump back in surprise. What? In his hysteria, he stumbled over the one-armed man, falling to his back with a graceless oof. The red-haired woman sighed and stretched her aching limbs, cracking her neck as she raised an eyebrow down at the pile of blonde beside her, eyes deeply rooted in tired shadows. I've been stuck inside my own head for Cammy knows how long, and the first thing I see is your face, right here? I'm sorry, Minato, but I can only handle so much claustrophobia. But the heart rate monitor. She raised an eyebrow and grabbed at a handful of disconnected monitor tags, feeding back into the screaming machine. Well, I guess I may have accidentally unplugged a few. Her expression turned sheepish, and she blushed when she saw the bite marks left on Minato's ear. Oh. Sorry about that, hee. I've been a bit more temperamental recently. The fourth just shrugged with a smile and leapt to his feet in one fluid motion. It's okay. I'm just glad you're all right. His smile evaporated, leaving behind a blank stare. You are all right, are you not? Kushina's eyes darted from her husband to the strange blonde man on the floor, the one she had seen in her mindscape. Yeah, she muttered to herself, obviously no longer paying attention. Hey, Minato? Who is that guy? I haven't the slightest idea, Minato murmured, turning as the mysterious began to murmur as he awakened, rubbing at his temple with a groan. As a matter of fact, I'd love to know the answer to that question myself. The first thing Naruto noticed when he woke up was that he had a screaming headache. The next thing he noticed was that his son had gone missing. Oh, and he was tied to a chair. Well, this is humiliating, he muttered to himself hoarsely, shaking his head in an effort to relieve the throbbing behind his eyeballs, waiting for his vision to readjust to his surroundings. That's what I get for trying out a technique I'd only seen once, I guess. After the dull throb of his head died down slightly, he was relieved to realize that he was still in the hospital room from before, the pearl-white walls nearly suffocating him with their sterility. And Boruto was still nowhere in sight. All right, he mumbled quietly, what did you do with him? Who are you? Minato asked emotionlessly from across the room, arms crossed before him, eyes narrowed to dangerous slits. Where is my son? Answer my question first. Where is my son? Naruto's father sighed and shook his head. You really don't understand your predicament, do you? You've been detained. You have half a dozen chakra suppression seals on you right now, and you're currently sitting in a room with 4 of the most powerful shinobi on the face of the planet. You may as well give it up. Naruto's mouth twitched in amusement as he watched the fourth posture. Is that so? Minato took a step forward and frowned at him. You do know who I am, do you not? Or do I need to spell it out for you? He looked over his shoulder back at the other 2 men in the room, who were watching the pseudo-interrogation beside Kushina's bed with a hint of amusement. Jiraiya, the legendary Sannin? Or maybe his sensei, the longest-serving Hokage to date? His eyes flickered for the briefest moment, almost in pride. And you're already familiar with the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. Who just so happens to be my wife. No, I understand who you are, Naruto shrugged casually, blue eyes bristling with mirth. I just think you have the numbers wrong. He narrowed his own eyes for a moment in sincerity, leaning forward slightly in his chair. 5. Minato blinked and raised an eyebrow. 5? You said that 4 of the strongest shinobi on the planet are in this room right now. But you forgot me. I may not be the best at math, but I know that's 5. This time it was Minato's turn to smile humorlessly. Oh, I'm sure. But Naruto could tell from the look in his father's eyes that he wasn't as certain of himself as he was letting on. Regardless of who we all are, the one-armed man cast a pointed glance at his audience. You still have yet to answer my question. Where is he? His eyes flickered in rage for the briefest moment of time. And I'd be more than willing to give you all a demonstration of why I'm on the list if you don't bring my boy back to me. Minato sighed again and ran a hand through his hair, turning and pacing back towards the opposite wall of the hospital room in thought. I promise you he is okay. But that is all I will divulge until you give me more to work with. With a flash, he was right in front of Naruto, kunai pressed firmly against the man's jugular in an attempt to threaten him, eyes cold and unforgiving. So. Tell me. Who are you? Really? Be careful, brat. Remember what we discussed. If this is really the past, then divulging too much information will be bad. Very bad. Keep a low profile. Naruto mentally rolled his eyes. What, and everything we've done up until this point doesn't count? No, we've already caused enough damage to really muck up the future. If we're gonna do this, we might as well do it big. Still, the seventh had to agree. The best course of action would be to keep his lips sealed for as long as he could. As much as it pained him to see his parents treat him the way they were. And he wasn't too keen on having that conversation with his parents. Not yet, at least. Honestly, Naruto was surprised that his father hadn't shipped him off to the interrogations department immediately following his resealing of the fox when he was lightheaded and vulnerable, but maybe Minato did realize that Naruto was a serious enough threat, and that it didn't truly matter where he was in the leaf, he'd get what he wanted. And right now, all he wanted was his son. Externally, Naruto just sighed and leaned back, completely disregarding the kunai as it lightly dug into the skin on his neck, licking a droplet of blood from his perforated flesh. You want to know who I am? Fine. He looked from shinobi to shinobi for a moment, as if collecting his thoughts. I suppose the best description for my job is politician. Although even that's pushing it. He let out a small chuckle. Don't tell anyone I know I said that. If they heard me calling myself that, I'd get chewed out. A politician? Minato questioned out loud, leaning down until he was staring eye to eye with his blonde doppelganger, kunai still jetting uncomfortably into Naruto's neck. Explain. No. Naruto frowned and looked at the floor in deliberation. Well, I deal with civilians on a daily basis. Can't say I'm any good at it, though. My life can be a living hell because of that sometimes. This time, a genuine smirk graced his lips, as he cast an almost knowing glance over Minato's shoulder at Hiruzen. Enough with this cryptic question dodging, Minato stated emotionlessly. So, you're a politician. All right then. What's your name? Village and nation of origin? Shinobi rank? Naruto flushed suddenly, not having thought of that particular line of questioning. He wasn't too keen on revealing too much about himself, even though this man was his father. Things would spiral out of his control, and he'd end up having to spill everything, even when he wasn't so sure of the situation himself. Something about where they were was rubbing him the wrong way, and he couldn't put his finger on it. Until he could actually sit and think for a moment, he wasn't going to make any brash decisions. My name? Oh well, my name is Naruto. The blonde man jumped slightly, blinking and casting a glance at the source of voice, about to ask a question of his own. But Minato beat him to it. Kushina? The red-haired woman leaned up further from her place on the bed, the sheets crumpling under her grasp as she maneuvered herself into a comfortable position. Naruto. That's what the fox called him. Shit. What was that about keeping a low profile? Naruto smirked, mentally watching his companion grumble profanities to himself. Then, it struck him. She knew his name. Shit. What else did they know? What else had he already let slip through his fingers? Oomph. Not so satisfying, is it? Judging by your reaction, Minato stated, taking a step back, I take it that is your real name. Interesting. Naruto sighed. Well, I suppose it was only a matter of time. My name is Naruto. The sound of grumbling from the corner drew the amputee's attention to it once again, where he found a slightly confused Jiraiya shaking his head. I don't understand everyone's fascination with that stupid book. The fourth ignored his sensei and raised an eyebrow, another question on his lips. Is that it? don't you have a surname? I know. No, I don't. It's just Naruto. You're a bad liar, Naruto. The kunai was reapplied to his neck, and the pair of foreboding cobalt eyes dug back into his own unforgivingly. I can see it in your eyes. Suddenly, Kushina interrupted from the bed, leaning forward from her perch and frowning at the two men. Wait a second, how did you know the 9 tails? Her eyes narrowed when another realization struck her. And how did it end up in you in the first place? Minato blinked, realizing that he had been wondering the same thing. Those are excellent questions. Questions I'd love to hear the answers to. A heavy sigh was Naruto's response. Now that's a long story. Maybe in due time, but not now. Minato was about to retort when his wife ghosted past him, sheets discarded on the hospital floor as she leapt from the bed and across the room. She nudged her husband out of the way, leaning forward and staring deeply into Naruto's eyes. Kushina sat like that for a moment, just looking at him, a small frown on her face as she deliberated. You're right, she murmured. Both Minato and Naruto blinked, before the former took a step forward. Oh. The Jinchuriki smirked, pushing off of her knees into a standing position, crossing her arms. You're right. He shows all of his emotions in his eyes. She cast a small glance in her husband's direction. Almost like you, sometimes. She redirected her attention to the man in the chair, who looked slightly shocked at Kushina's observation. Her eyes narrowed again, as if she was trying to make some kind of connection. Are you sure I haven't seen you before? Not even in passing? You look really familiar. Naruto blinked a few times in silence, his brow furrowed in surprise, before he slowly shook his head. I don't think so. Not properly, at least. He was telling the truth in that regard. He had never actually met his mother face to face. The one, admittedly small, opportunity he had to talk with her occurred within his own mind, with a relic of her past life. At least with his father, he was able to speak to his departed soul during the Fourth War. But this was his mother, his real flesh and blood mother, looking deep into his sapphire eyes with a pair of startlingly similar violet. He could feel her breath, exhaled gently through her nose, running along the hairs on his neck, sending nervous goosebumps down his arm. Her hair, flowing down past the small of her back, hung around her like a halo of crimson, bangs pulled back by a small blue hairclip on the left side of her face. He wanted nothing more than to wrap his arms around her just then, just to feel her, to validate his own insecurities. To validate that this was all actually happening. That this wasn't just some sort of dream. But something stopped him. Something was not jiving well with him. His memory had certainly been spotty at times, but after the brief encounter with Kushina Uzumaki during the war, he had imprinted her image into his mind, much in the same way a young duckling does with its own mother. And there was something that was off. Something small, but enough to disorientate him. It fed on the doubts building in the back of his mind, the doubts refusing to accept that this was time travel. Time travel was impossible, wasn't it? Naruto leaned away slightly, narrowing his eyes at the woman before him. Your hairpin. Kushina blinked, eyebrow raised, as her hand subconsciously went up the side of her face to where her rivers of red were being tamed near her hairline. What about it? Haven't you seen a woman before? We've got to wear a hairpin, or it gets in our eyes, you know. His heart leapt into his throat at her verbal tick as he remembered their brief conversation about it all those years ago, but he shoved it back down with a massive burst of self-control. Your pin. It's on the left. This time, it was Minato's turn to speak. What about it? She's always worn her pin like that. Something about the way his father was holding himself made Naruto slightly more nervous than before. Did he seriously think? Oh. Naruto jumped, slamming his back into the chair behind him, moving as far away from his mother as he could, a cold sweat breaking out down his back. That's odd. Well, I was just thinking that it'd look better on the right side of your face instead, you know. He winced when his own tongue slipped up. It tended to happen when he was rattled, and if there were a more apt definition for his current predicament, he'd eat his Hokage cloak. The less his parents knew, the better, if not for their safety, then the safety of their future child, if his deductive reasoning skills were even slightly on par with a normal person's. It was pretty easy to tell that he was in the past, now at least, what looked like the past. The hospital room still had the drab, olive-green sheets that had been smeared over the beds of the hospital in the span of time before Tsunade's reign of terror swept throughout the facility, replacing the scratchy wool blankets with newer, more hypoallergenic ones. Judging from the fact that his parents were still alive and his father was already the fourth, there was a chance he hadn't even been conceived yet, a thought that slightly curdled his stomach. In the event that this was time travel, which he didn't want to fully consider quite yet, there was a distinct possibility that his very existence in the past would cause irreparable ripples in his world. He may not even be born in this world. Still, there was no proof. And Naruto's mind still kept settling on one very, very frightening, alternative possibility: Tsukuyomi. Kushina raised an eyebrow at Naruto's hairpin suggestion, before she turned to Minato and nodded. I don't know why, but I trust him. He doesn't seem harmful. Jiraiya scoffed from the corner. You can't be serious. This man? This man? He nearly took my head off less than an hour ago. Hiruzen chortled and rolled his eyes as much as a man with the poise and dignity he held could. Jiraiya, I don't believe blaming another man's abilities for your own shortcomings is something I taught you, or your sibling students. Kushina let out a sharp, shrill laugh at their antics, putting her hands on her hips and taking a deep breath. All right. I feel great. What's for lunch? Minato blinked, his mouth opening slightly as if to comment. We still need this man to answer some questions. I agree he doesn't seem like too much of a threat, but he knows too much. There are too many things he shouldn't know that he does. His eyes returned to Naruto's. Like the Yamanaka clan's mind communication jutsu. That is one of their signature techniques, and it very rarely leaves the family. How did you come into possession of it? Naruto was about to begrudgingly respond with some sort of amalgamation of horseshit, when Kushina pshh'd and rolled her eyes. Just pass him off to the Yamanaka. They'd have a field day with him. Now, come buy your poor sick wife some ramen. She batted her eyes at him as much as she could muster in the company of others, and Minato was just about to acquiesce right as a Chunin stumbled into the room, eyes wide, hands clutching a messenger scroll to his chest. Lord Fourth. He sputtered, short of breath. Judging from the lackadaisical way the man held himself, Naruto could only assume he was a gate guard, one of the two that Izumo and Kotetsu took over for, most likely. He mentally berated himself for giving in to the idea of time travel once again, but the Chunni's rough whispers broke him out of his self-inflictions. Lord Fourth, he panted, the Mizukage. Our spies have alerted us that the Mizukage has fallen into a coma. Naruto's heart stopped. He could physically feel it wrenching in his chest, as if he had forgotten something so massively important that the act of simply remembering it would kill him. The Jinchuriki. The other Jinchuriki. He didn't remember much about the strange man-child known as Yagura, only that his reign of terror as the fourth Mizukage began somewhere between the time when Kakashi's teammate, Rin, and Madara had died. He didn't have much of a time frame for those things, considering it was from an era several years before his own, but the fact remained that the Three Tails certainly had a Jinchuriki when he was born, before reappearing in the oceans of the Land of Water after Yagura's assassination. If Yagura was still alive, then... Oh no, Naruto breathed. Don't tell me that you have something to do with this as well, Minato sighed, pinching the bridge of his nose, as he tucked the scroll away in his flak jacket. The Chunin, still present in the room, then turned to Hiruzen and his student. Lord Third, Master Jiraiya, you are needed to oversee the repairs to the village. Some of the Uchiha police are getting a little. The man grasped for the right word for a moment, pausing in his deliberation. Too big for their britches? Jiraiya finished for him with an eye roll, pushing himself off of the wall with his shoulder. All right, he sighed, let's go, old man. Might as well make ourselves useful. As the third merrily nodded and made his way out of the room, Jiraiya cast a knowing glance at Minato. Do you have everything under control? He already knew the answer, but he still felt the need to coddle his prized student. I believe so, Minato muttered, eyes returning to Naruto's, narrowing in the process. Please, assist the villagers in returning to their homes. If you need anything, don't hesitate to summon me. Jiraiya nodded once, satisfied with his orders, before he turned and winked at Naruto. Your son's in the courtyard. Got a little sick from the hydration, that's all. He should be fine by now. Then, he disappeared in a swirl of leaves, sending a cloud of green across the hospital room, coating the bedsheets with vegetation. Minato's mouth had just begun to open again, when the sound of a second shunshin ricocheted off of the walls of the room, this one performed slightly more hastily than the first. Both the fourth and his wife turned to watch the ropes that once restrained their strange captive drop to the floor, no longer hindered. Shit! Minato hissed in a rare outward display of rage, his hands clenched at his sides. He began to move to hydration away in pursuit when his wife grasped at his arm, tugging him back to reality. Minato, wait. She began, I need to talk to you. What? That man just disappeared. He could be anywhere by now. I have to go after him. And that's not to mention the fact that he had enough chakra suppression seals on him to take down Madara Uchiha himself. There's no way he should have been able to move his little finger, let alone execute a perfect shunshin like that. Minato the fourth sighed, and turned to look his wife in the eye, the dark circles on his face giving away just how little sleep he'd gotten in recent hours. Kushina, he replied, a small smile gracing his lips, before it was replaced with a frown. That sealing jutsu he used, the one he used to move the 9 tails, that was a jutsu of my own invention. I'm certain of it. He sighed deeply, his breaths ragged and confused. I created it as a chakra transference technique, in the event that his gaze swept to Kushina's navel, where her seal laid, hidden from view. If he was able to get a hold of that, there's no telling what he knows. Minato. He knows the Yamanaka's jutsu. He knows seals. Hell, he knows the Rasengan. And I could have sworn I saw wind-natured chakra. Minato, I'm pregnant. Dad? 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 Boruto yelped as his father appeared before him in the courtyard of the hospital with a flicker of light, scooped him up with his arm and took off again, all within a matter of seconds. His stomach was already feeling relatively sensitive as it was, he didn't think he could make it through another jostling, but looking at the hardened expression on the seventh's face was enough to put his nausea to rest. Naruto shoeshined outside of the village walls, in a tree far from the view of the road. With a huff, he set the blond boy down and leaned against the tree's massive trunk, attempting to catch his breath. For the first in his life, Boruto saw his father tired. It was much more than before at the Valley of the End. This time, it was almost like Naruto couldn't move without having to catch his breath first. His eyes were shrouded in dark, cloudy shadows that vastly juxtaposed the unnatural paleness of his skin. His clothes were still in tatters, a sight that still shocked Boruto every time he stole a glance at the man. And of course, his arm was still missing, sealed in a scroll in Boruto's kunai pouch. In essence, Boruto realized that his father looked human, exhausted, frazzled, and confused. After taking a glance at himself, however, Boruto couldn't honestly say he was faring much better. His own black and red jacket was shredded from the waist down, leaving his white undershirt flapping around his chest in the wind unhindered. He grimaced as he flexed the muscles in his leg, trying to shake off the itchiness from where a nurse had done the courtesy of healing his broken bone for him. And he could only imagine how terrible his face must have looked, considering he'd just been violently ill. His father sank down the tree trunk until he was sitting, his breath still slightly uneven, as he began to weave more hand signs. Dad? What are you doing? Naruto just winced with a smile and pressed his hand into his chest. Release. The distinct sound of disarming seals and the slightly disturbing smell of burning ozone assaulted Boruto's senses as he watched his father take another few gulps of air and sigh in relief. Those things are seriously awful, he muttered after a few moments, smirking at his son. Promise to remind me to outlaw chakra suppression seals when we get back. Boruto just blinked in surprise at the fact his father had just cracked a joke right after rescuing him, at least what he assumed was a rescue from those strange shinobi. His mind began to wander as he recalled the past day's proceedings, when two previously unconnected events in his mind linked together. Dad?" he asked, sitting down next to the man with a frown. Was that really the Fourth Hokage?" There was a brief pause while Naruto simply looked off into the distance, the woods stretching for miles in all directions. Then, he sighed and nodded. "Yeah. I think so. But I don't know. There's still too many questions about all of this." But I thought the Fourth Hokage was dead." Naruto turned and met his son's gaze, then, his mouth smiling but his eyes hollow and sad. He is. Well, he's supposed to be. But that man, whoever he is Minato Namikaze, right down to the blood in his veins. How is that possible?" Boruto mentally questioned. "So that's my grandpa." Naruto blinked in realization, then reached over and wrapped his arm around his son's shoulders as gently as he could. "Yeah. Imagine having him as a father." Boruto leaned into his dad's shoulder, whatever insecurities he held within himself evaporating into the wind as it whipped through the trees. I didn't believe it at first, even though he can do the Hiraishin, but he was speaking barely above a whisper, but Naruto just gave a low murmur of agreement and nodded, allowing him to continue. "And when I was outside, the skyline looked totally different," Boruto continued, kneading his fingers in his lap. "And the Hokage monument? There were only 4 heads on the mountain." Another moment of silence settled over the pair, who simply sat and caught their breath for what seemed like the first time in months. The blond boy fidgeted slightly under his father's arm as another realization struck him. He hadn't seen anyone he'd known when they were at the hospital, nor when he was outside with the weird silver-haired man and the nurse. "Dad, where is everyone?" Then, the bigger question manifested itself in his mind. "What's happening?" Naruto sighed again and squeezed his son's shoulder to comfort him, as the leaves rattled all around them in a cacophony of nature and warmth and consistency. The early spring winds continued flickering through the forest without a care, like clockwork, as they did every season. The world around them may have changed, but at least that hadn't. With a small smile, Naruto looked down at his rattled son, who had just come off of, quite possibly, the most ridiculously hectic week anyone could have ever experienced. Still, much to Naruto's surprise, he was holding together quite nicely, a feat that reminded him so much of himself when he was in Boruto's shoes. "No," he breathed, "you're more like Sasuke at that age." Boruto frowned in confusion and glanced up at his father, who was still looking at him. "Why are you staring at me like that? You're creeping me out." He scooted a few inches further from Naruto, eyebrow cocked, as he crossed his arms. "And you didn't answer my question, you know." To the boy's surprise, Naruto just chuckled and shook his head. "No, you're right. I didn't. And I was just thinking about when I was your age." Boruto's eyes lit up for a moment. Is he actually going to tell me a little bit about his past? But Naruto's expression hardened over as he changed subjects and began to deliberate some more. "As for your question, I honestly don't know. I can tell you it isn't a coup, that much is certain." He sighed and ran his hand through his singed hair. "Kami, I need a shower." Boruto just smirked. "Yeah. Me too. My clothes are all messed up now." "Seriously? Have you looked at me recently?" "Heh, yeah, that's true. It could be worse." The two simply sat and chuckled to themselves for a moment, finally deflating after moving, constantly, for over 36 consecutive hours. Laying his head back against the tree trunk, Naruto sighed, relaxing his aching neck. "Well, Boruto, what do you think happened?" The boy blinked in surprise at the question, before his forehead crinkled in thought, his mouth turning downwards into a frown. Well, there's people around that aren't supposed to be. The Leaf Village is pretty much half the size of what it's supposed to be." He pursed his lips together, before he sighed and shook his head. "I can only think of one thing, but it's pretty silly, you know." He rubbed the back of his neck with a small chuckle, hoping his father wouldn't press him any further than that. He didn't like being wrong, and with this particular theory, he was certain that would be the case. But, much to his chagrin, Naruto nodded. And? Well, Boruto grinned sheepishly, looking away from his father's gaze in embarrassment. It may sound crazy, you know, but I think we traveled back in time. The resulting silence was so surreal, Boruto could have heard a pin drop. The forest's dull roar seemed to fade out of existence as he listened intently for his father's laugh or his admonishment. But when nothing came, he hesitantly lifted his head to meet Naruto's eyes, for better or for worse. When he saw nothing but grim acceptance sweeping across his face, Boruto's heart dropped. Why you don't, he let out a laugh, worried. I hope you're just joking about all of this, because I sure was laugh. Are you serious? Dad, are we back in time? Naruto sighed and shrugged, using his one good hand to dust the debris off of what little remained of his pants. Honestly? I don't know. But that's my guess too. Stranger things have happened, you know. Boruto's eyes widened in absolute shock as he flopped back against the tree trunk, mouth contorting in all sorts of shapes as he tried to put his confused surprise into words. When none immediately came, he just let out a shaky sigh and let his mind wander, eyes darting across the horizon in a dull focus. After several more moments of silence, Boruto gulped and shook his head to try and clear all of the doomsday situations from his mind. So. We're in the past. I guess it makes sense. He twisted to look at Naruto. But what about the village? The Chunin exams? Mom? Himawari? There as Boruto's eyes began to wobble in panic, Naruto reached over and pulled him back to his chest. Hey! Shoo, calm down. We've got each other. Until we can figure this out, we can watch each other's backs, okay? After a few shaky breaths, Boruto nodded a slow nod and let out another strangled sigh. What now, then? Where do we go? How do we reverse it? I don't know that either. He brushed the bangs out of Boruto's face as he relaxed, trying to be a pillar of stability for the slightly panicked boy. But I do know what we have to do for the time being. Why are we just sitting here, then? Boruto frowned. Because I know this is the only chance we're going to have to rest for the next few days, and I want to make it count. His eyes narrowed to slits, and he smirked. Tell me, what do you remember learning about the village hidden in the mist? Really, brat? That's your master plan? As he sat with his son, Naruto's mind was, primarily, elsewhere, mentally debating what to do next with the assembly of tailed beasts he had within him. Well, do you have any better ideas? Kurama frowned and rolled his eyes, lying down in the sewage water beneath him in a huff. This is going to take forever. Running all across this blasted continent of yours like some sort of convoluted reverse scavenger hunt, what do you take us for? Collectibles? The eight-tails grumbled something under his breath and let out a rumbling sigh, shaking the foundations of the massive chamber as he did so. Frankly, Kurama, I feel like this is the best course of action, considering our other options. Other options? Shikaku yelped. What other options? Exactly, Gyuki muttered under his breath. And unless you all want to stay inside of Naruto for the rest of his life, I suggest you all cooperate. This may not immediately get us back to the present, but it will, at least, assure the lives of our Jinchuriki in this time. Our Jinchuriki? Isabo barked, his three tails swinging about behind him in agitation. What about our Jinchuriki? What if we don't want to go back? Because, Naruto muttered, running his hand through his hair, already fed up with arguing, debatably, to himself, your other options are to stay with me, or get shoved into someone random against their will. He cast a disapproving glance at Shikaku, who was about to speak again. And no, I'm not going to do that either. You can't possibly expect us to let you coddle us around the elemental nations, brat. Son Goku hissed, slamming his fist into the water. That would take ages. I know, Naruto admitted, rolling his shoulders as the shockwave from the monkey's tantrum slammed into him with a bit more force than he was expecting. That's why we're going to do it my way. Humph, Kurama mumbled, rolling his eyes. Let me guess. Shadow clones? Of course. You are certainly the most unpredictable human I have ever had the misfortune of knowing, the giant fox grumbled with a yawn. Now hurry up and get going. I want this place to myself again. I haven't gotten a decent nap in ages. To be so lucky, Naruto muttered sarcastically under his breath, before turning to the rest of the beasts with a sigh. Does that sound okay to you all? I mean, it's all I've got right now, so unless you've got a better idea, no, we'll go with your plan, Chome whistled, his wingtails flickering behind him. Anything to get me away from my awful siblings would make me the luckiest beetle on the planet. All right then, Naruto nodded. First, I'm going to need to know the rough location of each of your former Jinchuriki. Think back around 40 years ago. Where were you at that time? Oh ho ho ho. Shikaku cackled, his tail thumping into the wall of the sewer in glee. I get to see the old sand priest again. Boy, won't that be something. That old bag is made of enough dust to put even me to shame. Right, Naruto blanched, so I take it you were in the hidden sand. Okay, I can work with that. Matatabi, how about you? I believe I had just been sealed into young Yujitoni, the cat beast purred, humming to herself thoughtfully. It will be excellent to finally see her again, after all these years. She always was a sweet human. I remember, the blonde nodded with a small smile, and I'll do everything I can to get you back to her. Where in the land of lightning is she? Oh, most likely in the hidden cloud village, the cat cooed, rolling back onto its two tails. I'm sure I can find her once we arrive. Good to know. All right, the rest of you line up, we're on the clock here. Boruto was just about to drift off into a dazed sleep when his father eased himself back to his feet, grappling the side of the tree trunk for leverage as he moved. Dad? Naruto smiled down at his son and offered his hand for support, which Boruto took without a second thought. We're heading out, he stated, cracking the ache in his neck as his fingers moved into a one-handed seal. Without a second thought, 14 perfect copies of their creator burst into life in tiny plumes of smoke, each smirking slightly as they recalled their individual purposes. The original Naruto began to pair them off with one another and directed them in various directions, ready to fly off towards the horizon at first. What are you doing? Boruto asked with a frown, not entirely sure what was going on, and all 15 men froze and turned to look at him. That's easy, the original shrugged. There are 9-tailed beasts in the world. I may have messed up a bit, he rubbed at the back of his neck with a small chuckle, with all of them, but I intend to make things right. So each pair of clones is going off towards one of the beasts. I already took care of the 9 tails here in the leaf, so that leaves 8. But if there's 8 left, and you're sending pairs, Boruto began, already sensing where this was going. We're the last pair, yeah, Naruto finished with a smile. The 4th Mizukage, Yagura, is currently the Jinchuriki of the 3 tails, Isabu. We're going to go to him personally, because I have a feeling he's the 7th. Paused in thought to collect the right arrangement of words. Well, he's probably going to need our help. Boruto could tell from the look in his father's eyes that there was more to it than that, but he didn't push the subject any further. Okay. Naruto suddenly blinked in realization. Wait, have you been outside of the village before? Boruto rubbed his arm nonchalantly. I don't think so. Not on a mission, at least. I'd been to the land of waves with you and Mom, but that's it, really. Naruto's face suddenly lit up in a big smile. Oh, then you're going to enjoy this, he said, patting the boy on the shoulder. The land of water is definitely interesting. Beautiful scenery, too. Then his expression flatlined. Wait, if this is the past, he sighed and rubbed at his eyes with his hand, trying to stave off the ever-present mental exhaustion that was starting to chip away at his sanity. Of course. Of course it's the land of water. What? What's wrong with the land of water? Boruto, don't you remember anything from the academy? Naruto frowned, eyebrow raised. The village of the bloody mist? The Kekkei Genkai genocides? His eyes narrowed. Zabuza Momochi? Boruto's eyes widened. Wait, the Zabuza? The demon of the hidden mist? Naruto's eyes went from apprehensive to nostalgic in a flicker of emotion. Yeah. I'm glad that Shino took my advice, then. Huh? Naruto turned and looked down at his son, the side of his mouth turned up in a sad smile. Zabuza Momochi was quite possibly one of the most important people I encountered as a young genin. As a tribute, I suppose, I suggested that your sensei, Shino, cover a bit of his life in the academy, as well as the life of his partner Haku. He coughed into his fist and shrugged. It may not be important in the grand scheme of things, but his heart was in the right place. In the end, at least. He was a good person, cleansed by the afterlife. Boruto blinked at the sudden sincerity of his father's words. Well, we learned about his past and stuff, but that was it. I mean, nothing about how you met him or anything. He looked back up into his father's eyes, a twinkle of excitement in his own. Wait, so does that mean you fought Zabuza? As a genin? Naruto smiled and turned away, glancing back at the clones who were standing around them, listening to the conversation with keen interest. Yeah. I wasn't much older than you, actually. If at all. Granted, it was Sixth Sensei that did all the heavy lifting, but I got a few punches in. He looked over his shoulder at his son and winked. What's that supposed to mean? Boruto mumbled with a disturbed frown. Naruto sighed again. Regardless, Zabuza's out there right now. As far as I can remember, he was trying to overthrow Yagura's oppressive government, so there's a good chance we'll run into him on the way. I'm going to need you to be on your guard, okay? Boruto blinked and nodded, a ferocious look of determination burgeoning behind his eyes. Got it. Then, he smirked. If you could take him down at my age, then it'll be no sweat. Naruto's sweat dropped and rubbed the back of his neck. Right. After a bit more back and forth with his son, in which the boy realized that Naruto had not, in fact, single-handedly taken down the demon of the hidden mist, and that he was not kidding when he said that the Sixth Hokage had done almost all the work, the two began to move again. After a brief nod from the original Naruto, the clones took off in flashes of wind, scattering off towards the four corners of the world in search of Jinchuriki. Naruto smirked internally when he realized the parallels between himself and his past enemies. We should call ourselves Akatsuki, Naruto whispered under his breath with a chuckle. Huh? Oh, nothing. Let's get going. We have to get to Yagura soon. He took off into the trees, Boruto close on his heels. I hate to say it, but with the way things are in the mist, I think him being in a coma for any longer than he has to be would be pretty bad. Why's that? Boruto blurted, not entirely sure why he asked. Naruto was quiet for a moment, only the sound of the whistling wind ripping past his ears. Well, like I said, the Land of Water is in a civil war right now. There's Yagura's group, who wants to exterminate anyone with a bloodline limit, and then there's the rebel group, with people like Zabuza in charge trying to oust Yagura and put someone else in his place. Then why the hell are we helping him? Boruto scowled in disgust. Some of my best friends have bloodlines. It doesn't make them any worse of a ninja or a person, for that matter. I know, Naruto agreed sternly, but if memory serves, it wasn't Yagura who was doing all of that. But I thought you said yes, the blond man agreed again, Yagura was being manipulated, behind the scenes. It made sense, once the facts came to light. Boruto nodded to himself before pushing off of another tree branch absent-mindedly. He was still mulling over all this new information in his head, it was all a little overwhelming. Was time travel even a thing? He didn't think so, he thought it was just something that happened in video games and movies. But stranger things had happened in the ninja world, there wasn't any doubt in Boruto's mind about that. Surprisingly, though, Boruto was more excited about one thing in particular, his father was talking to him almost like an equal. Like one of his top-tier shinobi. It was weird, if he was honest, but in an endearing kind of way. It was probably just the current situation that was putting Naruto in that kind of position, and he was defaulting to the persona he knew best when it was called upon, but Boruto wasn't going to complain. His dad was, for better or for worse, acknowledging him. And that warmed his heart. It was after only 10 minutes of movement that Minato appeared before them. Naruto had honestly been expecting it, although it had been his hope that his father would have appeared when he and Boruto were resting back outside of the village. Still, it startled the hell out of him when he felt the cold embrace of a kunai reapplied to his neck as he landed on a tree branch, just as he was about to push off again. "Boruto," Naruto called out behind him as he heard the boy approach. "Let's take a break. I believe the fourth has something he'd like to say." "Where do you think you're going?" Minato asked plainly, eyes narrowed, white cloak billowing behind him like tapestry across the backdrop of stunning forest green. Naruto just raised an eyebrow. "That's a remarkably generic question. Don't play coy." The amputee smirked. "Wouldn't dream of it. Now, I'm assuming you're planning on dragging us back to the Leaf for a little escape attempt, am I right?" Minato sighed, his eyes betraying his emotions once again. "I suppose there's little I can do to stop you, short of killing you where you stand. I'm humble enough to admit when I'm outdone. Well, when it comes to speed, you're the only person on this planet I'd call unstoppable," Naruto disagreed, eyes narrowing in resolve. "But regardless, I'm afraid that my son and I need to get to the land of water as soon as possible. I know we probably don't look like the most trustworthy people in the world, considering you've only just met us, but it's extremely important that you let us go." "Lord Fourth." Naruto added Minato's title to the end, hoping it'd help the Namikaze understand the disparity of the situation. When the man sighed again, Naruto was surprised he'd managed to say anything coherent to his father. "Tell me why I should consider, and I just might." The kunai was lifted from his neck, and he felt Boruto land behind him in surprise. Naruto let out a deep breath and frowned at the ground, thinking heavily. "I'm the Hokage, and so is he. What would make me want to let a stranger with top-secret techniques go without an escort?" He blinked when an idea came to him. "We're going to Yagura, the fourth Mizukage. With your blessing, I can pass along word that you were the one that authorized the assistance, and hopefully he will see it as an act of kindness sent from an ally. I can only assume what kind of benefits that might have in the long run." Actually, he didn't have to assume anything, because he was living it in the present well, the future, at this point. Time travel was strange. Minato narrowed his eyes again and hummed in thought. "While I admit that is a rather enticing offer, I'm not so sure. Considering the fact you just sent off an army of clones in every which direction, I'm not entirely sure I can believe that you are going to the Hidden Mist." "I am," Naruto stated, "and I am also going to the Hidden Cloud, the Hidden Sand, the Hidden Stone, and the Hidden Waterfall. Among other places. But those jobs are for the clones. My son and I are going to speak with the Mizukage personally." "And then what?" Now that was a question that Naruto had been tossing around in the back of his head for some time. He wasn't so sure of the answer himself, if he was honest, but he supposed that the best course of action would be to return to the Leaf. He relayed that sentiment to Minato, who only offered another hum in response. After several excruciating moments of silence, Minato finally sheathed his kunai and crossed his arms over his flak jacket. "All right. So long as you promise to return to the village once you are finished. I have many, many questions for you." Naruto only nodded with a small smile. "This time, I promise I'll explain everything. Well, everything I know." For the first time since their arrival, Minato smiled a genuine, heartfelt smile. "All right then. I'm assuming you're going to do whatever it was you did to Kushina to the Mizukage?" "Well, that's the plan," Naruto said. Another smile. "Well, in that case," he reached into his kunai pouch and procured a spare tri-pronged kunai. "You should take this. Just in case something goes wrong. Just throw it at the ground and I'll be there." Naruto smiled. "You must really want to know the answers to those questions. More than you can possibly imagine. I doubt I'll get much sleep tonight." Minato's smile faded slowly, and he nodded. "All right then. Remember, return to the village once you're done. Or I will drag you back myself, if I have to." With his free hand, Naruto brought his son to his side and held him closely, a pleasant yet sad, reminiscent smile on his face. He simply stared at Minato for a few moments, before nodding. Of course. I wouldn't have it any other way. Chapter 9. A rolling flume of fog descended upon the despondent village hidden in the mist, dark clouds of gray and white peppering the dreary skyline like painful imperfections in an otherwise pristine painting. The winds whipped through the hallowed streets like ribbons, casting a strange, echoing silence across the city. Not a soul was in sight, yet the village still held a melancholic aura that seemed to be so deeply ingrained in the walls and facades of the buildings that it was almost creepy, to an extent. The Mizukage's palace was the menacing centerpiece, girdled on all sides by tree-riddled rooftops and tall, looming structures that stuck out of the valley like twigs in the sand. The ocean's waves lapped up against the concrete foundations of the outer buildings, forever engaged in a war of attrition with mankind and his attempts to claim the earth as his own. Deep beneath the city laid a massive framework of underground tunnels, originally built for evacuation in the event of attack from clans and rival ninja. After many years without war, however, the government of the Hidden Mist converted the aptly named catacombs into a reasonably sized web of underground barracks and secret testing facilities, flooding the rest and allowing the relics of the past to rot away beneath the fledgling city. Luckily for the current Mizukage, however, the catacombs offered excellent refuge from the trials and tribulations of his daily life. It also kept him out of the public eye. Yagura, the fourth leader of the Hidden Mist village and Jinchuriki of the Three-Tailed Beast, was not exactly someone the village thought highly of. Like most Jinchuriki, Yagura suffered from persecution and belittlement at an early age, and his reclusive habits as a child continued on throughout the rest of his life, even after his shocking election to the seat of Mizukage by the Mist Council. Yagura stayed in the catacombs for several weeks following that particular announcement. The village reeled in shock at first, then in anger, then in a bloodthirsty rage. Half the council had been assassinated that night, and ironically enough, it had been Yagura that had to step in to restore order. It just so happened that his display of power was enough to shut up most of his critics, and strike fear into the hearts of his would-be murderers. Not that they could touch him anyways. If there was one thing Yagura was good at, it was being a shinobi. That was, after all, the reason he took the job after the dust had settled, of course. Now, nearly 2 years later, Yagura still found the dark, damp halls of his suburban dwelling much more inviting than the dew-tipped streets of the village that ridiculed him. Were it not for his most trusted advisor and head council member, Kuri, his life would surely have fallen to ruin, wasted away in the bowels of Kirigakure. Yagura regretted many things in his life: not taming his tailed beast sooner, not attempting to force past the hate and bile that society threw at him, not resisting the urge to revel in reclusion like a hawk in the dead of night. He was lonely, which only compounded his inherent desires to remain a silent protector of the village that would sooner pledge fealty to a new leader than truly call Yagura their Mizukage. Kuri repeatedly stated, in a voice well beyond his years, that respect came with time, and one's name would carry that legacy into the future on the wings of joy and, in some cases, fear if necessary. Yagura suspected that Kuri was, in fact, a simple teenager behind that tiger-striped mask. A ninja, no less, but merely an inexperienced child. Still, it didn't make his claim any less true. Just more mystery to add to the list of rather enigmatic mannerisms the shadowy figure exhibited. So, the Mizukage did his best, every day, to be the hero the village so desperately wished it had. That was, after all, the reason he was chosen as the next bearer of the title. The beast he carried within him, the blessing and the curse, granted him far more potential than most Mist Village denizens could ever dream of holding. And so it was in the catacombs where Yagura was found, comatose, unresponsive in a crumpled heap in the middle of his personal training room, his daily set of kata cut short by a sudden illness that even the best doctors in the village, at least, the ones willing to actually see him, were unable to diagnose. Word spread quickly throughout the mist, and rumors soon developed claiming that the Mizukage had died fighting his own tailed beast in a fit of psychotic rage, or that he was finally assassinated by someone that understood just how evil Jinchuriki could be, or that the man-child's strange advisor in the dark cloaks and multicolored masks had stabbed him in the back overnight. Strangely, however, it was the rumor that he had simply fallen ill from overtraining himself that spread the quickest. Many suddenly began to see Yagura in a different light. Then, was he hurting himself for the good of the village? Was the mist that much more important to him than his own well-being? Guilt began to bubble away at the back of most people's minds, and all the while Yagura's legacy grew into a status not too much unlike that of martyr. As the Mizukage slept dreamlessly in his bed, many feet beneath his village, Kori grunted in mild amusement at the implications. Perhaps finally, the good-for-nothing mist village had come around. He may not have been the most flawless character, but Yagura was no monster. Kori clenched his fists at his side, feeling at a blade beneath his cloak as its handle dug into his skin as he watched the man's chest rise and fall rhythmically. The incident was certainly a double-edged sword. His plans were accelerating at a pace faster than not even he could have ever imagined, but they were all for naught if Yagura would never awaken. He needed the general public's support of their Mizukage, because what good was a puppet master when the puppet was useless? The monotonous beeping of Yagura's heart rate monitor ticked away like a clock, counting down, seemingly, to Kori's inevitable failure. Without Yagura, many of his plans to destabilize the mist were for naught, and he was showing no signs of waking anytime soon. Worse still, according to the eye he kept hidden beneath the shadows of his mask's lone socket, it seemed that the three tails had disappeared. Perhaps that was the reason behind his condition. Regardless, to Kori, the man was now as good as dead. "My plans will not fail," his deep, baritone voice muttered from behind the porcelain shroud. "I will finish what he started, with or without you." After a few more moments of deliberation, Kori made up his mind. It seemed like at least one of the rumors about the Mizukage's fate would hold a modicum of truth after all. With a flick of his wrist, Yagura's throat slit into two. As the body drained, Kori glided down the halls towards the surface of the city, his bloodied kunai already returned to its sheath beneath his clothing. Time for Plan B. When Jiraiya finished his assignment in the village and headed for the Hokage Tower to wait for Minato, he found the Fourth Hokage already sitting at his desk, rapidly scribbling away on several pieces of paper, each spread across the writing surface without a regard for whatever already laid underneath. Minato looked up from his pen and smiled a genuine smile, for the first time in what seemed like ages. "Ah, I take it you're finished then, sensei?" Jiraiya just grumbled in a way that sounded vaguely affirming, before throwing himself down into one of the small oak chairs in front of Minato's desk and rubbing his bloodshot eyes. "I really need to get some sleep," he mumbled to himself, and Minato just murmured in agreement. After a few more moments of nothing but the sound of a pen scratching away, Jiraiya looked back up at his prized student, observing the man as he worked. Much to his surprise, the subtle smile from before had refused to budge from the man's face, and it sat pleasantly on his features as he worked. And was that a hum Jiraiya was hearing? My, the toad sage smirked, "Someone's in a good mood." Minato jumped slightly, his pen hovering over the next line on the paper he was currently working through. "Oh." His smile turned sheepish, and he leaned back in his chair, the joints creaking as he did so. "I didn't think I could honestly feel any emotion other than tiredness at this point." He yawned. "Is tiredness even an emotion?" "Meh, not my particular area of expertise," Jiraiya shrugged, before he leaned forward onto his palms, elbows propped up on the desk in front of him. "Sue, spill it. What's got you so happy?" He waggled his eyebrows. "Did you, acquire some compensation for your services this afternoon?" Minato didn't even bother to humor the man with a response other than an abject sigh. "Come now, sensei. That's just inappropriate. And in regards to your second question, I wouldn't say that I am the one deserving of any credit. That man Naruto was the one that did all of the work." Jiraiya hummed, all business once again. "That's a good point. And I have to say, what he was doing looked an awful lot like something you would have come up with, Minato." The smile vanished from Minato's face, replaced by a slight scowl. "I know. That's because it was. I have no idea how he did it, but he broke into my study and took the jutsu formula for something I've been working on. But when I went there earlier, there was no sign that the cabinet I kept it in had been opened. The seals I had placed on everything were still intact." He narrowed his eyes. And to top it all off, he had both the understanding of the jutsu itself and how to work it enough to pull it off almost effortlessly. He ran his fingers through his hair, picking out bits of debris as they combed it back. "I could really go for a shower," too, now that I think of it, he muttered to himself, before clearing his throat and folding his hands together across his desk, crumpled paper making way as he leaned his body weight onto them. The fact that he knew it is cause for alarm in itself, but Minato shook his head. This has got to be premeditated. It's got to be. Jiraiya shrugged, then smiled. Well, you'll get the answers as soon as the torture and interrogation creeps beat it out of him. I'm sure they're having a field day right now. Man's brain's got to be like raiding a vault. Minato paused and pursed his lips, the small grimace betraying his otherwise airtight composure. To a lesser shinobi, it would have gone unnoticed. But this was Jiraiya, one of the only people that had spent enough time around the blonde to grow accustomed to his small physical quirks. Wait, Minato, he narrowed his eyes. They are at Tianai, are they not? Minato sighed, admitting defeat. No, they're not, sensei. Jiraiya sputtered in poorly veiled anger, his eyes wide and disbelieving. What? Minato, what the hell were you thinking? As his eyes fixed on Minato's, Jiraiya saw something that he knew all too well, a gleam in his student's eye. That look. He had it immediately prior to tweaking the Hiraishin for the final time, when it finally sent him careening across the village in a blast of bright yellow light on its inaugural test run. He had it just before he leapt into battle during the Third Great Shinobi War, which sent him into the history books with the terrifying moniker of the Yellow Flash. He had it for the many days leading up to his complicated, and ultimately flawless marriage proposal. It was the Fourth's thinking face. The kind of face that would stop anyone dead in their tracks, for no reason other than an inherent desire to not interrupt whatever slew of complex planning was going on within that blonde-framed head of his. It wasn't Minato's proficiency with the Hiraishin that was so deadly, nor was it the true reason he was awarded with a foreboding callsign of his own, one that would send enemy ninja running at just the hint of a gold crop of hair on the horizon. No. It was all in his wit. And Jiraiya could see the gears moving within the Fourth Hokage's head, twisting, turning, revolving around one another like a well-lubricated clock. Jiraiya paused, a small smile burgeoning across his face. Oh, I see now. You planned all of this from the start, didn't you? Minato's lip turned upward slightly, his eyebrows narrowed. Yes, I did. His thumbs danced with one another across the desk as he began to ponder how to put his plans into words, before he sighed and leaned back into his chair slightly. But Jiraiya beat him to it. Well then, the man began, throwing an arm over the back of his chair. Where did you send them? Oh, I didn't send them anywhere. They sent themselves. Jiraiya raised his eyebrow. He sensed where this was going, but neglected to say anything in favor of his student explaining things himself. Nodding, Minato continued. You see, I had a sneaking suspicion that the events that occurred in the mist in regards to their Mizukage and Kushina were linked somehow. Rumors have been circulating for some time, you know. What, of Yagura's Jinchuriki status? Jiraiya scoffed. Of course. That's old hat. Have you forgotten already that I was the one that got a hold of that information? Not at all, Minato stated calmly. However, the fact that the Mizukage is a Jinchuriki, just as Kushina is, set off quite a few alarm bells. Jiraiya nodded, listening intently. So what did you do? Minato smiled again. Don't tell me that you'd seriously think I would allow a Chunin into the most secure room in the Leaf Hospital just because of an international crisis. We have systems in place for that. Chains of command. To come to the Hokage first? It's ridiculous, Jiraiya grinned, liking where this was going. The man always loved puzzles, they were challenges. And he loved challenges. His relentless tail-chasing was indicative enough. So you sent him in. Interesting. I take it you were already made aware of the Mizukage situation by that point? Of course, Minato nodded. The scroll came in from your spy network just this morning. I swiped it before you could see it. When Jiraiya frowned, Minato raised a hand in a placating manner. I didn't do it just to spite you, sensei. I wanted a genuine reaction out of both you and Lord Third for it to be convincing enough. The toad sage snorted. Please. The way Naruto holds himself, a cabbage could fall on his head in the boonies of Wind Country, and he wouldn't question it at all. I wouldn't be so sure, Minato murmured, his chin resting gently on his arm, eyes foggy and unfocused in thought. A brief silence overtook the Hokage's office, the soft ticking of the wall clock echoing across the room. Okay, Jiraiya began again, after realizing that if he didn't speak up soon Minato might remain silent in contemplation for the rest of the evening, so you sent in a Chunin to act it out. Not exactly, Minato admitted. I sent a clone henged as a hidden mist ambassador to the front gates with the scroll when I knew that Naruto would be undergoing questioning. He smiled sheepishly. I wanted the Chunin on station's reaction to be genuine as well. Jiraiya nodded, impressed. Okay. Very interesting. Damn, and it's only been 30 minutes since I left the hospital room. His eyes flickered then, as if he remembered something. But why Yagura? Why did you send information about him in particular into the room? 2 reasons, the fourth began, shifting slightly in his seat. 1, I wanted to see what Naruto's reaction would be to the news. 2, I was secretly hoping that he would escape to try and fix the situation the same way he helped Kushina. And I was fully aware of the fact he was cooperating only because he was doing the same thing I was, collecting information. The twinkle returned to Minato's eye. Sure enough, he was gone just as soon as you were. He was able to get out of the suppression seals? Jiraiya gaped, eyes bulging. I put no less than half a dozen of those things on him. He shouldn't have been able to take a full breath, let alone escape. He shined away, Minato stated, raising an eyebrow. If that doesn't tell you enough about his strength, the Sannin slumped back into his seat. No wonder he almost got me. Those kind of reserves, it was like he didn't even feel it. Kami indeed, Minato agreed, running a hand through his hair. Regardless, that wasn't the most surprising thing to me. His eyes glanced at his kunai pouch, which was sitting nonchalantly on his desk. I approached him and his son, after they'd left the village, and offered them a kunai as a sign of good faith. Jiraiya nodded. I'm assuming you tagged them already? Oh, absolutely, Minato smiled. That was one of the first things I did. So the kunai wasn't necessary in the slightest. Granted, it's much easier to transport to a kunai than an independent marking seal, but either way I could have gotten to them in an instant. His eyes narrowed. It was just another test. Interesting. Did Naruto accept? Minato's eyes opened slightly wider. Surprisingly, he did. Even more interesting. That wasn't the truly surprising part, Minato admitted. No. What was truly shocking to me was how heartfelt his acceptance of it was. He treated the kunai like a great gift. The white-haired man smirked. So he doesn't think it was just a ploy? Honestly? The fourth sighed, I have no idea. My suspicions are that he is much sharper than he's lead on, but I could be wrong. Jiraiya hummed in agreement, before rubbing his chin with his fingers absent-mindedly. Well then. What's your plan from here? Are you simply going to ambush them on their way to the mist? Drag them back, kicking and screaming? Minato's lip turned upwards again, and he shook his head. Sadly, no. I can tell when I've met my match, and that Naruto person is most certainly it. He may not be faster than me, but there is no way I could contain him, at least, not presently. Give me a week and a room full of blank scrolls, and I could probably cook something up, but a week? Jiraiya snorted. Kid, I'd wager on 2 to 3 days. Regardless, the fourth glided around the implicit compliment with practiced ease, leaping back into his previous line of thought. The plan isn't to try and stop them. The plan is to gather more information. The Sannin's eyes twinkled a little. Oh. I remember something interesting happening right after I arrived at your fight, Minato began, eyes narrowed and unfocused as he reeled in the memory. Jiraiya interrupted him then, a sheepish, self-deprecating look on his face. That reminds me, Minato, thanks for stopping that attack back there. I probably could have made it out, but it would not have been pretty. You got me out in the nick of time. His mouth exploded into a massive smile. I would expect nothing less from my star pupil. But the blonde was not quite so enthusiastic. In fact, he looked exactly the same, just as thoughtful as before. Except now, his eyes were firmly locked on Jiraiya's. I'll be honest, sensei. I didn't do anything. My Rasengan were completely powerless against whatever that thing was. If it wasn't for Naruto's bout of unconsciousness, he paused in an attempt to find the right phrase, I don't think that either of us would be here to have this conversation. Jiraiya paled slightly. If Minato hadn't been able to do anything, Naruto was an international liability. There was no beating around the bush about that anymore. I see, was all he muttered, eyes focused on the desk between them. Minato hummed in response. Yes. As I said, he knows things he shouldn't. And for that reason, he needs to be stopped. He let out a sharp sigh, before pulling out a scroll from one of the desk's drawers. I am glad they are going to the mist, because that means I can divert one of our shinobi from his current mission to intercept and tail them. Minato unraveled the scroll a few inches, reading the first lines to ensure he had gotten the right one, before he looked up and met Jiraiya in the eyes. Do you remember after the fight, when I asked him if he was a Jinchuriki? Vaguely, Jiraiya shrugged, but Minato knew the man was just being troublesome, to borrow a phrase. It wasn't so much his response to the question that has me curious, but rather the expression on his face. Minato scrunched his eyebrows together in a way that Kushina would have probably cooed over and sighed. And if he's anything like me, he wears his emotions like a pair of glasses, yeah, Jiraiya teased, shrugging when Minato frowned at him. What? It's true. And you know it, too. Be that as it may, the fourth sight again, something tells me that he is a Jinchuriki. The question, then, is of which tailed beast? To the best of my knowledge, all 9 had been accounted for at least, we know they'd been sealed. The Hidden Stone's 2 Jinchuriki have been out on their own for quite some time, so there's a chance one of them may have gotten attacked, or died, or he ran both his hands through his hair this time, tugging and pulling in exasperation, as he leaned forward and planted his chin on his desk in front of him. The paper crinkled under the pressure, but Minato didn't care. He was so confused, that much was obvious from the look on his face. Relax, Minato. No one ever said you had to do all the work. I know. But still, this is big. This could be what makes or breaks my period in office as Hokage. He looked up at Jiraiya with tired eyes. I want to make sure I get this right. With another sigh, he leaned back up again, rubbing the exhaustion from his face. Anyway, I want to be sure of which tailed beast he has within him, so we can decide where to go from here. Political bargaining chip? Jiraiya asked, an eyebrow ever so slightly raised. Minato frowned. No, well, not exactly. Like I said before, this is all mostly just information gathering. He paused a moment, thinking to himself, before continuing. If Naruto is a Jinchuriki, he murmured, back in thought, that would explain how he was able to heal Kushina. Or, at least, it'd give me a starting point. Tailed beasts are still so unknown right now, anything's possible. The potential for a seal with that power built into it, when he noticed Jiraiya's gaze still following his, he blinked and shook his head. The only person I trust enough with this mission, and has the talent to pull it off, is currently on a mission in the Land of Water for clan business, so reassigning him shouldn't be too difficult. And we would get our answers. Jiraiya hummed an acknowledgement as Minato unraveled the scroll completely, signing the bottom when his sweeping gaze reached it. Interesting. Who exactly did you have in mind? Minato rolled the scroll back up and placed it across his desk for his sensei to grab. He narrowed his eyes. Sensei, have you heard of Hayashi Hyuga? Let's take a break here, Boruto. The boy blinked in surprise. They had been running for hours straight, yet he wasn't even slightly tired. Why the hell were they stopping? His father leapt from the tree branches and down onto the floor, a small earthen crater appearing beneath his feet in the explosive contact. One of the clones, he panted, falling to one of his knees. Looks like one of the clones made it to the hidden stone. Boruto watched in confusion as his father caught his breath, trying to figure out why his father went from perfectly full of energy to exhausted in the span of seconds. Dad? What's wrong? His worried eyes grew slightly exasperated. Why do you keep doing this? Ever since the Chunin exams, relax, Naruto breathed, falling on his backside and leaning against the trunk of a tree. This'll all be over within a second. He winced, then grinned. At least I won't pass out this time. What are you talking about? Boruto yelled, his hands moving up into his hair and tugging. Why do you keep speaking so cryptically? Then he, too, collapsed onto the ground, all of his energy faded. I just want to know what's wrong. It's scaring me. He wasn't looking up, but Boruto could just feel his father's eyes looking at him, shocked. You're actually worried about me? Yeah. Why wouldn't I be? His voice faded to just above a whisper. You're still my dad, you know. Apprehensively, the boy looked up from the ground to meet his father's eyes, expecting well, he wasn't sure what to expect. Regardless, he felt a great urge to look away anywhere but his father's eyes. But, as his mother had always told him when he was young and curious, the seventh Hokage's eyes were like beacons in the night, impossible to lie to, impossible to hate, impossible to shy away from. Yeah, Naruto mumbled, a small smile on his face. I am. And I should be more honest with you. Especially when we might be stuck here for a while. Boruto blinked. Wait, what? You're sure this is time travel, Dad? The seventh sighed, shaking his head slightly. Until I have any better ideas, that's what we're going to go with. You can't help but notice that things are different. He looked back up at his son, a spark in his eyes. But we have to do something. Sitting around waiting for something to happen will get us nowhere, regardless of whether this is time travel or not. Boruto gulped, nodding his head. Why yeah, I guess. This is just too weird. He walked over and threw himself on the ground next to his dad, neglecting to lean against the tree and instead lying completely horizontally on the dusty forest floor. His mind began to wander back to the enigma that was his father, all the questions that he had, all the little things that prodded away at the back of his mind, everything that made him uneasy. The feelings had only increased exponentially after he and his father ended up wherever this was. Boruto still wasn't entirely convinced, and question after question flickered through his brain like a flash of light in the dark. Your father is very special. Boruto blinked when a long-forgotten memory resurfaced in his mind like a sunken ship in low tide. As for why, that is something that we want to wait until you are older to discuss. It's something that your father wants to wait a while on. It's no big deal, we just want you to be responsible with the information. Responsible? With what information? Was his father really that special? Boruto shrugged mentally. Well, Naruto was the Hokage. He surely had skeletons in his closet. Don't worry. I promise I'll tell you everything. Just not right now, okay? His heart leapt into his throat. Did now count as later? Could he finally get the answers to the strange questions that had been compounding inside his mind for what seemed like his entire life? Could he finally take a peek into the inner workings of his father's mind? Could he finally see Naruto Uzumaki for who he really was, more than just a Kage, more than just a dad? Strangely, the back of his throat began to dry up in nervousness, as if his body was reacting abjectly to the idea. Perhaps he had been so set in his previous understanding of his father that learning the truth, the whole truth, would hurt. Boruto had many constants in his life, but the one that was rooted most deeply into his psyche was the image of his father, generated by his mind from what he did know. That he fought in the Fourth War. Apparently, he was some sort of war hero. To what extent, Boruto was unsure. That he was taught by the infamous Kakashi Hatake, the sixth Hokage and equally noble veteran of the Fourth War. Every time Boruto came near the strange man, he couldn't help but feel uneasy. According to his mother, the man had a dark past. A very dark past. That he was the son of the Fourth Hokage, the most feared and most legendary shinobi of his generation and the generations that preceded him. He was a god amongst men, a specter in the night, whipping across continents in a blitz of pure talent. And that was it, really. Boruto wasn't able to pry more out of his teachers or his parents other than that, and, mostly, because it was all already public knowledge in the first place. But Boruto wanted all the juicy details. He couldn't help it. Finally, after staring up at the rapidly fading sunlight that peeked out behind the waving treetops for long enough to burn the image into his retina, he sighed and sat up, his blonde hair waving across his face. With a huff, he brushed it out of his eyes, silently praying for an opportunity to take a shower in the somewhat near future, and looked back at his dad, who had simply closed his eyes, his hand resting in his lap. "Hey, Dad?" The man let out a throaty hum, inviting him to speak. Do you think I'm ready?" At the strange question, Naruto raised an eyebrow, the lid of one of his eyes raising along with it. What do you mean?" The boy sighed, and took to dusting off his shredded pants for what little momentary respite it gave him from his father's wondering gaze. Finally, after a few moments of silence, he looked up and met his dad's line of sight with a feverish intensity. "Am I ready now? To hear your story?" Naruto jolted a bit in his seat, not expecting that question. At least, not so soon. That much was obvious from the look on his face. And yet, he found it strangely empowering to hear his son, in a voice not unlike his own when he was that age, ask with as much authority as he could muster for something that he had been denied his entire life. "It's one of the never-ending cycles," Naruto murmured to himself with a smile, eyes glassy in reminiscence. "What?" He looked down at Boruto and shrugged, smile still holding steadfast across his face. "Oh, it's just something that my sensei used to say all the time. The next generation will always surpass the previous one." Boruto blinked, still lost. Once again, his father seemed to have plunged headfirst into a trip down memory lane, leaving his son behind in the dust, trying to figure out what the hell had just happened. Then, Naruto's eyes sharpened, and he simply nodded with a smile. "Okay. What? Really? You're gonna tell me about yourself?" "Sure. What do you want to know?" Eyes wide, Boruto frowned in surprise. He'd never gotten that far before. If he was being honest with himself, he'd been expecting his father to shoot him down again, and that would be that. But this time he stuttered, not really sure where to begin. His eyes wandered over his father's amused form, looking for a starting point when his gaze swept over the stump that used to be his right arm, and he knew exactly what to ask. "What happened to your arm?" Boruto leaned forward, eagerly awaiting the answer. This was it. Naruto chuckled and looked down at the fragment of the limb that remained, and moved it a little as if to reassure himself that it was still there. "Oh, yeah. I'm sure that probably freaked you out when you saw it earlier, huh?" He reached behind his neck with his good hand and rubbed it in embarrassment. "Sorry about that. Hope I didn't scare you too much." "Pshh," Boruto scoffed, puffing out his lips and crossing his arms. "That? Scare me? Nah." Regardless, Naruto continued, a knowing smile playing at his face. "I lost this arm in a fight. A really tough one." His eyes softened in thought. "But I gained something better from it. So I don't really see it as a handicap. More like a necessity, you know?" "A fight?" Boruto was immediately enthralled. "What kind of fight? Were you fighting bad ninja? Did they force you to cut your own arm off to get free? Did you use it as a weapon to beat them all up and escape?" Naruto just looked at him, bewildered, before bursting out into laughter. "What? What's so funny, you know? I just asked a question." The seventh coughed into his fist a few times to try and overcome his amusement, before he shook his head. No. I didn't have to cut off my own arm." "Oh." Boruto didn't realize he had leapt to his feet in anticipation until that moment, at which point he threw himself back down onto the ground once again. Well then, how did you lose it? Naruto raised an eyebrow. Have you ever met Sasuke Uchiha? Uchiha? The blond boy frowned. You mean like Sarada's dad? Uncle Sasuke? Yeah. I don't think so. He's been out of the village for a long time, you know. Naruto nodded. Yeah, I know. I was the one that assigned him to it. Boruto frowned again. What, really? Why? All Sarada ever talks about is getting to see her dad again. It's kinda annoying. Naruto looked down at his son with the eyes of a knowing parent. He's the best at what I need him for. And in regards to Sarada, well, put yourself in her shoes. Imagine me or your mother, out of the village for months to years on end. You'd probably be excited too. When he saw Boruto about to open his mouth to retort with something that was undoubtedly going to be snarky, he spoke again. And before you say anything about me being gone all the time, at least I'm still in the village. You still get to see me. Sarada doesn't have that luxury. Boruto closed his mouth and frowned, crossing his arms again. Okay, fine. What about Uncle Sasuke, then? His mind was immediately back in the throngs of an imaginary battle, where his father was battling armies of ninja with nothing but a single kunai and winning. Was he fighting along with you against some missing nin or something? No, Naruto said, a small frown on his face. I was fighting him. Boruto's mind froze. Wait, what? Isn't he a leaf shinobi? He wasn't always, Naruto murmured. He left when we were still kids. Around your age, actually, he added with a grin. He ran off to be the apprentice of the missing nin Orochimaru. Orochimaru? You mean the Sannin? Boruto gaped. But I thought he wasn't a missing nin anymore? Ah, so you did pay attention in school. Naruto laughed, ruffling his son's hair much to Boruto's annoyance. Well, yes, that was true too. But he was still on the run when I was growing up. He returned to the village on his own after the war, but you know what, I'm getting sidetracked. He shook his head to clear his thoughts and returned to the topic at hand. You wanted to know about my hand, not the history of Orochimaru. No, it's okay, Boruto mumbled bashfully. I don't mind. Really? Naruto blinked. You want to hear all that stuff? Boruto nodded enthusiastically. Yeah. I've heard most of it before in school, but I didn't know you were involved. That makes it cooler. Oh, well, Naruto coughed, a bit of pride in his voice. I wasn't always involved, you know. What happened next? Naruto shrugged. Honestly, there's not much more than that. I spent the better part of my teen years chasing after Sasuke, and when I finally got to him at the end of the Fourth War, he wanted to kill me for standing in the way of his dream. His dream? Boruto gaped. He wanted to kill you for it? Yeah, Naruto nodded, rubbing the back of his head again, this time with a sigh. His goal was to unite the world by becoming its one sole enemy. He shook his head, eyes rolling all the while. Pretty terrible plan, if you asked me. That's why I do the planning, and he goes out and does the snooping. Much to Naruto's surprise, Boruto snorted at the joke. Come on, Dad. You're a terrible planner, too. Yeah. I know, the man muttered in mock hurt. I tried to stop him, he fought back, we blew each other's arms off. Naruto shrugged. That's all there is to it, really. But the boy was absolutely awestruck. You blew each other's arms off? He mouthed back, eyes wide. That's awesome? Naruto supplied with a smile. Hell yeah, it is. That's so cool. My dad blew off his arm trying to keep someone from go. The rest came out as a muffled hum, as Naruto clasped his hand around Boruto's mouth and looked at him sternly. Shoo. We don't know who or what's out there right now. Keep it down, all right? When Boruto nodded with a shrug, the hand was removed, and an awkward silence descended between the two blondes. That was, at least, until another question popped into his head. Hey Dad? Why were you able to save that red-haired girl? Why did she look so much like those pictures we have of Grandma Kushina and Grandpa Minato? Wait, was that actually Grandma Kushina? And why are you so tired? And why did you explode at the Valley of the End? As if to emphasize the last question, Boruto shook his previously injured leg around a bit. Instead of the nonchalant answer Boruto was expecting, like the one offered to the previous barrage of Boruto's questions, Naruto's expression hardened immediately. You want to know about that? When Boruto nodded profusely, he simply sighed. I suppose the time was going to have to come eventually. The time for what? Boruto frowned. I don't know what you're talking about, Dad. After another few moments of silence, Naruto nodded, decision made. All right. I'll tell you. But I'm not going to tell you alone. It's too big for me to explain in just words. As he began to weave a few hand signs, Naruto chuckled and shook his head. You know, Ino taught me this jutsu when she was drunk one night a few years ago and trying to show me some rather provocative memories of her with her husband. He coughed a bit as he remembered, but I never thought it'd come this in handy. When he arrived on the last hand seal, Naruto looked his son in the eye. All right. Are you sure you want to know? When the boy refused to back down, Naruto simply gave a small smile and nodded. That's my boy. All right, hold still. This is going to feel weird, but it'll all make sense soon enough. He reached out with his hand and placed his palm across the boy's forehead. Before long, Boruto no longer felt planted to the earth in his own body. Instead, he felt like he was floating, like he was free. His vision faded to black, his mind began to collapse in on itself, and he felt himself being whisked away, across some unseen medium, until hello, brat. Nice to finally meet you. He spotted it before it even crested the horizon, descending upon them like an arrow in the wind. Most men would have flinched at the sight of a rapidly approaching unknown object, but any well-weathered shinobi of Hayashi's particular prowess knew immediately that it was simply a messenger hawk. Hojito. Wait just a moment. The boy's movement stiffened slightly as he touched down onto a tree branch, where he halted. Yes, Hayashi-sama? Lilac-white eyes narrowed at the horizon. We have a message, most likely from the Hokage, judging from the heading and speed. We must wait here until it arrives. We do? The young Hyuga blinked and activated his Byakugan, scanning the tree line. But I don't see anything. Hayashi nodded, a small smile tugging at his lips. That is because your Byakugan still has far to go before it is fully matured. That is part of the reason why I asked Lord Hokage to assign you on this mission with me. Oh. Hojito shrugged. I guess that makes sense. He jumped when the newly promoted Jounin clasped his shoulder with a very small smile. Relax, Hojito. You have far to go, but you have already come a great distance. The boy nodded once, determination behind his eyes. Of course, Lord Hayashi. I'll reach Chunin in no time at all. To his surprise, the Hyuga man just chuckled and turned away, eyes returning to the horizon. There is no need to rush. You did, after all, just graduate from the academy. The Chunin exams will always be there. It is up to you to ensure you are prepared enough when the time comes. Is that why you chose to bring me along? Of course. This is just a simple diplomatic mission. I could have gone alone, but I want to ensure every member of my clan is as strong as they can be. The boy seemed to understand, and turned his gaze towards the direction Hayashi was looking. Several moments of silence descended upon the duo, interrupted only by the occasional gust of wind that would whip through the trees, the cascading sound of bristling leaves and intertwined branches resounding over the densely packed forests of eastern fire country. Hayashi-sama, why aren't you a Jounin sensei? Hojito suddenly asked, eyes still tracing the skyline for any sign of a bird in flight. Well, he scratched his arm in slight embarrassment, likely wishing he had never brought the subject up in the first place. "You're a really good teacher. And you are a good shinobi. You're a jounin now, too. I think you'd be a great instructor." A smile tugged at Hayashi's lips. "Oh. Are you already that desperate to get rid of that Sarutobi fellow?" "And no. My sensei is a good teacher too," Hohito mumbled. But I still think that you would be a great teacher as well." More silence, as a thin strip of cloud traveled between the sun and the earth, casting mammoth shadows across the valley. "Well," Hayashi began, "I have other matters to attend to currently." He nodded to himself, his hair whipping across his face following a particularly strong blast of early spring wind. "Perhaps after the wedding. But until then, I will continue my duties as clan head." "Yes, Hayashi-sama." The conversation was over. Finally, after what seemed like hours, a blip on the horizon began to grow, until a massive hawk soared over their heads, a small scroll tucked carefully in a pouch on the beast's leg. As the bird began to pass them overhead and loop back again, Hayashi let loose a sharp whistle, the sound reverberating for what seemed like miles. The bird immediately began to swoop down toward the treetops, where it landed in a graceful sweeping motion beside the jounin. With a flick of the wrist, the fastened scroll was removed from the bird's leg. Hayashi's eyes widened as they made their way down the unfurled scroll, before his brows knotted together across his forehead. "Interesting." The two shinobi turned to watch as the massive bird took to the skies again with several hefty thrusts of its wings, before it began to glide high into the afternoon sky, back towards its origin. After the hawk began to slowly fade off into the horizon, Hohito blinked and turned to look up at his clan leader, who still had a frown of deliberation on his face. "What is it, Hayashi-sama?" The man narrowed his eyes and began to roll the scroll back up, before he tucked it away inside of his pack. "We have been reassigned." Hohiho nearly gaped. We got reassigned?" he echoed. But for what? Is it gonna be dangerous?" Hayashi only let out a low grumble, which only served to demonstrate his displeasure with the situation. "I do not know. It is certainly unexpected, however. But we will perform this new mission to the best of our abilities. It is all the Hokage asks of us." "What is it we have to do?" Hayashi pulsed chakra into his eyes and began to scan the forests around them. "We have to find two missing nin. Both blonde. A father and son. Shizune. Go get Lady Tsunade." But she's in retirement." "Surely you can't." "I can't do this alone, and I need her, Shizune. Please, just go get her. Lives are at stake here." "Okay, but she won't be happy about it." "I'm not happy about it. But it's necessary. Please, just hurry." The hospital doors clattered closed behind the fifth's assistant as she jetted out of the building, passing massive crowds of people in her wake. Immediately, she was replaced by yet another nurse, who nervously plucked at the clipboard in her hands, awaiting initial instructions from her boss. "You there. With the clipboard. Go draw those curtains. I need the media to climb down out of my ass right now, I can't concentrate." The nurse gulped at the direct order, turning as white as the sets of curtains she was frantically trying to force over the windows. She squinted as the wave of camera flashes assaulted her retinas, before the fabric finally gave way and snapped across the curtain rods, leaving nothing but the sound of angry reporters and paparazzi banging on the walls and glass. "Where the hell is that Umbu detail?" the lead medic hissed to herself with a scowl as she began to put on a pair of latex gloves, her standard civilian outfit contrasting sharply with the soft pastel scrubs of the nurses that clouded around her like a hive of bees, desperately taking notes and adjusting dials and knobs on the array of machinery that seemed to coat the far walls of the hospital room. It was easy enough to tell just by looking at Sakura Uchiha that she was in a sour mood, her current apparel notwithstanding. The woman's infamous red dress quickly gained a status in the hospital that had not been seen since the fifth, and it certainly didn't help that the two kunoichi had terrifyingly similar personality traits when it came to the work that they did. "If you saw red, you'd most certainly be seeing more of it by the end of the day," was the clever remark passed between interns on the weekdays, although none of them held the gall to actually say that to the woman's face. Because the only person that could bring them back from the brink would be Lady Sakura herself, and there were good odds she would be less than willing. One of the machines across the room began to cry like an infant child, screeching out in a mechanical voice that made half of the nursing staff jump in surprise. "What is it now?" Sakura shouted, marching over to the computer's monitor. It didn't take long for the machine to stop making noise. The hospital doors opened again, and this time it was Temari, much to Sakura's surprise. She didn't have much of a chance to relay her disgruntlement at the intrusion, before the Sandmine began to march to the center of the room, towards the pair of hospital beds that were girdled on all sides by prodding nurses and snaking wiring. "My brother wants to see him," she said immediately, eyes not moving from the beds. "Can that be arranged?" Why the hell do people think this is a hotel lobby?" Sakura cried, still picking bits of shattered glass from the side of her fist. "I'm working, Temari. If I don't hurry, then there won't be much of him left for Gaara to see, okay?" Temari just sighed to herself, crossing her arms as the nurses flowed around her like a rock in a river. She remained mostly silent after that, simply observing the frantic, yet remarkably organized smorgasbord of activity. Sakura began to lean back over the bedsides once again, her politeness neglected as she forcefully shoved nurses out of her way. "Temari!" She called again, attention still seemingly locked on whatever was before her. "I need you to go get Lord Sixth. And your husband." Her eyes blistered as she frowned. "And where the hell's Hinata?" I could have sworn that the door to the hospital room was suddenly blown off its hinges, the poor wooden frame shattering into sizable chunks as the retired Fifth Hokage made her grand entrance, eyes red with fury. "What the hell did you do this time?" Tsunade roared, her fists clenched by her sides. "Sakura! What is the meaning of this?" Shizun wouldn't tell me why her voice tapered off as she caught a glimpse of the two beds. Almost instantly, her entire demeanor changed. "So what I heard on the news was true, then," she murmured after a tense moment, during which the hospital staff continued to bustle around them. "Indeed," Temari nodded, arms still crossed. "What's happening? Are they okay?" The three kunoichi turned towards the doorway again as Shikamaru and the Sixth Hokage entered the room, the former with a look of apprehension on his face, the latter a blank expression that was telling enough. "Well?" Shikamaru pressed, brushing aside a nurse as she jetted past with a blood sample in her hand, heading down the hall. "What's going on?" "The Chunin exams," Kakashi frowned, crossing his arms. "It's always the Chunin exams." Tsunade just narrowed her eyes and frowned. "So it seems." "Oh, good, you're here," Sakura sighed, wiping some sweat from her brow with her arm as she called across the room. "Temari, go get Hinata instead. I'm sure she's on her way already." "Lady Tsunade, I need some assistance with my scans." "Could you? Of course," the woman nodded, eyes sharp with razor-like focus as she glided across the room, her heels clacking across the tile. "Where do you need me?" "Over here, please," Sakura nodded pointedly, indicating the other bed. "Look over him, please. Tell me if there's any new developments. What exactly is wrong with them?" Shikamaru frowned, pinching at the beard on his chin in thought. "One minute they're arguing in the middle of the stadium, the next, they're unconscious in the Hokage's office," Kakashi completed. "Do we have any leads? Is this an attack? What's happening?" "I don't know yet," Shikamaru frowned, "but I've already locked down the village. No one gets in or out until we figure out what's going on. The media's been having a field day. It's been hard enough as it is to coordinate the few shinobi I have without rampant rumors spreading from our every move." They were interrupted by another round of shrill beeping, and one of the nurses cursed. "Lady Tsunade and Sakura, the boy is going into VFIB. Damn it!" Sakura hissed, marching across the room to the other bed. "I was really hoping I wasn't going to have to do this. Somebody, go get me 2 chakra stabilizers and support carts." Tsunade blinked and looked up, her hands faintly glowing a pale green from behind the wall of nurses as they did what they were told, hooking up the machinery just in the nick of time. "Sakura?" Surely you don't mean it's all the chance they've got. She snapped back, before sighing and rubbing her eye with the back of her gloved hand, the clamoring of the heart rate monitor indicating that a crisis had been averted. It's all I can do. It's all anyone can do. What exactly is happening? Came Kakashi's voice from over the rumble of the army of medical personnel ebbing and flowing around them. Sakura, what are you doing? It's like they're not in there anymore, she mumbled to herself, shaking her head. I just don't understand, Sakura. The woman blinked, before turning to look at her old sensei. I don't know what's happening, okay? It's like they're in a coma, but comatose patients almost always have some sort of measurable brainwave activity. She shook her head. There's no other way to put it than that they're in a vegetative state. I'm having to concentrate everything I've got to keep them from going brain dead for good. But I can't, there's nothing, she sank to her knees, still shaking her head. This is out of my league, she muttered to herself, even as the rest of the nurses stopped to watch her in abject confusion. We have to figure this out, Shikamaru growled. This is unacceptable. If this was a foreign attack, I highly doubt that, Kakashi interjected. Still, I would suggest approaching each of the foreign contingencies and interviewing them. If we want to find out what's happening, and fast, that's what must be done. Shikamaru hummed. That would definitely be the best course of action. Then, he froze completely in place, his eyes widening. Wait, who was the challenger in the arena right before they were found like this? Kakashi blinked. One of those hidden sea shinobi. She didn't do anything out of the ordinary, at least from what I saw where I was at. Why do you ask? The Nara was just about to comment when the clattering of shoes on tile echoed down the hallway, growing louder and louder, signaling the imminent arrival of another visitor. The rickety door was quickly cast aside as Hinata Uzumaki burst in, eyes wide in terror. Where are they? Are they okay? The entire room was silent. Completely and utterly silent save for the rhythmic beeping of a pair of heart monitors beside two lone beds, situated in the middle of the rather large ICU room in the corner of the Leafs hospital. Hinata's heart lurched when she saw Sakura, crouching on the floor before one of the bedsides, shaking her head and muttering to herself. She shook her own head and began to force her way past the nurses to get a better look at the two figures lying on the beds. I'm sorry, Hinata. I've done all I can. Sakura looked up from the ground, eyes rimmed with tears. There's nothing more I can do. Hinata approached the beds, her hands shaking as she gently moved the final ring of people out of the way. 2 sets of blonde hair were all she saw before she passed out, crumpling to the floor in a petrified heap. Chapter 10. Hello, brat. Nice to finally meet you. The words rumbled around the darkness, shaking the ground and echoing against the unseen walls of whatever chamber Boruto now found himself in, alone, without any idea where he was or what was happening. And he was, indeed, alone. Completely and totally alone. He took a tentative step forward, eyes darting every which way for some sign of movement. He froze a few times when his eyes began to play tricks on him, casting the forms of massive beasts and impossible shadows on the intangible surfaces his imagination conjured up. The air in the room grew colder, the black abyss around him deepening. Boruto kept expecting something to happen, something more to happen, at least, but it seemed like he was trapped in time, the stifling silence holding him hostage in a mysterious place where he could barely see more than 3 feet in front of him. He couldn't help but shudder, his eyes wide and fearful. Something had made that noise. Called him a brat, almost sneering at him in just words alone. And it was undoubtedly in this place with him. A roaring sound, like the winds whipping past tall buildings in the Leafs financial district during the later summer months, rushed through the chamber, and Boruto suddenly felt sick, very sick. It was like this place was rejecting him, or perhaps he was rejecting it. With shaky hands, he reached around himself to tug the fragments of his shattered jacket across his frame, a feeble attempt to bring some sort of warmth and familiarity into this place. Which is what he needed right now. Where was his father? Just what was going on? This place, the roaring suddenly stopped like someone had flipped a switch, and suddenly it was no longer present. Then, it turned into a laugh. A dark, chilling, menacing, bone-liquefying laugh. It sounded like broken glass cascading onto chalkboard, coupled with a dull, baritone hum that sounded almost like a growl more than anything else. And the smell, he almost couldn't describe it. Putrid, wild, and rotten. He looks just like his father. Boruto's eyes, wide with fear, flickered across the blackened landscape, rapidly trying to soak in as much light as they could. From what he could see, it looked almost like he was standing in the middle of a small shallow lake. The fact he was up to his calves in water was indicative enough. Upon further inspection, however, he could see the vague outline of 3 walls in the distance, although that was it. He blinked a few more times, straining in the dark to get a better glimpse, when he spotted movement, just a flicker, but most certainly movement out of the corner of his eye. What he had previously assumed to be a shadow seemed to have taken a step forward. Boruto gulped. Hello? The low rumble began again, and this time, the blond boy had a sickening realization that the sound was most likely the slow, rhythmic breathing of what could only be a massive creature. Is anyone there? He cursed himself mentally at the feebleness of his voice. Strange, the booming voice echoed from a place almost directly above him, completely disregarding his question as if it hadn't heard it at all. The brat's taking longer than I thought he would. Another voice hummed in agreement, the sound sharp and low yet in a different pitch than the first. Give him time. Time is not something we have much of at the moment, the first voice retorted, an edge of venom twisting its words past the point of what most would consider to be casual conversation. You lot are obnoxious. Especially you, Gyuki. Your persistent desire to be the middleman irks me beyond comprehension. The sooner I can rid this place of you in particular, the better. Why must you be so infuriatingly stubborn, Kurama? The second voice, who Boruto assumed to be the one called Gyuki, replied smoothly, almost as if this was a regular occurrence. Believe you me, I would rather not be in your company for a moment longer than I must. This isn't just your inconvenience. The one called Kurama grumbled, before silence overtook the darkness once again, and the only sound Boruto could hear was the thunderous beating of his own heart. Then, everything changed. It was like someone had removed a veil from around the sun. Light blitzed across the room in a torrential haze, blinding the boy for the brief moment it took for his mind to register he needn't strain to see anymore. Boruto blinked rapidly and rubbed at his eyes as they slowly began to readjust to his surroundings, and what he saw nearly made his jaw drop to the floor. His previous assertion that he was standing in the middle of a shallow lake ended up being slightly correct. It all depended on one's definition of lake, Boruto's mind remarked snarkily from somewhere deep in the recesses of his subconscious. Instead, however, he was in the middle of a rather waterlogged building. It seemed the walls stretching off into more darkness, for as far as the eye could see. Massive leaky pipes, most likely the source of the runoff that coated the floor in several inches of water, lined what little of the walls he could see, and everything was cast in a rather grim, murky haze. Except for a pair of massive, golden gates each running parallel along the 2 far walls as if they had been cast aside and forgotten. From the state of disrepair the hinges were in, Boruto could only assume it had been a long time since they had moved. He probably would have been shocked to see the forms of 8 massive creatures scattered around the room, watching him with lazy fascination as they moved into the shadows that edged into the light several dozen feet from where he was standing, had his attention not immediately been lured in by the sight of the 2 massive orange paws that stood before him. Each one had to be twice the size he was across, and they were very nearly as tall as he was. With a gulp of air, his eyes followed the legs up to a torso, then to a pair of arms. Had his countenance been anything less than ironclad, Boruto would have surely wet himself at the sight that greeted him when he looked up completely. Less than 5 feet away from him, eyes red and frightening, leered the colossal head of the 9-tailed fox. Not just the one he'd seen in pictures, or the one he'd heard about in hushed whispers between ninja on street corners. That 9-tailed fox was simply legend, tales of heroism countering demonic bloodlust, countering revenge. He'd read the stories. He knew that this monster was the reason his father was orphaned, the exact circumstances of which he was still unaware of. He knew that it took the efforts of nearly the entire ninja force of the Leaf at the time to take it down. He knew it was used as a weapon by Madara Uchiha in the early days of the village. And he knew that for centuries before, it roamed the earth aimlessly, wreaking havoc wherever it went. But this nine-tailed fox, it smirked. At least you don't smell like ramen. That's a nice change of pace. Boruto blundered, his mouth opening and closing like a valve, eyes like saucers. When the boy's fight or flight instincts began to back him away in shaky terror, the fox laughed. It may have just been a chuckle, but Boruto's heart still lurched in his chest at the sound. He kept backing away as the fox looked on bemusedly, until he collided with something behind him. With a yelp, Boruto spun around in an instant, subconsciously settling into the form of the gentle fist. If he was going to go down, it was certainly not going to be without a fight. Whoa, whoa, whoa. When his father's hand clapped down on his wrist just as it was about to make contact, Boruto let out a very pointed sigh of relief, his body slumping forward slightly. Dad? Naruto just blinked once or twice as he looked down at his son, before releasing his hand. Well, that certainly wasn't expected. Then, his mouth twitched upwards ever so slightly. But I have to say, those were some good reaction times. Konohamaru's certainly been doing a great job teaching you three. Boruto batted away his father's hand as it made to ruffle his hair. Actually, Grandpa Hayashi's been helping me with that, he frowned. Konohamaru-sensei's been a pretty bad sensei, you know. There's more to being a sensei than just teaching your students cool jutsu. Naruto shrugged. Hell, Sixth Sensei was late everywhere we went, but you don't see me sleeping in. I can say I learned that much from him. That's because you sleep at your desk when you think no one's around, came the booming voice from behind them, and Boruto immediately jumped and spun on his heel, having momentarily forgotten about the strange room and massive fox. Took you long enough to show up. Hey, nobody asked you. Naruto yelled, shaking his fist in the air. I had to make sure we were safe first. And you're one to talk, Mr. I sleep 25 hours a day and still complain about being tired all the time. Boruto blinked. Did his father really just antagonize the Nine Tails? Bah, the fox grumbled, sliding to the floor in a graceful slump, resting his chin on his front paws. You do realize there's only 24 hours in a day, right? Of course I know that. That was the joke. Could have fooled me. They stared at one another for a tense minute, each one looking like they were about to snap into an explosive rage. Boruto saddled up alongside his father in fear, watching from just behind as the Nine Tails narrowed his eyes at his father. Then, out of nowhere, they both broke out into uproarious laughter. On Naruto's side, wiping a tear from his eye after composing himself. Never change, you big furry asshole. Then, much to his surprise, he turned and looked back at Boruto, a smile on his face. Boruto, I'd like you to meet Kurama, the nine-tailed demon fox. He raised his lone hand in a mocking gesture at the word demon. Although as much as he'd deny it, he's really just a big teddy bear. The fox just rolled his eyes, having not moved an inch. Whatever, he grumbled, before settling in for what looked like a long nap. Boruto just stared. Then, he turned back to his father, a look of confusion splayed across his face. What the hell is happening, Dad? Oh, he's just trying to look cool, Naruto stated, shaking his head. At the look his son gave him, though, he quickly realized the broader context of the question, and cleared his throat. Oh, right, sorry. He shrugged. Welcome to my mindscape. Your mindscape? Yep. Boruto looked around, pretty gross, you know. Naruto grimaced, raising a sandaled foot from the water and shaking it off a little in the air. Yeah, you're telling me. Too bad it takes more than just a snap of the wrist to change the way your mind works, otherwise I'd have done that a long time ago. Boruto just raised an eyebrow, mouth turned downwards slightly, not out of anger or sadness, but out of pure confusion. So we're in your mind. Yep. And there's a demon fox in here. The demon fox, Naruto corrected. Boruto stared at him, too tired to be exasperated. Why? Strangely, the smile from his father's face evaporated instantaneously, his eyes glossing over in deep thought. That's a long story. I thought that Grandpa Minato killed it. Boruto cast an apprehensive glance towards the fox, as if the whispered question would set the beast off. Naruto corrected again, before nodding. Yeah, that's what most people think. At least, people that were born after the Fourth Shinobi War. The fox mumbled from his resting place, eyes still closed. Still a stupid decision, if you ask me. Yeah, Naruto muttered under his breath, so you keep saying. Boruto raised an eyebrow. Wait, what decision? The seventh Hokage sighed again, easing himself onto the ground with surprising grace. That's a discussion for another time. After staring at his father for a few tense moments, he huffed and shrugged his shoulders. Whatever. His eyes flickered back to the fox, eyebrow raised. So why is the fox here anyways? Isn't it kinda odd that he's in your mind? Is he even real? Naruto just smirked, and cast a knowing glance at Kurama. Oh, he's real all right. And he's here because he's always been here. He's been sealed inside of me since the day I was born. He was, what? Naruto decided that it would be best to just rip the bandage off in one fell swoop. Boruto, I'm a Jinchuriki. The next few moments passed by without so much as a whisper. The only sound that could be heard echoing throughout the chamber was the occasional droplet of water colliding with the surface of the lake that ran across the floor. Boruto had frozen, his eyes had clenched up across his forehead, eyes still boring holes into the massive creature across the room. Kurama snorted, still curled up in a loose ball. Smooth. Real smooth, brat. I was never one for subtleties, Naruto murmured in agreement, not entirely paying attention to the fox as he was still watching his son intently. What would the boy's reaction be? Would he leap to his feet and shout? Would he try and attack his father? Would he try and attack Kurama? Naruto was honestly at a loss for what Boruto was going to do, and he was silently dreading the moment the news sunk in enough to draw a reaction. He took a deep breath, about to speak once again, when his son finally said something. So that's the big secret. His voice was even and controlled, only slightly above a murmur. It was a statement, a declaration. Naruto just watched him with an empathetic eye, internally surprised at how well the boy had taken the news. Yeah. Falling onto his backside across from his father, Boruto leaned forward slightly and thought. I guess that makes sense. After all this time, his eyes narrowed, as he watched his father's reflection flicker in the pool beneath him. It all makes sense. He followed Boruto's finger as it traced the faint outline in the water, before the boy frowned again and looked up, casting sidelong glances at the sleeping fox to their left. Is he cool? Naruto had to cough to hide the snort that nearly escaped from his mouth. Is he cool? He repeated, watching as the boy's expression seemed to light up slightly. Of all the reactions, this was the one that was furthest down Naruto's list of plausible outcomes. As a matter of fact, he wasn't even sure this was even on the list. He sputtered, eyebrow raised. I mean, he's Kurama interrupted, flicking one of his tails in amusement, otherwise still unmoving. Of course I am. Boruto just blinked, watching as the black lips of the demon fox turned upwards at the ends in a smile, revealing a pair of sharp canines. He looked back and forth from his father, who still had that happy grin on his face, and the beast, who was still sleeping. Then, he started laughing. It was like all of Boruto's causes of stress had evaporated in an instantaneous burst. He felt lighter than air, finally relieved from all of the tension and worry that had begun to compound in his gut ever since they had arrived in this other world. With a contented sigh, he flopped onto his back, spreading his arms out behind him, splashing onto the surface of the water with a lazy smile. Then, he began to float, just staring off into space, eyes unfocused. Naruto watched him with an amused smile. Are you, all right over there? We're gonna be okay, Boruto murmured with a grin. We're gonna be okay. Naruto just shook his head. If you say so, he said. After a few moments of silence, Boruto lifted himself out of the water again, propping himself up with his arms behind him. So what now? That is an excellent question, young one, came the loud purr of a creature off in the shadows. Boruto immediately shot up, staring at the place where the massive fox was curled, before looking off in the direction from where the voice originated. Did he just from all the way over? No, brat, it wasn't me, the fox grumbled, still unmoving. Boruto spun around, looking up at his father, who had also risen to his feet once again. To his surprise, the man was smiling off in the direction past the fox, looking towards the darkness that cloaked the majority of the room. Ah, yes. Can you all come out now? Thank you for waiting so patiently. Humph. If he can handle the giant orange asshole, I think he'd be fine with the rest of us, a particularly whiny voice bellowed from the opposite direction. This was to respect Naruto's wishes, Shikaku. We weren't sure what the boy's reaction was going to be in the slightest. It may have been best to not reveal us at all. Eyes wide, Boruto whirled about in a circle, looking off into the shadows in surprise. Who's that? Where are they? Why can't I see them? Naruto blinked, before a small smile graced his lips. Oh. Right, sorry. He snapped his fingers once, and the rest of the room was immediately bathed in a much more substantial bright glow. Surrounding them in a rough circle stood 8 more massive creatures, each looking like some sort of manifestation of Boruto's childhood nightmares. And they all had a massive assortment of tails whipping behind them, swirling in the haziness that was his father's mind. Some looked at him with mild fascination, but the rest seemed to be scrutinizing his father, much to Boruto's surprise. Are these Boruto? The 7th smiled, turning back to his son. I'd like you to meet Shikaku, Matatabi, Isabu. He paused, pointing each out as he named them off. Son Goku, Kaku, Saiken. That one there is Chome, he's Gyuki. He pointed at the fox again, and you've already met Kurama. Naruto turned to the beasts and smiled, wrapping his good hand around his son's neck and tugging him in for a side hug. Everyone, this is my son, Boruto Uzumaki. Dad? Boruto whispered, eyeing the massive creatures as they stared back at him. Are these the other tailed beasts? Yep, Naruto smiled. All 9 of them. You're the Jinchuriki for all 9 of the tailed beasts? Humph, he wishes, I bet, the one now identified as Son Goku muttered with a low hum. No, young one. We aren't supposed to be here. Well, at least, most of us. The monkey-like beast frowned at the fox, who still hadn't moved. Regardless of our personal feelings on the matter, Gyuki sighed, his level head butting into the conversation, we need to talk strategy. Naruto nodded. Well, we're currently working on getting all of you back to your proper hosts in this time, at least, but it's going to be a little while, and it takes a lot out of me whenever I have to do this many sealings in one day. Boruto blinked. Wait, what? The beasts aren't supposed to be here. Naruto nodded pointedly at the circle of creatures that surrounded them. Hell, the only one that's supposed to be sealed in me normally is Kurama. The rest of them, they were all dragged in here for some reason or another whenever we first got here. When we first got here? Boruto repeated wistfully. Wait, you mean when we went to that weird cave, and your eyes were glowing and stuff? Exactly. His face frosted over in thought, before he frowned. Thinking back, I should have really been able to tell that something was wrong when we didn't end up where we were supposed to. Huh? That cave, Naruto said, was discovered by Sixth Sensei a little after the war had ended. He scratched at the back of his head. It was found when they were carving his face on the monument. We fixed it up, made it a proper training room, and insulated it with chakra suppression seals. He tapped his stomach. It's where I went to train with Kurama, back when I was still a teenager. I couldn't just do it out in the open, because people would get a bit nervous. He raised an eyebrow. Even if it was just pure chakra. It's dense stuff. Yeah, I'll say, Boruto mumbled, poking at the numb feeling that still ran through his leg. Heh, yeah, sorry, Naruto said meekly. After I became Hokage, it became my personal training area. It's one of the most secure and isolated places in the village, so I was pretty sure it would be safe. I went to the cave in the first place, because I thought there might have just been something wrong with the seal. It's not really likely, but still. With the Chunin exams going on, you can never be too sure, you know? He looked down at Boruto's formerly broken leg with a sad frown. After I realized the problem was that all 9 of these guys were here, I had to make it out of the village, and fast. Boruto nodded, following along. So we went to the Valley of the End? Yeah, Naruto said. I had to discharge a bunch of their chakra, because it was just too much. Even more than I was expecting, honestly. He looked back to the tailed beasts with a sigh. It turns out that apparently there's some sort of unwritten law of the universe that says when 2 of the same tailed beast are in the same world as each other, one overpowers the other, and they combine into one big one. He shook his head. And apparently I drew the short straw, because they're all in me, all 18 of them, strictly speaking. Boruto's eyes went wide. Wait, so that's why Grandma Kushina was like that? Wasn't she a Jinchuriki too? Well, technically, Naruto corrected. But yeah. That's why I rushed back to the village when I found out. He looked out at the cavernous wasteland that was the seal room, as if he could see the outside world from within their current surroundings. And that's why we're out here now. I'd love to sit down and talk to Dad about why all of this is happening, and maybe try and figure out a way to fix it because he of all people probably could figure something out, but for now, we gotta fix the stuff we messed up getting here first. He tousled his son's hair with a confident grin. You up for it? For the first time in what Naruto could have sworn had been ages, his son smiled. A proper, genuine smile like when he had been a little boy. Hell yeah. Language, Naruto chided, bopping the boy on the head, before turning back to their audience. All right then. Here's the plan. Hayashi and Hohito had been running through the emerald-tipped forests for what seemed like ages, heading in a zigzag pattern that loosely ended at the coast of Fire Country. Hayashi had insisted that in order for their mission to be successful, they were going to need to cover a lot of ground and fast. That much was obvious by how much he was pushing the poor child to his breaking point. After an excruciatingly long amount of time, Hayashi finally slowed to normal walking speed, and directed them to a large tree with roots that stood several feet from the ground, cocooning a small area of the forest in a defensible shroud. Let us stop and rest, the Hyuga head said. You are nearly out of chakra, Hohito. The boy gulped down air, bending over to rest his hands on his knees while he tried to recover enough to form a full sentence. I know. I do apologize. The distance we must travel is far too great, and our target far too fast to warrant an easy journey, Hayashi replied, pulling a small sealing scroll from his bag and seating himself comfortably in the nook the tree provided. This is an espionage mission, a task we the Hyuga pride ourselves over above almost everything else. He passed a small current of chakra through the seal's release, and a pair of water bottles and ration bars manifested themselves in his lap. To be an effective shinobi in our clan, you are going to have to be up to tasks such as these at a moment's notice, such as what just happened. Yeah, Hohito breathed, throwing himself down beside the other root, across from Hayashi. Yeah, I know. I'll be fine, I promise, Hayashi-sama. A bottle of water and food suddenly sat in his lap. Eat that, the Jounin said coolly, nodding at the rations. It will help considerably. His eyes flickered in what Hohito could only assume was amusement, but the expression was gone as fast as it had come. Although the taste leaves quite a lot to be desired. Hohito shrugged, breaking a decent chunk of the bar off into his mouth and chewing ravenously. Then, he blanched, freezing mid-chew. This time, Hayashi's smile was completely unhidden, as his genin student quickly began to chase the awful-tasting substance down his throat with the majority of the contents of his water bottle. I told you. Regardless, it will help you build strength. As if to prove his point, Hayashi took a sizable, yet dignified bite out of his own ration bar, grimacing slightly before swallowing it. They sat in silence for a few moments, each simply enjoying the peace and the rest. After what Hohito felt was a respectable length of time, he perked his head up and asked the question that had been egging at the back of his mind since they had veered off course earlier in the day. Where are we, exactly, Hayashi-sama? Hayashi nodded, looking down at the boy. Currently, we are 10 miles away from a small fishing village on the coast. Is that where we are heading? Hohito asked. Indeed it is, Hayashi nodded. They are most likely undersupplied, and in need of transportation to the hidden mist village. He frowned. If that is truly where they are headed. Oh, I see. Hohito turned back to his unfinished ration bar, satisfied with his answer. Apparently, the Hyuga man took that as a sign of preparedness, because he raised to his full height and began to reseal his canteen and the packaging of his rations. I suggest you finish that before we leave. He pointed down at the bar in Hohito's hands. Which is now. So hurry up. Why yes, Hayashi-sama, Hohito said, leaping to his feet and cramming the bar into his mouth as he watched his teacher activate his Byakugan and begin scanning the horizon. Wait, 2 blondes, he muttered to himself, his eyes narrowing in concentration. I've found them. They're in the village, as I suspected. Hohito finished choking down his food just as Hayashi leapt for the trees. Come, Hohito. We've no time to waste. They will be gone by sundown, that much is certain. Ah, do I have to wear this? Yes, you do, Boruto. Where we're going, it's going to be both wet and cold. And our clothes are shredded. The blond boy picked at the eggshell white cloak that was wrapped around him with obvious disgust, frowning at the way it billowed out towards the bottom in such a way that made it quite obvious the garment was much too big for him. But I liked the way the shredded clothes looked. It was kinda cool, you know. Naruto smirked, looking over at his son out of the corner of his eye as they walked at a leisurely pace down the winding gravel path that ended at the coastline just up ahead. Just be lucky that we found someone in that village who was willing to sell us these, Naruto said. Otherwise, we would have been miserable later on down the line. He looked down on himself with a shrug. It may not be as nice as my official work cloak, but I think it'll do fine for the time being. Boruto humphed and crossed his arms underneath the fabric. They continued to walk for another half of a mile or so, before the trees around them slowly started to thin out, and the bitter smell of salt began to drift through the air. We're almost there anyways, Naruto said, nodding towards where the path supposedly ended just up ahead. All we have to do is find someone who is willing to take us across the sea, and we'll have arrived. Boruto tensed slightly, but otherwise said nothing as they moved onwards. The path briefly began to climb as they walked, the slight inclination betraying all of the other signs Boruto used to orient himself. If they were approaching the coast of Fire Country, shouldn't they be going downwards instead of up? His confusion was quickly replaced with awe when they reached the end of the path, which abruptly cut out right at the edge of a very steep and very tall cliffside. Far below them, the dull roar of crashing waves echoed up the side of the veritable mountain. The ocean had never looked quite so stunning. Boruto couldn't believe that a sunset could be so awe-inspiringly beautiful. A colorful palette of reds and purples and yellows and oranges painted the water that dipped below the horizon, morphing in the receding sunlight into different shades and hues in a fluctuating phantasm of life. The winds roared like a steam engine around them, spraying them with a very subtle ocean mist. The taste of salt in Boruto's mouth before had merely been a drop in the bucket compared to the real thing he now stood before. I wasn't exactly expecting that, Naruto stated from beside him, looking down the side of the ledge with a frown. Well, I guess we're going to have to find a way down, then. He cracked his neck, turning on his heel and looking back towards the tree line. Isn't that right, Hayashi Hyuga? For several moments, nothing happened. The wind whipped past him and into the forest, the trees dancing in the evening breeze as nature continued to run its course. Then, suddenly, a flickering pair of shuriken caught the light, descending upon them with the haste only an experienced ninja could elicit. Boruto yelped in surprise, but otherwise did nothing to stop the spinning blades as they slammed into their flesh, blood spewing everywhere before both Naruto and Boruto disappeared in a plume of smoke. Hayashi blinked from the trees, Byakugan active. He hadn't realized they were clones. How was that possible? You're probably wondering how I managed to slip past your eyes, a voice whispered in his ear. In an instant, Hayashi spun through the air, lashing out with a hasty gentle fist strike. When he struck nothing but air, he quickly executed a shunshin, retreating back to where he had told Hojito to hide while he scouted. Much to his surprise, he found Hojito held at knife point by the same blond boy from before, as well as his father behind him. The boy was reasonably pale in the face, as if he was quite uncomfortable holding a kunai to someone's neck, and he was staring at Hayashi in what looked like awe, as if the man had grown a second head. Standing beside him was the other target, the one-armed man who looked to be the boy's father, if the hair and birthmarks were any indication. He stood there with tired, sunken eyes and a small smile on his lips. Whether it was malicious or not had yet to be determined, the Hyuga Jounin thought bitterly. "Hello, Hayashi. I suspect the Hokage sent you to follow me?" Hayashi steeled himself, standing up straight with all the dignity that the head of a powerful clan could muster. "The Byakugan is all-seeing. And yet I could not detect your presence." He narrowed his eyes. How is such a thing possible? The blond man, which the Hokage had named Naruto in the orders he had received, let out a snort and nearly rolled his eyes. "Please. Hayashi, we both know that's a lie. The Byakugan is as weak as the Sharingan, or the wood style, or the Hiraishin, in the sense that if you rely on it too much, you won't get far." He gave another small, knowing smile. "Let's just say that I've had quite a bit of experience working with and against the Byakugan." Hayashi sighed. "I see. Well, I won't pretend I know why or how, but I'll just accept that I made a mistake in coming in as close as I did." He raised an eyebrow at Naruto. "Although I had to admit that I was curious to see exactly what it was that had Lord Hokage so worried." Naruto let out small chuckle. "Worried about me, eh? That's nice of him." He turned to the blond boy, who looked like he was about to starve his fingertips of oxygen with the way he was gripping the kunai at Hojito's neck. "All right, you can drop the act, Boruto. They're not going to hurt us." Boruto visibly deflated, jumping away from the other boy as quickly as he could, eyes wide and worried. You weren't gonna make me kill him, were you, Dad?" Naruto frowned down at his son, shaking his head slowly and deliberately. "What? No. Of course not." Hayashi watched as the boy gulped, nodding his head as he stared down at the ground. What an interesting family dynamic. Either the father is rather harsh on the son, or the son has quite the inferiority complex. He raised an eyebrow. Perhaps his father has something to do with that as well, yet he's not aware of it. "How can you be so sure that we aren't going to kill you?" Hayashi stated evenly once Hojito had scrambled back to his side. "You just allowed your primary bargaining chip to slip through your fingers, and you did it on purpose. Are you truly that confident in your abilities?" "Yes," Naruto said, without any hesitation in his voice, or the nearly indetectable wobble of the vocal cords that usually indicated someone was lying. He truly believes it, Hayashi realized. But that's not the point. Naruto maneuvered his hand through the folds of his cloak, running it through his short hair. "I know you aren't going to hurt us because those shuriken you threw were not aimed in such a way that we would die from the injury. And they weren't truly meant to do more than incapacitate us for long enough for you to escape." He smiled. "And I appreciate that. And although the Hyuga primarily focus on taijutsu as opposed to weapon-based combat, you still used shuriken instead of something much more deadly." Naruto's eyes flickered to his hands, then back to his face. It was so subtle that Hayashi doubted even the man had realized he had done it. But the Hyuga man had long since grown accustomed to detecting subtleties in body language such as those, and it stood out to him like a sore thumb. Internally, Hayashi was reeling. There was a chance, however minute, that this man knew of one of his most ruthless techniques, the air palm. It was an incredibly difficult and highly revered jutsu that was passed on through the main branch of the clan, and very few outside of the Hyuga compound's walls even knew it existed. The fourth was right. This man was most certainly a worrisome individual indeed. Naruto just smiled again. "All right. Let's get going, then. We've got a lot of ground to cover before we can get to the Hidden Mist Village. And I want to be there by tomorrow morning." You're taking us with you?" Hohito blurted out from beside Hayashi, and instantly recoiled when he realized he'd spoken aloud. Naruto began to walk from the small clearing, back towards the path. Of course. That's why I stopped and waited for you to catch up in that village. We might need your eyes in the future. Hayashi blinked. How had he known? Just what, exactly, do you intend to use us for? Hayashi said coldly. I don't particularly revel in the idea of being some sort of missing nin's puppet for an afternoon. Relax, Naruto said, waving him off. You've got nothing to worry about. We're just running an errand, then heading back to the Leaf. It won't take more than a day or two, if everything goes according to plan. What plan is this? Naruto stopped, sighing. Alright, I suppose I should run this by you anyways, if we're going to be working together. Who said anything about working together? Aren't we doing this against our wills? Hayashi asked. The blonde stopped, frowning. What? Of course not. We're all shinobi of the Hidden Leaf, here. I'm just performing a mission that the Hokage may or may not have permitted us to take. He waved his hand in a placating manner. Look, there's no hard feelings for the shuriken, or for the hostage thing. Okay? Hayashi narrowed his eyes, but said nothing. Naruto took this as a sign of affirmation, and continued moving onwards to the coastline. Right. The plan, he suddenly said after a few moments of silence, as the four shinobi walked along at a reasonable pace. Well, I'm only going to tell you the basics, because some of the details he coughed into his hand, well, they're not exactly something even the Hokage's privy to quite yet. But he will be pretty soon. We're going to the Hidden Mist Village, because their Mizukage is sick, Naruto continued. And I can help. I'm hoping to run into a couple people I know, and can trust, but we'll see. He narrowed his eyes at the horizon. My memory's a bit hazy. The Mizukage is sick? Hayashi asked. And just how do you know that? He is a Jinchuriki, the blonde man answered. They're all in trouble. And I'm in the process of helping them all right now. Hayashi blinked at the blunt honesty or at the blatant lie. He couldn't tell, even with his Byakugan, which was quite off-putting. I see, he said finally, before falling silent again. Not once did Naruto mention just how he would be helping the Mizukage, nor did he say just who it was he was hoping to encounter in the mist. From what little Hayashi remembered of the Leaf spy networks, there were few to no long-term espionage missions in the Land of Water, but by that same token, Hayashi could have simply been left out of the loop for matters of national security. Being a clan head only got you so far in a military dictatorship, after all. The lack of detail in regards to Naruto's plan was a bit worrying, to say the least, but Hayashi knew they didn't have much of a choice in the matter. They had failed their mission, and now they were going to face the music. Hayashi just hoped that things would turn out all right. He missed his wife-to-be. Is that her? Ino Yamanaka nodded absent-mindedly. Yeah. That's her. Flicking the unlit cigarette from one side of his mouth to the other, Shikamaru sighed as he gazed through the one-sided glass. She doesn't look to be any more than 13. Maybe 14 at the most. Age can mean anything, Shikamaru. You should know that by now. The Nara just sighed, shrugging his shoulders. He always hated being in the bowels of the Umbu headquarters. It made him feel like a prisoner, not the other way around. There was too much concrete, too much gray, too much lingering uneasiness. Well, what can you tell me, then? Ino muttered in thought, as she averted her attention from the sleeping girl in the cell in front of them to the small clipboard that sat on the metal desk before her, flicking through the first few pages of documentation. Well, all I have here is her Chunin exam registration information. Shikamaru just raised an eyebrow, silently questioning as to why she had finished talking. It was well known that the Hokage's assistant was quite frequently busy, and this week of all weeks was the furthest from an exception as one could get. Ino sighed and continued, not even having to look up to sense the glare her former teammate gave her. Fine, fine. Don't look at me like that. And what's your wife going to say when she finds out you've been smoking again, huh? Shikamaru sighed again. What she doesn't know can't hurt her. And besides, he plucked the cigarette from his mouth and flicked it aside. I'm not actually smoking. He walked over to the table and grabbed the clipboard out of Ino's hands, much to her dissatisfaction. Excuse me. You were taking too long. I've got other things I have to take care of, and quickly. He sighed, running a hand down his neck. You would not believe how difficult it is to move around with the media crawling around up there looking for any kind of information on what's going on. Even more so, considering I'm the Hokage's assistant. Right now, they've been broadcasting that Naruto has suddenly fallen ill, and it's a miracle that's all they've found out. Ino blinked, frowning. She'd known the Nara for long enough to tell when he was flustered, the biggest sign, of course, being that he was speaking more than just in simple grunts. They don't know about Boruto yet? No, thankfully. Shikamaru turned his attention to the clipboard. Once school is back in session, though, people are going to start to notice. Relax, Ino said softly, crossing her arms and leaning back in her chair, looking up at her old teammate with a small smile. Everything will work itself out. Naruto's come back from a lot worse, you know that. He's like a cockroach. What? You realize you just called our Hokage a cockroach, right? Ino laughed. Whatever. He'd probably agree if you told him. She cleared her throat when she realized that Shikamaru's attention was slowly drifting back to the task at hand, and she had to admit she was quite curious to see what would happen next. 3? Shikamaru frowned, flipping the page on the clipboard as if to try and find some sort of additional information. That's her name? It's what she gave us when she arrived, Ino shrugged. I've heard stranger ones. And they always have interesting backstories. You're such a town crier, Shikamaru mumbled, not really paying attention anymore. She doesn't have a rank. Yeah, I thought that was odd, too, Ino said. I asked Sai to see if he knew anything about it at the time, considering he was helping to run the tests. He said that the 5 Kage had invited her and her team here diplomatically, rather than for promotion. When Shikamaru looked up, a startled frown on his face, she continued. I'm not surprised, honestly. I doubt the Hidden Sea has the same ranking system we do. They've been disconnected from our society since. She scratched her face and thought, oh, I don't know, maybe when the Sage of the Six Paths was still kicking? Regardless, there was no easy way to measure how skilled she was, or just what she could do short of a physical evaluation, and the Chunin exams happened to line up. Yeah, I'm starting to think that was a really bad idea, Shikamaru said, narrowing his eyes. And it's no surprise that I didn't hear anything about this until just now. Lord Seventh may mean well and good, but sometimes he acts a bit too hastily. Unranked ninja in a competition for high-level genin? What was he thinking? PSHH, Ino rolled her eyes. The man's got a better track record than the rest of us combined. And his heart's in the right place. That's all that matters in the end, I think. Humph, Shikamaru grunted, somewhat back to his old self. That's not how you run a village. He scratched at his beard, looking back down at the clipboard. So what can you tell me about this 3? Not much, really. She's very much calm and observant, which is totally understandable considering the fact this is the first place she's ever been that's not her village. The Yamanaka leaned forward, turning to the one-sided glass again, matching Shikamaru's gaze. The girl was certainly one of the strangest looking she had seen, and that was saying something, with the more bizarre fashion trends that tended to drift through the leaf like a strong wind. For one thing, her skin was a pale, almost sickly white, a very stark contrast to the warm coffee coloring her 2 teammates and Jounin Sensei had. And she was bald. Naturally, it seemed. More so, the rest of Team Hidden Sea treated her with a fragility that indicated they were there more for her protection than they were for their own involvement in the exams, which was surprising to Ino when she met with them earlier in the day. When they had learned of 3's incarceration, they had acted in poorly restrained terror. The girl obviously meant something to them, maybe more than what they had let on. When she relayed the revelation to Shikamaru, he nodded. Interesting. He turned to the window again, folding his hands into his pockets, and simply sat and watched the unconscious girl's breathing. Then, after a moment, he began again. Who is her father? Mother? What positions did they hold in their village? Ino raised an eyebrow. What, are you seriously thinking of using her as a political bargaining chip? Shika, she's just a girl. Sure, she made a mistake, but I doubt it was on purpose. Our Hokage is incapacitated. Shikamaru growled, turning to give her a patronizing glare. This is a national emergency now, Ino. I don't have time to listen to your troublesome sanctimoniousness. Shika, calm down, seriously, Ino said with wide eyes. I wasn't suggesting we just let her go or something. When she wakes up, I want you to interrogate her. Get as much information about what happened as you can. Techniques, kekai genkai, that sort of thing. Ino blanched. That's not part of my job. He narrowed his eyes, pulled another cigarette from his pocket, and immediately began to gnaw on the end. Then, he just sighed, slumping forward a bit and leaning against the wall. I'm sorry. It's just been a long week. I haven't been home for almost 3 days now. Ino nodded in understanding. That long, huh? Yeah, he sighed, pulling up the second chair and sitting down, pointing it towards the glass. Temari's been out helping me run errands, because she doesn't get stopped by reporters every 30 feet. So I don't even know what Shikadai's been up to. Probably nothing good, knowing our kids. PSHH, maybe your kid. Mine's nothing but perfect. Shikamaru just looked at her. Okay, fine, maybe not all that perfect. But Inogen does try. He's got you for a mother and Sai for a father, the Nara said with a straight face. Cammy help that poor kid. Ino rolled her eyes, and batted the air with her hand. Oh, please. Out of our group, I think I came away just fine. Shikamaru oomphed with a small smile, reclining in his chair slightly. It had been a while since he could just sit and talk, and he realized more now than ever that he needed a simple distraction from the everyday smorgasbord that was his job. I feel like I can say the same thing. Naruto, though. Ino whistled. Yeah. He and Hinata have got their hands full with those two. Boruto in particular. He's certainly troublesome, but he's acting the same way his father did when he was his age. Shikamaru played with the cigarette in his mouth thoughtfully. Although he's certainly more angsty than Naruto was when he was a genin. He's got the whole doom and gloom thing down pretty well. Yeah, Ino snorted. Reminds me more of Sasuke sometimes. Shikamaru nodded. I just hope he and his father are going to be okay. Were it not for Sakura, they might not have made it, he said. And once the media finds out that the fifth came out of retirement to help them, things will get infinitely more difficult. Yeah, Ino mumbled, the sobering thoughts breaking her out of her reverie far faster than she would have liked. Well, I'll see what I can do with the girl, then. Thank you, Ino. I just need to know if she came here with malicious intentions or not. If that's the case, then things are bound to get really ugly, real quick. Shikamaru gave her a tentative smile, then rose from his chair. Well, I've got to go make a press release. He rubbed at his eyes with a sigh, moving towards the door at a slow, dejected pace. This has all been such a drag. I haven't heard you say that in a long time. Shikamaru just warily looked over his shoulder at his teammate as he made his way through the door. Yeah, I know. Don't tell Temari. You know how much she hates it. When 3 awoke, casting aside the blanket of sleep for the blurry haze of morning grogginess, she fully expected to still be in her assigned quarters, reflecting on her apparent victory in the Chunin exams the day prior. Instead, she found herself tied to a chair. It was startling, to say the least. This was the first time she had woken up in such a unique environment. With a bemused frown, she twisted her neck to get a better look at the room she was currently alone in, secured to the cold metal seat with a rather tight set of ropes. The room was relatively basic in design, the walls looked to be made of the strange concrete material that she had seen all across the village the weeks prior while participating in the exams. The door was of metal composition as well, and it, too, was painted a dull, boring gray. A single light source hung overhead, casting long shadows onto the walls and creating an overarching sense of dread that Three just couldn't seem to shake. Most notably, however, was the massive sheet of black glass that was mounted in the wall across from her, as if it was silently judging her every move. Was she a prisoner? Three attempted to arch her body further to get a better look at her surroundings, but the ropes that bound her began to dig painfully into her skin once she found their limitations of mobility. With a wince, she instead began to look over herself for any damage. After assessing that all of her limbs were, indeed, still intact, she let out a small sigh of relief. Her clothes had been swapped out for something just as gray as her surroundings, but from what she could see, everything seemed to be in working order. After the dull warmth of sleep began to finally wear away, she couldn't help but realize just how cold it was in her strange cell. Without thinking too much of it, she began to attempt to channel some chakra to her toes to try and warm them up, standard operating procedure for someone who was far too experienced with the harsh winter climates in the mountains of the Hidden Sea village. A searing pain shot up her spine, and she gasped in surprise. Well, then. That proved her previous assertion that she was, indeed, a prisoner. But why? Her mind couldn't help but gravitate to one lone thought. What if her village had brought her back in the dead of night as punishment for defying their orders? Why else, then, would she be tied up in such a way? Sure, they had allowed her to attend the exams under the watchful eye of her team, but there had been many that had had their reservations about seeing her off in the first place. Three frowned to herself. She didn't care. There was a world out there to explore, and she certainly didn't plan on spending it glued to the ground like her grandfather. Destiny be damned. She was about to make an effort to look behind her again when the door to her cell began to make a series of subtle clicking noises, before swinging open silently. Three felt her heart rate increase subtly in her chest. This was it, then. It was probably going to be one of the elders sent to patronize her, and to ensure that she had been sufficiently scared as a result of this little demonstration. Instead, a slender blonde woman made her way through the doorway, a clipboard in one hand. In the other was another metal chair, similar in design to the one she was currently sitting in, which she dragged along as she moved to the middle of the room. The door clicked shut behind her. Well then, the woman said with a sigh, positioning the chair directly in front of her and gently settling herself down in it. So you're awake. Three was reeling internally. What was going on? Who was this person? Was she still in the Hidden Leaf village? I3 began, before an awful dry tickle assaulted her throat, sending her into a fit of hacking coughs. Relax, the woman said softly. You've been unconscious for a while. Your throat's probably pretty dry. Three just nodded, swallowing deeply after finally getting her breathing back under control. She cleared her throat just to be sure, then finally responded. Who are you? Ah. Right. Sorry. I don't do these very often, the woman smiled, setting the clipboard down in her lap. My name is Ino Yamanaka. Three blinked. That had been the last name of one of the boys she had to fight in the Chunin exams. Her heart stopped. Oh no. She didn't know what had happened after she passed out. Had she killed someone? Was this woman here to punish her for killing her son? She suddenly felt very queasy. Maybe the elders had been right. Maybe she should have just stayed in the village. Maybe she should have just kept to herself, instead of demanding to be allowed to attend the Chunin exams. Maybe she should have asked her grandfather for guidance, not that she'd expect an answer. Hey, whoa, Ino said, touching her shoulder comfortingly. Calm down. You're starting to hyperventilate. When her eyes met those of the blonde woman's, Ino smiled. I haven't even started asking questions yet. Somehow, that didn't reassure Three one bit. Let's start with your name, Ino began, looking down at her clipboard. Who are you? I am called Three, she said quietly, staring at the ground between her restrained legs. 3? Ino said, drawing out the word as if she was expecting something more. It is just 3. The woman blinked, before shrugging, pulling a pen from her clothes, and jotting down a note on the clipboard. Okay. That's a start, at least. She looked back up again. Do you know why you're here? 3's heart began to pound again. I do not. She saw a flicker of doubt flash across the woman's face, but it was quickly replaced by a sweet smile a moment later. Okay. Interesting. More scribbling on the clipboard. Y3 cleared her throat. Why am I here? Where am I? Ino looked up slowly, surprised by the sudden question. You're currently in a level 3 detention cell in Umbu headquarters. Your friends and teammates are all fine, but they have also been asked to remain under custody for the time being. 3 froze. Umbu? Those strange masked ninja that she saw everywhere she looked? I'm still in the leaf? Ino blinked. You were expecting to be somewhere else? 3 scrunched her hairless eyebrows across her forehead, nodding fervently. Did my village choose to allow you to punish me in their stead? Ino coughed into her hand. I don't plan on doing any punishing today, unless it's necessitated. But I don't think that'll be necessary, so long as you keep answering my questions, okay? 3 frowned in confusion, but nodded nonetheless. What is the last thing you remember? 3 looked back up at Ino's eyes in surprise. I don't take your time, the blonde said with a wave of her hand, as she leaned back in her chair and crossed her arms over her chest, just watching. The last thing I remember? She was losing. Badly. The blonde genin was incredibly talented. He kept vanishing in puffs of brilliant white smoke, only to be replaced by another replica of himself that would continue to deal significant amounts of damage, before she finally managed to make a connection with her fist. The elders always said she was less talented in martial arts. This competition, it seemed, only proved their assertion. Despite that, however, she felt the need to prove them wrong. It was a strange feeling, one of self-pride, mingled in the back of her mind with the sickening feeling of worry that she wouldn't be able to do it after all. Maybe it was her stubbornness that kept her standing after a barrage like that, even as the massive crowd around them cheered and roared with each of the blonde's punches. Another eternity passed by, to the point where all she could think of was how bright the sun was, how warm it felt on her frail skin, how much it reminded her of home. As the boy began another assault, a warm, bubbling feeling began to crawl its way from her stomach up her throat, up into her mind. Home. She could feel it. They said that it was what made her special. Her connection with the village. Her peers. Her grandfather. She vaguely watched from the corner of her eye as her opponent began to charge up some sort of orb of chakra in the palm of his hand, swirling and wobbling wildly as he pumped more and more power into the technique. Then, suddenly, the Hokage was there. He'd grabbed the boy's wrist, and her head was swimming now. It was loud and bright. All she wanted was to be alone. For the yelling and bickering of the 2 strange blonde men to just stop, she blinked, the feeling in her mind growing more and more intense, like a sharp, painful headache, just behind her eyes, without the pain. Just a pressure, one that was quickly making it harder and harder to concentrate. The vague outline of 7 faces on the mountain behind the father and son suddenly caught her eye. The 4th from the left, situated slightly below the rest, for some reason, fascinated her. A drunken smile crossed her face as she noted his hair was shaped similarly to that of her opponent's, somewhat spiky, unruly, and all over the place. Then, everything stopped. Time, space, light, her echoing heartbeat thundered between her ears as the pressure simply became too much. Ino yelped when the girl's nostrils suddenly began to bleed, and her eyes rolled into the back of her head. I need a medic in here. Chapter 11. When Minato returned home that evening, there was no fanfare. No lights, no sounds or smells of Kushina cooking something up for dinner, no warm embrace. The place felt eerie. The door clicked shut behind him, and Minato had to blink once or twice to adjust to the darkness. This is odd, Minato thought to himself with a small frown, instantly on his guard. Kushina always leaves this place brighter than the sun. He silently eased himself out of his sandals, piling them neatly in the corner, next to his wife's, which made him smile brilliantly. So she is home. He walked down the hallway, his dull footsteps reverberating off the walls. Shadows danced through the windows, the outlines of trees waving in the wind painting splotches of black on a canvas of moonlight. It had been a long day. It was like a perfect storm of events. First he learned of the Mizuki's incapacitation, while waiting in Kushina's hospital room for some sort of sign from Jiraiya. Then came the run-in with the now infamous Naruto and his son, whose escape still baffled him to the point where his head hurt if he thought about it too much. Then came the biggest news of the day. Kushina? He called out into the darkness, listening intently as the floorboards creaked and moaned under his footsteps. No response, although he did hear a small cough coming from the kitchen. When he rounded the corner, he found her sitting alone, in the dark, a mug of cold tea cupped between her hands. Kushina? He asked again, a seed of worry suddenly taking root inside of his chest, all of his excitement and happiness extinguished in an instant. Are you okay? He flipped the light switch, and the fluorescent lighting in their kitchen clicked and hummed to life. Have you been sitting in the dark this whole time? Silence. Minato took a moment to just look at her, his eyebrows furrowed across his forehead in confusion. Her own face was as blank as stone, her unfocused eyes burrowing an unseen hole in the table before her. No. He cracked a small smile. Then why are you? Kushina blinked, her eyes moving up to look out the window above their sink, an almost bored frown on her face. Oh. It wasn't dark when I sat down. Minato frowned, making his way towards the chair next to his wife. The sound of the wooden legs grinding on the tile floor made him wince slightly, but he ignored it and settled down in it, steepling his hands together across the tabletop before him. Okay. What's wrong? Up close, he could see just how fatigued Kushina looked. Massive bags sat under her eyes, hung across her cheeks from one side of her face to the other. Her normally fiery violet eyes were now a dull gray, still unmoved from the kitchen table. Minato couldn't tell if it was because of the artificial light in the room, or if it was because of something else. When she didn't answer in her usual upbeat, fiery spirit either in excitement or in rage, Minato began to grow more and more nervous. So he coped with it how he normally did, by changing the subject. That missing meme Naruto and his son ended up escaping earlier today, he noted absently, his hands now cupping one another, elbows perched upon the edges of the table. I decided to let them go. Regardless of who they actually hail to, we are both on the same side right now. And there's a chance that the events in the mist, if true, can lead to a strengthening between our two nations. When she didn't respond, he continued. I don't really know what it is they're up to, exactly, but part of me thinks that they're on our side. I don't know why, I just do. When she still didn't respond, he fought hard to resist dropping to his knees and begging her to explain what was going on. Instead, he began to ramble about nothing in particular, his mind frantically trying to fill the gaps in between his thoughts, lest his anxiety take root there instead. You know, I think Jiraiya is about to start work on his next novel. I keep trying to get him to write something similar to Tales of a Gutsy Shinobi, but he's not having any of it. In fact, he seems pretty adamant about the fact that his adult literature sells more. I'm not so sure, though. He trailed off, not exactly sure where it was he was going in the first place. Instead of more words, a small sigh slipped past his lips, and he moved a hand through his hair, feeling the oily texture between his fingertips that signified a long, tiresome workday. His eyes closed for a moment as he tried to compose himself. When they opened, he turned to watch Kushina again. To his surprise, she was shaking. It was barely noticeable. But Minato could tell, simply by the way the liquid in her cup rippled ever so slightly between her hands. He froze, watching her face contorted into some sort of strange amalgamation of all sorts of different expressions, combined into one. It was almost as if she was trying to switch between faces too quickly, to the point where it was impossible to go from one to the other fast enough. Finally, he had enough. If she was this upset, this angry, it was only making things worse for her to try diversionary tactics. He opened his mouth and blurted the first thing that came to mind. I'm sorry. Minato, I'm sorry. They both froze. Kushina's face was now level with his, tear-brimmed eyes staring into his face with a look of guilt and shame and some other unexplainable expression that shook Minato to the bone with guilt of his own. You're sorry? Minato said, mouth aghast. I've been selfish, she began, talking quickly, as if she was afraid her throat would close up before she had the chance to say what she wanted to say. You have this new job, and so much more responsibility now than you ever did before, and I'm being selfish. You can't just put me on a pedestal above everyone else. She reached up and wiped her eyes, sniffling. I was upset at you first, but now I'm just upset at myself, you know. Minato blinked. What? No. If anything, it's me who should be sorry. I blew you off earlier and that was a mistake. A big mistake. He winced as the memory flashed through his mind. Minato, I'm pregnant. Minato froze, all of his thoughts of Naruto and Boruto evaporating from his mind in an instant. With just 3 words, she had managed to steal his complete attention, and for a Kage, very little had the power over him to do that. Kushina just smiled, brushing the hospital gown over her stomach flat. The doctors say it's too early to tell, but I think it's a boy. You mean yes. You're going to be a father, Minato. I'm going to be a father? Kushina just smiled. A huge smile burst across Minato's face, and he let out a sharp laugh. I'm going to be a father. He swept her up in a massive hug, repeating the same thing over and over again as he twirled her around the room. I'm gonna be a dad, I'm gonna be a dad, I'm gonna be a dad, Minato, put me down or I'm gonna end up going through the wall. The fourth froze, then grinned sheepishly. When Kushina returned to her feet, she put her hands on her hips to chastise him, but in the end just shook her head and sighed, looking down at her as yet distended belly. This is great, Minato said, smile still on his face, as he paced across the room. We've gotta go get baby stuff, and pick out a room in the house, and figure out what color to paint it. And he froze, his grin faltering. And we've got to keep him safe. Minato? Kushina asked, eyebrows raised at the sudden change of thought. I've got to go take care of this, Minato said carefully, the smile returning although slightly more strained now than before. I promise we will talk about this when I get home tonight. But if I don't figure out what's going on, and fast, people might be seriously hurt. Kushina blinked and opened her mouth to say something, before letting a strained sigh escape her lips. Okay. Go be the Hokage, she said quietly, nodding towards the door. Minato hesitated for a moment after seeing the look in his wife's eyes. He nodded once, disappearing in a flicker of yellow. You can't just blow off the village, though, Minato. Kushina said suddenly, eyes wild and full of worry. They picked you for a reason. Don't try and prioritize me over the rest of the leaf. But Kushina, there will come a point, Kushina began, suddenly very serious, her eyes sharp and commanding, where you have to decide what's more important. She rubbed her stomach gingerly, or the hidden leaf. Something will happen, I know it will, and I know you know as well. Something will happen, and you'll have to make a decision. She reached across the table and took his hand in his, squeezing tightly. I'm here to tell you that you don't have to make it alone. Minato blinked, a frown on his face. What? Kushina, what are you saying? I'm saying that you should never have to worry about whose side I'm on, Minato, she said with finality. I was stubborn and selfish today, but that won't happen again. I promise. There are more important things. Than what? You? The baby? Minato asked. No. I won't have it. If it comes down to it, I'm not going to make the decision. I'm going to find a way to save both you and the village. Minato, there's always a way. He said, squeezing her hand back. There's always a way. Never give up hope. That's what Jiraiya-sensei always says, at least. He smiled at her, eyes twinkling with adoration. I honestly can't believe you're already thinking about that sort of thing. What else can I do, you know? Kushina said, quieter this time, her eyes tracing the stains of tea ringing the interior of her mug. I'm gonna be a mom. It's kind of my job to worry. Minato didn't have to say anything. Nor did Kushina have to respond. They just sat there, holding hands, the low hum of the kitchen light above them competing with the wind outside for auditory superiority. When's your due date? Minato quietly asked, as he rubbed circles on her hand with his thumb. Kushina smiled, leaning forward a bit in her chair. October 10th. Minato sighed, the bags under his eyes deepening every moment. That's not very far away, he admitted with a small chuckle. It'll be here before we know it. A little less than 8 months, yeah, Kushina said, her voice giving the impression that she wasn't believing what she was hearing. It's going to be crazy. And exciting, Minato added. And amazing, Kushina sighed. Another moment of silence. Then, Minato had a thought, something he hadn't really thought of until just then. Hey Kushina? Yeah. I think we should pick a different name. The redhead blinked. Huh? Why? Minato sighed, running his free hand across his face and through his hair. Because I get a bad vibe from the other Naruto. The one that showed up yesterday. I don't usually buy into these sorts of things, but he frowned. I get a bad feeling from all of this. They showed up the same day we decide on a name, and one of them has the same one as the one we picked. Kushina laughed, the sound of her voice echoing off the walls and through the house, and Minato decompressed as it rattled around his ribcage, poking and prodding at his troubled heart, little by little, before it finally sighed and gave in to peace. Okay, fine. Let's change it, then. What do you want to change it to? I think Menma still works, if you're game. Minato raised an eyebrow. Since when are you so saged about all of this? Weren't you really worried about what our baby would be named yesterday? Kushina shrugged. Nah, not really. Not anymore, at least. I've had one hell of a week. I don't think much more could surprise me. If she had been in her mindscape at that moment, she would have seen the nine-tails smirk as he slept, curled in a ball around the shackle bounded to his leg. How long is this supposed to take? It's been hours. Boruto dragged out the last syllable with every last fiber of strength his waning self-control could wrestle together, flopping onto his back with a very petulant huff. Naruto sighed with a smile, cracking open an eye to watch his son writhe around in the boat. It was true, they had sailed all through the night and into the morning. Naruto didn't need a watch that it was now mid-afternoon, the day after they had picked up Hayashi and Hohito. What are you sighing about? Boruto lurched to his feet, pointing an accusing finger at his father. You knew this would happen, didn't you? Naruto just raised an eyebrow. I never said that the journey to Mist would be a fast one. With another sigh once again loud enough to the point where he was absolutely sure that Boruto could hear, he hoisted himself up from the floor of their small hired boat to look out over the edge and towards the blue-rimmed horizon. We aren't going very fast because we're using an ocean current to move, Naruto explained evenly. Unless you'd like to grab an oar and start paddling, we're stuck at this pace. So calm down. Boruto blanched at the idea of having to row. Their boat wasn't all that impressive in size, it was probably no more than 20 feet long and 8 feet wide, with a sailless mast that jutted from the craft's center column. Still, having to push not only the boat but its 4 passengers, even with the assistance of chakra, would be mind-numbingly terrible. Well, what are we supposed to do now, then? We've already been on this thing for hours, Boruto grumbled, before tossing himself down onto one of the wooden benches that lined the outer wall of the boat, watching as the water lapped up against the outer hull. We've got all this time to kill. Naruto could tell what the boy was thinking just by looking at the way his eyebrows would alternate between attacking one another across his forehead and retreating up and into his hairline. As such, he understood the tumultuous battle of wills going on within Boruto's mind purely because the same thoughts were running through his. This was the first chance they'd had since arriving in the past to actually sit and think. Every other event that had transpired, for better or for worse, had led immediately to the next, and so on, leaving very little room for debilitation. Naruto knew all too well the feeling of investing all of one's mental energy for one task and one task only, and the fallout that occurred once the rest of his mind would catch up to him once he completed it. It was almost like an instinctual, animalistic trait, being able to completely disregard the emotional, questioning side of the mind when it really mattered. But now, they had all the time in the world. And the events of the last few days had begun to bombard Boruto with wave after wave of what-ifs and could-have-beens. Then, the implications of their disappearance tiptoed into Naruto's mind with all the subtlety of a drunken elephant. If they were here, what was going on in their timeline? What would happen when the world found out that they were missing, if they were missing at all? An unsettling thought surfaced. What if there was no coming back? What if Naruto and his son were essentially just clones, no longer tied to the original? Naruto knew all too well how clones worked, and the thought that he might no longer be the him he expected himself to be. What if they had no home to return to? Or, more accurately, what if another version of them already occupied that space? What of his wife? What of Himawari? What of his job, the village, the shinobi world as a whole? Of Gaara, of Killer Bee, of Kakashi, of Tsunade, of Sakura and of Sasuke, of his entire life? As quickly as before, another wave of nauseous panic washed over Naruto, as he debilitated just what it was they were planning, how they were expecting to get home. What they had discussed in his seal room, their grand plan, so to speak, was only as solid as the events of the next 2 days. One deviance, and it would all fall to pieces. And Naruto didn't have to have an IQ similar to Shikamaru's to understand just how risky such a plan could be. Still, the 7th Hokage didn't get to be the 7th Hokage for nothing. A certain degree of luck was almost required for the job. And there it was, the blossoming flower of hope that Naruto clung to time and time again, without fail. Even now, the bud bloomed, warming his heart and calming his aching, encumbered mind. All that was left now was his luck. And he desperately hoped it had yet to run dry. Naruto sighed as he ran his hand through his hair, his outward appearance unchanged after years of village leadership and the necessity of calmness under pressure. "Hey, Boruto." The boy's electric blue eyes shot up immediately, probing him like a searchlight the moment he heard his name called. "Yeah." Naruto smiled faintly. "Want to train a bit? Since we've got nothing better to do, you know." Boruto ignited like a miniature sun. "Finally. It's about time." But Naruto could easily see past the indignance to the pure relief that ran through his veins, now that he was occupied again. Like father, like son. "All right then, come here." Naruto gestured to the seat next to him, subtly casting a glance to where Hayashi and Hohito slept on the other side of the boat. "And be quiet. We don't want to wake them up." He knew they weren't sleeping. In fact, he was pretty certain that Hayashi was watching them, Byakugan active, even though they were turned the other way. Boruto opened his mouth to reply in the affirmative, then remembered what his father had just told him and snapped it shut with an audible click. Instead, he just nodded his head violently, a bright smile burgeoning across his face. "What do you want to do?" he whispered. "We can practice shuriken, or kunai, or shadow clones. I can still only make 4, but I think if I just tried a little bit harder." "No," Naruto stated plainly, looking down at his son with a small frown. "I want you to show me your Rasengan." The smile on Boruto's face evaporated like a water droplet on a hot plate. "Am I what?" "Don't think I haven't forgotten about what happened in your fight during the exams," Naruto said evenly. "You disobeyed one of my direct instructions, and for that you were disqualified from the event. That hasn't changed." All of this, he gesticulated to the water all around them as it slowly meandered past, aside. "You are still in trouble." He sighed, thinking for a moment, before nodding his head in self-agreeance, and continued. "Still, despite that, you might need to use it sooner rather than later. And I want to make sure you're prepared. So show me your Rasengan." With a gulp, Boruto nodded, sticking out his hand. His face morphed from one of anxiety to one of intense concentration, his eyebrows colliding across his forehead. Finally, after a moment of tense silence, the telltale whistle of a birthed Rasengan whirling to life in the palm of his hand echoed off the surface of the water, the front end of the boat radiating a faint blue glow. He held it up in front of him as it swirled madly, and Naruto leaned in to get a closer look, narrowing his eyes as he scrutinized it for error. Then, he simply nodded. "All right. That's enough, then." Boruto let the jutsu fizzle out, blinking in surprise. "That's it?" "Yeah," Naruto shrugged with a small smile. "I just needed to see how far you got without my help." You're not mad at me?" "Of course I'm angry with you, Boruto," Naruto said, one eyebrow raised. "You did something incredibly dangerous, trying to use the Rasengan before you've properly mastered it. And you could have been hurt. Badly." "But I was just no buts," Naruto said with a stern look. When it became obvious that Boruto was still not getting it, he raised his own hand and began to channel chakra through it, in a way that he had done countless times before. "Watch," he instructed, before proceeding through the steps as slowly as he could. The air above his hand began to ripple from the overabundance of energy, glowing a bright blue glow. Then, the currents of chakra started to swirl and rotate, taking a rough spherical shape that spat and flashed blue from all sides. With another burst of chakra, the sphere became denser and denser, before it was a purely spherical ball, humming with power. The whole thing spun wildly in one direction, rotating like a planet between a pair of blond suns. Bright, blue, brilliant. Incomplete. "This is where you're at right now," Naruto stated. "When I learned this jutsu, it was taught to me in 3 steps. The first was generating enough chakra to actually form the thing. The next was to swirl it into a sphere, like this." He nodded down at his outstretched hand. "At first, I had the same thought you did. It's a sphere like it's supposed to be, and it can do a lot of damage, so why bother learning the rest, right?" As if to prove his point, the Rasengan began to fluctuate wildly, becoming oblong along its equator, the quiet hum replaced with a worrisome hiss. "You see? This form of Rasengan is incredibly unstable. A proper Rasengan is supposed to be self-sustaining, to the point where you don't have to do anything other than hold and guide it wherever you want it to go." Boruto nodded. "Yeah. But this Rasengan." Naruto looked down at his palm again, as the chakra began to violently spit out in different directions. "This Rasengan cannot do that. It's deceptive, because it can sustain itself for a few minutes, but there's also the chance that it will destabilize before then." Right on cue, the Rasengan shattered into a bright ball of light. The explosion rocked the boat sideways, spewing water across the bow and into the boat, misting the passengers with a spray of salty seawater. Naruto just barely was able to divert it away from them as the ricochet of energy reverberated through his arm, bouncing between the 2 Uzumaki like a tuning fork. "You see?" Naruto said, wincing when he realized that the explosion may have been more explosive than intended. "And that was only at 1/10 of the normal size I make them." Boruto blinked. "At 10th? Yeah," Naruto said knowingly. "And you've been trying to do it at full power." Eyes wide as saucers, Boruto sat down beside his father, looking down at the wooden floor of the boat as trapped water sloshed back and forth from the sea's movements. "Learn the 3rd step," Naruto said pointedly, grasping his son's shoulder with his hand. "Compression and counterflow. Get that down, and the Rasengan will never." Naruto stumbled. A wheezing breath squeaked from his mouth instead of the rest of his sentence, his eyes wide in surprise. Boruto turned in shock, watching as his father sank to his knees before him. "Dad? That's 2 and 5, Naruto coughed, grabbing at the skin under his shirt. "Damn, I really wish they would time things out better." "What's wrong?" A voice suddenly called from beside them. "Naruto?" The one-armed man simply sighed, more from exhaustion than from agitation. He looked up to where Hayashi stood, arms crossed and eyes both concerned and highly skeptical, and began to work his way through the motions of standing upright once again. "Just a hiccup in my plans," Naruto said carefully, his breath still ragged. "It shouldn't happen again, at least, not for a while." Hayashi narrowed his eyes, but otherwise said nothing. "What were you guys doing?" came a small voice from beside Hayashi, and Boruto turned to meet the eyes of the boy he had held at knife point the previous day. Well, Boruto began, obviously not sure whether or not it was okay to explain what it was they had been doing. We were gonna train a bit. Naruto smiled down at the boy, and he swept his arm forward in a welcoming gesture. You should join us. It helps keep your mind occupied, trust me. Hohito just blinked, before looking up at Hayashi as if for permission, before slowly making his way over to where Boruto was sitting. Boruto and Hohito just stared at each other for a moment, the Hyuga boy beginning to show signs of apprehension. Then, in trademark Uzumaki fashion, Boruto blurted out a question without any consideration one way or the other. What's your name again? Hohito jumped at the sound, before blinking a few times and smiling sheepishly. My name is Hohito Hyuga. I am a genin from the Hidden Leaf Village, currently under the tutelage of Jounin and clan leader Hayashi Hyuga. His eyes glanced over towards Hayashi for a split second, before returning to Boruto. This is my first mission outside of the village. Much to Hohito's evident surprise, Boruto smiled. Oh, cool. Yeah, this is my first mission outside of the village, too. My dad's too much of a hard-ass to ever let me out. I'm right here, you know, Naruto deadpanned, leaning back as he watched the boys interact, Boruto giving him a dirty look before he dragged Hohito off to the other side of the boat, as far from the two adults as the confined space allowed. Even better for the mind in tumultuous situations was friendship, and Naruto didn't realize it at first, but Hohito may have been a blessing in disguise. Hayashi was necessary for the plan, but Hohito was an outlier and unexpected addition. Naruto remembered little of the man from their time. He was one of the many Hyuga the Leaf sent to the front lines during the Fourth Shinobi War, and Naruto hadn't stayed in one place for much longer than 5 minutes throughout the entire 2-day affair. But when he did the math, it made sense. Hohito was around 27 at the time of the war, and therefore must have been around Boruto's age at his birth. In their time, Hohito had retired from military service shortly after the war in order to open a tea shop on the far west corner of the village, one that did reasonably well, if memory served. He had a family with a nondescript civilian woman a few years his junior, and the man was exceptionally happy, if Naruto's occasional business was anything to go off of. Still, he wasn't even sure if he was thinking of Hohito or someone else. It had been a long time since the last time he had seen the Hyuga Jounin. When I get back, I need to make an effort to get to know him better, Naruto thought to himself bemusedly. Yet another reason to keep moving forward. If they didn't return to the future sooner rather than later, then there was no telling what kind of repercussions could spiral out of control. Then again, there was no telling what had already spiraled out of control. Hohito and Boruto continued chatting, Hohito warming up to the boy as their conversation unfolded into discussions of cool jutsu and whatever hobbies they both fancied. It was a heartwarming sight. Even though they were both, intrinsically, from entirely different eras of the leaf, common ground could always be found between future friends. It's what Naruto cherished the most about his home and why he was so proud that his son was able to bridge the gap, perhaps not over distance in this case, but over time. Not even Naruto could lay claim to that feat. Amusing, aren't they? Naruto was brought back out of his reverie by Hayashi's quiet question, as the man took the seat next to him respectably far away, of course. Naruto just smiled and turned to look back at his son and Hohito as they chatted. Yeah. Hayashi gave a very smile in response, before they settled into a comfortable silence. He looks up to you tremendously, you know. Naruto blinked. I'm sorry? Even I can see it. Hayashi turned his silverescent eyes back to Naruto's. Even though I cannot say I am the most receptive to emotion. That is more of my brother's strong suit. Naruto gave a single, short chuckle in response. Still, Hayashi continued, eyes returning to the two boys as they scrutinized Hohito's kunai pouch. He holds quite a bit of self-doubt within himself. Most likely due to the fact that you are his father, and others look up to you as well, not just Boruto. Naruto blinked once. I'm sorry? I suspect the reason he acts the way he does is because he wants your attention. I take it you are a busy man? I am, yeah, I suppose you could say that. Naruto frowned, raising an eyebrow. But how did you know? Is it really that painfully obvious? Because I did the same thing to my father when I was his age, although, perhaps not as flagrantly, Hayashi replied smoothly, still staring forward. I could tell the moment his eyes lit up when you offered to train him. He treasures your company, tremendously so. The Hyuga sighed, running his hands across his clothes to smooth them out. Now, I cannot say I am an expert in parenting in the slightest. My betrothed and I certainly plan on having children, but not until after I am married. He turned to look at Naruto again. But I can tell you as a son, firsthand, that he loves you. And you love him. But please, spend some time with him outside of missions, or ninja work. I know not where you came from, or where your allegiances really lie, but I trust in the fact that you are intelligent and thoughtful and can make an informed decision. Your son will be all the better for it, I can assure you of that. Naruto was silent for a moment, mostly in shock. This Hayashi was much more forthcoming with his advice, and was simply more interactive in general. The man had become jaded and reclusive after the death of his wife, and only after decades of Hinata's constant nurturing was he able to climb back up the wall of his depressive slump and return to a state somewhat similar to how he was before everything began. At least, that was what Hinata had said. And after the birth of his grandchildren, he opened up even more. Even Naruto, with his limited exposure to his father-in-law before marrying the man's daughter, could see the change. But he'd never seen Hayashi at his most pure. Naruto cleared his throat, still surprised at how forward the Hyuga was. Thanks. Hayashi just nodded once, still staring across the boat. What are you training him? The sudden shift of topics, however, Naruto was all too familiar with. The Hyuga, even his own wife up to a certain extent, preferred to get right to the middle of things as soon as possible. And yet they're fantastic politicians, Naruto mused to himself with a mental shake of his head. Well, I guess you could call it a chakra control exercise, Naruto said carefully. Although he trusted Hayashi more than almost anyone else in this timeline, he was still hesitant to reveal too much about himself. Trust was, after all, a two-way street. A chakra control exercise that happens to look strikingly familiar? Hayashi asked, more of a statement than a question, but judging from the way he left it hanging in the air between them, Naruto was able to ascertain the man was subtly probing him. Ah. So Hayashi knew about the Rasengan, then. Who are you? Hayashi suddenly asked, turning and narrowing his eyes at Naruto. And I mean who you really are. I know your first name, and that you are unsettlingly kind, considering the amount of stress Lord Fourth put into stating you are not to be trusted. You knew my name, considering I have never seen you before, nor you me. He looked away for a second. You know of the weakness present within the Byakugan, as well as much more than someone like you should. Something does not add up here, and I intend to get to the bottom of it sooner rather than later. Naruto blinked once, then twice. Then, he smiled, letting out a sharp chuckle. Well, all right then, have at it. I'm interested to see what you find. Hayashi frowned, raising an eyebrow inquisitively. But, to Naruto's surprise, he didn't anger. He just sighed. As am I. A blanket of somewhat tense silence settled over the two for what seemed like hours, but in all actuality was most likely no more than a few seconds. Still, to Naruto, it was an eternity. Just what was the man on about? He decided that the best course of action would be to keep him talking at least, until Naruto and Hohito stopped chatting amongst themselves. Is that your son? Naruto asked, knowing full well he wasn't. Hayashi blinked, then shook his head slowly and methodically. No, he is not. I am simply giving him some supplemental training before he goes off and partakes in official missions with his genin team. Ah, clan affairs, then. I beg your pardon? Hayashi turned to look at Naruto, his face a sheet of stone. You're training him to be a better part of your clan, Naruto clarified. You must think highly of him. He is a Hyuga, Hayashi said simply. He is family. Naruto just nodded. I understand. He scratched his neck nonchalantly, hoping to ease the small bit of tension that had descended upon them since they had begun talking. Still, you could have fooled me. When he saw Hayashi's confusion, he smiled and continued. About Hohito being your son, I mean. The way you coddle him, and with all that advice you were just dishing out, IDV thought you were some sort of saged old grandfather. Once again, Hayashi was full of surprises. The man smiled and gave a quiet chuckle. I suppose. But those days are far, far ahead of me. Mentally, Naruto smiled a knowing smile. It'll be sooner than you think, you know. Hayashi's froze for a split second, but the moment passed as soon as it had come. Oh, I'm well aware of that. My wife-to-be and I are quite excited to start trying for a proper family soon. Oh, that's good to hear. Naruto said with a grin. Trust me, they're not all as good-natured as Hohito over there. From what I've seen of the boy, he's a fantastic kid. He nodded towards where Boruto was now standing, working through a set of sloppy kata that the boat seemed hell-bent on preventing with all of its jostling. That one, he's got a heart of fire, I can tell you that much. He smiled. Reminds me of me when I was his age, actually. His mother always says so. Hayashi smiled and nodded. Indeed. Even without the physical similarities, he is your spitting image. Naruto scoffed. Believe it or not, I see a lot more of his mother in him than me. His will, his heart, his kindness, that kind of thing. That was all her. Hayashi nodded absent-mindedly. I'm sure she is a magnificent kunoichi. Naruto raised a knowing eyebrow. And how are you so sure she is a ninja? I didn't, Hayashi chuckled. That one was an educated guess. Hey! Dad! Boruto suddenly shouted, trying to run to the other side of the boat to his father against the rocking of the boat beneath him. Guess what? What's that? Hohito's really good at the gentle fist. He said excitedly, eyes ablaze with enthusiasm. And he can already see almost 50 yards with the Byakugan. He frowned then, puffing out his chest. But I still bet that Himawari can see farther. As soon as he had said it, Boruto and Naruto both cringed. That was a slip-up that was sure to come back and bite them in their asses. Himawari? And it would seem that it would happen sooner rather than later. Boruto smiled a nervous smile. Oh, well, she's my sister, see, and she can see really well, but I bet it's nothing like the Byakugan, you know. Super different stuff, she's got good eyesight, Naruto interjected. That's all. Hayashi narrowed his eyes. I just asked who she was. Naruto paled. Oh. Well, it's true. She's got good eyesight. Silence overtook the four shinobi, and they simply stood in a circle in the middle of the boat in an awkward haze. Then, suddenly, the air began to grow hazy, the horizon disappearing behind a layer of thick fog. Several more moments passed, and their ship began to appear as if it was plunging headfirst into a beached cloud. Whoa, Hohito whispered. That mist, it came out of nowhere, Boruto completed. That's because it's man-made, Naruto said, looking up at the foggy sky. At least, I think it is. It is, Hayashi confirmed, his Byakugan blaring across his face. I can see the subtle traces of chakra in the mist. Interesting, Naruto muttered to himself. I don't remember this from the first time I was here. The boat lurched beneath them, the current harshly changing directions underneath the water. The waves began to pull the boat more to the right, and the mist kept getting thicker. I believe it is a seal that we triggered, Hayashi said calmly, looking around. Regardless, it is incredibly disorienting. I cannot see very far ahead. The sound of croaking frogs and waves lapping against shorelines whispered through the air before them, the sea otherwise completely silent. It was incredibly foreboding. Even Naruto could sense Kurama stirring inside of his gut. Something was wrong here. The mist began to thicken further, and tall, looming spires of black silhouetted against the backdrop like smudges in a painting. The hidden mist village. They had arrived. The place was as deserted as it sounded. Not a soul moved through the streets, no children playing with one another between the buildings as shopkeepers and civilians made their way across the village. No stalls were set up, or vendors to tend them, and the windows and shutters were all drawn in and secured firmly to the buildings that lined the road leading from the docks to the village proper. It looked like a complete ghost town, and it unnerved Boruto to no end. "Isn't this place supposed to be huge?" he asked quietly, as he walked between his father and his grandfather, well, the man that would become his grandfather. It was strange, seeing his mother's father younger than she was in his own time. Boruto was used to the man being some sort of ever-present figure of class and dignity, considering the man was nothing short of royalty. Being the father-in-law of a Kage, let alone a retired clan leader, was certain to turn heads. But now, as a young jounin, Boruto's image of the man as some kind of omnipotent sage had shattered like a sheet of glass. "It is," Naruto said. "But it's mostly hidden behind the fog right now." "Something seems amiss here," Hayashi said with a frown, turning from building to check for chakra signatures. "I can see people inside the houses, but they aren't moving." Naruto froze mid-step, the blood draining from his face. "Are you saying they're dead?" "No," Hayashi replied smoothly. "They look as if they are hiding from something. As to what that something is, I have no idea." Naruto took a deep breath and nodded, turning back to the long, flowing streets with narrowed eyes. That meant that the villagers were still all here, they were just locked up in their homes. "Wait," Hayashi murmured, pointing towards a side street that went down a small hill. "There is a building down there that is still open. Whoever is inside is moving around quite a bit." "Let's check it out," Naruto decided, steering the group down the alleyway. When they arrived at the place that Hayashi had pointed out, Naruto breathed a heavy sigh of relief. "Good. Maybe she'll know what's going on." The small corner market had all but one of its shutters closed and latched tight, but the door was open, and Naruto could see the figure of a short and stout old woman moving around behind the counter, storing things away in preparation to close down like everyone else, it seemed. They made their way through the door, which opened easily. A bell chimed as they crossed the threshold, and the woman froze, her wrinkled eyes darting up from the rows of cans she was placing behind the counter. "Who are you?" she stated quickly, moving her hands under the counter as if she was looking for something. "I wouldn't do that if I were you," Hayashi warned, and the woman froze, turning to glare in the impassive Hyuga's direction. From the looks of it, the woman had been searching for a weapon, then. "We don't mean you any harm," Naruto said gently, as he held his hand out as a peace offering. "We're just travelers making our way through the village, and we noticed everyone was gone. Do you know what's going on?" The woman's eyes snapped to him, and she glared holes in his face for several long minutes before she sighed and dropped forward, her face sinking as she did so. "Always running behind. Always. It never fails to get me into trouble, too." "I am sorry?" "You shouldn't be here," she stated simply, eyes narrowed. "The village is under lockdown. The Mizukage himself made the decree just a few short hours ago." Naruto blinked in surprise. The Mizukage? He knew that the man should have been unconscious, if his previous encounters with the Jinchuriki of this world were anything to go by. It was why they were here, after all. So he couldn't possibly have made the law. The woman frowned at him, as if she was agitated by the simple fact he didn't know what was going on. "Yes. You know, our village leader? Lord Fifth proclaimed that a mandatory curfew is to be enforced for the next 3 days. Some say it's to prevent looting and rioting, but I say it's all just a show. A power play, if you know what I mean. Everyone knows the looting happens anyway." I'm afraid I don't," Naruto said with a small smile. "Looting? Rioting? I must have misheard you." "Oh, no, it happens every time there's a change in leadership here. I should know, I've lived through almost all of them." The woman sighed, her eyes shifting down to the floorboards in thought. "It happened from the first and second, then the second and third, and especially from the third to the fourth. 3 council members were hanged that weekend." She frowned, looking back up into Naruto's eyes. "And it'll happen again now that the fifth's in charge." All this curfew nonsense will serve to do is give the robbers a chance to organize themselves. She gestured to the piles of food and clothing that were still sticking out of boxes, stacked along the walls, ready to be moved somewhere safer. If all of this isn't stored away by that point, I'm through. I'm sorry, Naruto blurted, did you just say the fifth? Isn't the mist currently under the reign of the fourth Hokage, Yagura? The woman froze, giving Naruto a strange look. Then, she scoffed, rolling her eyes. That's old hat, boy. Yagura has been gone for days now. The fifth took control yesterday evening. She moved towards the boxes again, several cans of tomatoes in her hands. Hence why I suggest you and your she-eyed the group of leaf shinobi warily, strange family ought to leave. Immediately. Things are about to get really nasty. Naruto mentally noted that the lady was correct, technically, they were all family. Some by quite the extension, others by marriages that had yet to exist, but family nonetheless. Where is the Mizukage now? Naruto said carefully, watching as the woman picked a box up and hoisted it along towards the back room. She froze at the question, narrowing her eyes again. What business does a group of travelers have with the Mizukage? And why do you refuse to listen to me and leave, now that you still have the chance? Ma'am, Hayashi said, bowing slightly in respect for joining the conversation. If it isn't the same to you, we simply would like to know where not to be. In the event of an incident, of course. The woman paused, thinking to herself carefully, before she sighed in acceptance. All right. I suppose that's understandable. The Mizukage's tower is the large, flat building in the center of the valley. It's the one built on top of the aqueducts. Hard to miss. She disappeared behind the back door for a moment, then returned empty-handed. The best place to go in order to leave is the southern shipping route, the woman said. Hardly anyone uses it this time of year. The odds of pirates or bandits isn't quite as high that way. She began to herd them towards the door, pausing to draw in the last remaining shutter, before lowering a thick slab of wood behind it to keep it from moving. Now go. Tell no one you spoke to me. She ushered them all out the door, leaning over and plucking the sign that said Baba's General Goods from the frame beside it, making her way back in. Naruto turned around as she began to close the door behind them. Thank you, he said simply with a nod of his head, and she simply grunted in response and clicked the door shut. They stood outside of the building for a few moments, listening as they heard the sound of hammering echo from within the store. Finally, Naruto began to move, his eyes tracing the horizon until they fell upon the large building in the center of the village. We're not leaving, right, Dad? Boruto asked, taking a look around himself. That old lady thought we were gonna leave. No, Naruto confirmed, narrowing his eyes at the Mizukage Tower. No. Something is definitely wrong here. It seems like there was some sort of coup while Yagura was unconscious. He started walking again, slowly but confidently. Boruto just nodded absent-mindedly, his attention elsewhere at the moment. The village was simply too amazing, a completely different change of pace from the everyday monotony of the Leaf Village. Well, his Leaf Village, at least. He let his eyes wander across the facades of the buildings, up the strange slanted, round rooftops, across the asymmetric gutters that ran down towards the ground, rust blossoming at the joints where the frame met the building's outer wall. They passed a few more streets, which ducked off behind the strange buildings off to some unseen final destination. The dark alleyways wound their way through the village, running parallel to the main road they were currently walking down, occasionally opening back out into the street every few blocks. Boruto watched them pass him by absent-mindedly, his mind drifting to thoughts of how anyone could walk down such a small path. Just as he was about to turn back ahead again to reassure himself that they were going the right direction, he saw it. He froze, eyes wide as he did a double take. Just as soon as he had seen the row of sharp, pearl-white teeth in the shadows of one of the alleyways, they were gone again. Boruto stopped walking, his eyes narrowing at the slit between the buildings. He had seen something. He was sure of it. The image was simply too sharp in his mind to ignore. With one hand, he reached down into his kunai pouch, but frowned when he felt none left. They must have fallen out when we were running everywhere, Boruto groaned mentally. Aw, man, Mom's gonna kill me. He dipped his hand further down into the holster, grabbing the next best thing, a pair of shuriken. Brandishing them between his knuckles, he began to creep forward, the darkness of the alley seemingly growing colder, more menacing with every step. Boruto? It took everything the boy had not to yelp when he felt a hand on his shoulder, before he swiveled around to look up at his father, heart thundering in his chest. Geez, you scared the crap out of me. Yeah, and you scared me too, Naruto said with a frown. We were already 3 streets over when I realized you weren't with us anymore. Seeing the way his son gave the alleyway sidelong glances every moment or so, Naruto narrowed his eyes. Boruto? What's wrong? I saw something, Boruto muttered, turning to look back again. Down there. What was it? A row of teeth. Like a shark's. When his father didn't respond immediately, he turned around again, ready to make a retort about how he knew he had seen what he had seen, and that Naruto should believe him. When he saw how wide Naruto's eyes had gotten, his blood ran cold. Dad? He asked in a small voice. The blond man blinked, looking down at Boruto with an air of seriousness that scared him a little, if he was honest. Then, Naruto dipped past his cloak, looking for something in the folds of his clothing. Boruto, he said evenly. You cannot leave my sight. You understand me? If you so much as wander around the corner and I'm not there, you'll die. The genin's heart stopped for a moment. What? Wait, seriously? Here. Take this. Naruto pulled his hand out of the cloak, holding the object out for his son to take. Boruto froze. Dad? Are you sure? He gave it to us for a reason, Naruto said seriously, as Boruto reached up with trembling hands to grab the 3-pronged kunai from his father's grasp. If you're in trouble at all, throw it on the ground. Do you understand me? Boruto's mouth flapped open and closed repeatedly, obviously at a loss for words. Do you understand me? Naruto repeated, clasping his son's shoulder for emphasis. This isn't a joke anymore, Boruto. Things might get ugly. I need to make sure you'll listen to me. Yeah, Dad, I understand, Boruto said quietly, eyes still staring down at the kunai in his hands. The Fourth Hokage. The most feared S-ranked ninja of the post-Third War era. If his father found it necessary to call him for help, Boruto gulped. Things were about to get ugly, indeed. The front doors of the Kage's tower creaked open with a sense of finality, the rusty hinges moaning under the motion. The interior of the building was completely devoid of people. The only things occupying the entry room were ceremonial paintings and other strange art sculptures that sat on pedestals lining the walls. Several long, winding vines grew in the corners, the plants stretching out across the walls and along the baseboards. A front desk, dusty from apparent lack of use, sat in the corner, a stack of browning papers held in place by an old, rusty kunai on its surface. A certain musty smell wafted through the air, and from where Boruto could see light peeking in past drawn shutters down the halls that stretched out from the room they were currently standing in, dust particles drifted through the air like clouds. This place is creepy, he said as the door hissed shut behind them, the feeling of dread that reverberated through the air when the latch caught sending chills down his spine. It does not look like anyone has been here for a long time, Hayashi agreed, activating his Byakugan and looking up, obviously scanning the upper floors of the facility. Boruto heard Hohito gulp beside him. The boy was barely the same age as he was, and it was quite apparent that he was scared out of his mind. To his surprise, Boruto wasn't feeling much other than mild anxiety in regards to what was bound to happen next. But he knew his didn't have much to worry about. His father was a decent diplomat, considering he had been brokering treaties and battling his way through politics for the past 5 years. On top of that, he could fight. Boruto knew that for certain now. He'd seen it himself. He even had his grandfather the Fourth at his beck and call, should he need him. Boruto paused, shaking his head with a frown. No. It was unwise to treat a trump card such as the Fourth's sudden appearance in battle as anything more than a gift. Hell, he might not come at all. Still, he felt safe, secure. Nothing bad could happen when his dad was around, right? Hojito, on the other hand, was not quite in the same boat as he was. Although the boy was extraordinarily talented, he was among a group of people that he wasn't certain he could trust completely, not to the same degree as father and son, at least. Hell, Boruto had held him at knife point. That had to be at least somewhat unnerving even now, the next day. He took a step to his right and leaned his shoulder into the other boy's, as if to say, "I've got your back." When Hojito jumped and turned to look at him, Boruto said nothing, opting to instead follow his father as he made his way down the hallways towards a set of long, spiraling stairs that ran along the far wall. Naruto began to take the stairs one by one, each creaking in protest as he moved. The other three shinobi followed close behind, as the tower eased by them, the cobwebbed chandelier above them waving in the dark almost like it was inviting them forward. Finally, the stairs gave way to a doorway. Instead of taking precautions to determine the other side of the door was uninhabited like the rest of the tower, Naruto simply just walked forward and swung the door open, stepping through immediately afterward as if he had places to be. Hesitantly, the others followed behind him in a line, taking a look at their surroundings as they walked. The room was long and wide, with doors scattered down both sides. The wallpaper was coming undone near the baseboards, the paint faded and chipped. The doors themselves were all shut tightly, the knobs all rusty and decrepit. The wooden flooring underneath them reeked like mildew, and as they walked across the surface, it felt like it would give way at any moment and send them tumbling back down to the bottom floor. "This place is awful," Boruto mumbled to himself, as they continued down the hall. Naruto just grunted in agreement from the front of the pack, as they made it to the end of the hall. One lone door stood before them, just as faded as the others. Naruto sighed, and grasped the handle, twisting it and walking forward. The first thing Boruto noticed was the bright light drifting through the row of bay windows that lined the entire room, circling a large, ornate desk and a pair of simple wooden chairs. The room seemed much less musty than the rest of the building, and the lack of dust particles lingering in the beams of light appeared to prove him right. That's when he realized they were no longer alone. The chair was swiveled around behind the desk, as if the occupant was looking off into the distance out the rear window. It was like every cheesy bad guy movie Boruto had ever seen. The man sitting in the chair would swivel it around, most likely petting a fluffy white cat, before chaining them all up and maniacally explaining his master plan just before getting beaten by the good guys. Instead, a man walked out of the shadow of a curtain in the corner, his arms crossed across his chest. He had an orange mask on his face. One beady red eye shone through the lone hole in the front, girdled by a ring of strange black flames that wrapped up and around the mask's surface, dipping past where the man's long and unkempt jet black hair obscured it from view. Naruto tensed. The door slammed shut behind them. "Well then, this is an interesting surprise," a deep, baritone voice cooed, as he walked across the room. Boruto couldn't see in order to know for sure, but judging by the strange tingling sensation along the back of his neck, the man was scrutinizing them very closely. "I haven't even had the time to change the drapes. Shame to have company when the tower is in a state like this." Out of the corner of his eye, Boruto watched as his wide-eyed father stared at the other man. It was obvious that they had met before, perhaps in their time and not this one, but had met nonetheless. "Where is Yagura?" he asked simply, eyes narrowing. "What did you do to him?" The masked man sighed, as if something that had been troubling his mind suddenly became clear. "I had expected that the Fourth Hokage's assailants would come sooner or later to claim their prize, but not quite so soon." He walked back towards the desk, pulling the chair forward and easing himself down into it respectfully. "Nor did I expect you to bring children." "How interesting." He gestured to the chairs positioned in front of the desk. "Please sit." Naruto didn't move. The rest of the group, following Naruto's lead, didn't either. Several moments of silence passed, before the man sighed and lowered his hand. Yagura was weak. Unexperienced. Easily influenced. It was only natural, then, that the village rose up and rebelled during his moment of weakness. Naruto narrowed his eyes, and Boruto could tell by the way the man's jaw flexed that he was incredibly frustrated. You did this, didn't you? It wasn't a question. The masked man simply paused, before he let out a quiet chuckle. I suppose it was of no use trying to hide that bit of information. Where is he, then? The man turned his head to look back up at Naruto again, and Boruto could see the way the red eye wait. Was that the Sharingan? Narrowed beyond the mask's socket. You know, I don't believe we've met, the man said suddenly. I still steeled on Naruto. Where is he, Toby? Boruto jolted, his eyes flickering to the masked man to his father, then back again. This was Toby? The one their plans hinged on? The one that had single-handedly almost ended the world? The fallen Uchiha the Fourth's first lost student? Toby? The man chuckled. I don't believe I've ever been called by that name before. Perhaps you are mistaking me for someone else. The mask turned to look out the window, down into the deserted village below. Regardless, names are of little consequence to me. Titles mean everything in this world. Silence. Then, he spoke again. You know, you asked me a question regarding Yagura. I feel it is only fair that I do the same, don't you agree? He swiveled around again, rising to his feet. Where is it? Where is the three tails? Boruto watched as his father smirked, a fire in his eyes. If you want him, you're going to have to go through me. Naruto clenched his hand into a ball. No. Tell me. He took a step forward, and slammed the fist down on the desk. Where is Yagura? Toby just smirked. At least, Boruto assumed he had smirked. He couldn't tell with the mask. And if you want him, you're going to have to go through us. The door opened behind them. Chapter 12. Well. The voice was like a gravelly syrup, sweetening the air to an almost sickening degree. It hung amidst the dust for a moment, before the door slammed shut behind them. Boruto and Hojito both spun on their heels. Naruto just turned and watched, observing their faces. Would it truly be who he thought it would be? At the short, narrow intake of breath his son took, his fears were calcified. When he first thought of traveling to the hidden mist, his thoughts gravitated towards Sabuza. His mind was still trapped in the past, living his life through his eyes and his experiences alone. The famed swordsman was most likely barely older than Boruto in this time, if that. He had, however, neglected to remember Kisame. Pleasure of you to join us, Toby said placidly, moving to the window again as Naruto began to turn, eyes wide at the possibility of seeing another one of the Akatsuki's long-gone members for the first time in over 20 years. Kisame Hoshigaki. Swordsman of the Mist. Legendary tailed beast without a tail. The widowed companion of Itachi Uchiha. Died by none other than his own hands, prideful even at the end. And there he was. He looked nothing like he had in the days of the Akatsuki. His arms were wrapped in loose arm warmers, and his body was covered in a simple black vest of some kind which helped prevent the wide, tan strap of his massive sword from cutting into his flesh. One thing that hadn't changed, however, was that he was grinning like an animal. Oh, but the pleasure is all mine, Kisame smiled, his beady little eyes piercing Naruto's with startling conviction. I take it these are the guests you informed me of, Madara? They're the ones that incapacitated our Mizukage, yes, Toby said in an almost exaggerated way, as if speaking to a child. It truly is a shame. Lord Yagura was such a wonderful shinobi. And what of the three tails? Kisame smirked, eyes having yet to leave Naruto's. Toby stepped forward. That is what I intend to find out. The tension that had been building since the beginning almost tangibly dangling before their eyes in the hazy air like a strand of string, it all snapped, giving way to the feeling of freefall, of surprise, of gut-lurching terror. A flicker of movement was all the warning Naruto had. Then, the entire building exploded. Naruto leapt into action, eyes golden and piercing. He jumped forward and grabbed each of the two Hyuga men, then his own son, before executing a rough yet effective shunshin out of the office as it came tumbling down around them. What on earth? Hayashi began to blurt, his mind struggling to process the events in the office. Dust and debris plumed into the air as secondary explosions near the base of the tower rocked the village, shockwaves reverberating off of the shuttered windows and barricaded doors that lined the city streets below. They tumbled apart, Boruto and Hayashi and Hojito slipping off of the rooftop and rolling to the ground beside a boarded-up storefront, Naruto stumbling on his feet above them. Naruto shot around to check on his son when he felt like the coast was clear. The boy's chest was heaving, his eyes wide and mouth agape in total shock. "You all right?" He quickly called out from above, looking down on the others as they rose to their feet. Why Boruto didn't get the chance to answer, Naruto turned away and had just enough time to squint as a massive blur slammed forward into him. He felt the air in his lungs force its way out of his chest as Kisame's body connected with his. Naruto's feet slipping back ever so slightly, the cement rooftop they were standing upon cracking and popping under the strain. Kisame's black eyes burrowed into Naruto's, sneer deepening. "You're stronger than you look." "He's a Jinchuriki, what else would you expect?" The low, almost bored voice of Tobi stated behind the shark man. Naruto just narrowed his eyes. Well, that was a surprise. How Tobi knew that was beyond him, perhaps it was an educated guess. Samahata began to shake and hiss on Kisame's back. "Is that so?" "Look," Naruto pressed, ignoring Kisame and looking at Tobi from over the shark man's shoulder. "I'm not here to fight. None of us are." He gestured to the others down below him. "I'm just here to talk." He narrowed his eyes. "To you, Tobi." The masked man said nothing. Several seconds passed, the flames from the Mizuki's tower lapping at the sky behind them. He spoke. "Talk is of no importance to me. What is?" He took a step forward, is action. Naruto's eyes widened, and he moved to leap off of the rooftop and back down to street level back to his son. Kisame jumped in his way. "Oh no you don't," the man grinned. "Lord Madara doesn't want you to go anywhere." Hayashi looked up at the rooftop, noting the two ninja in their standoff. Naruto watched as he gathered up the children and began to push them away, moving towards the other side of the courtyard. "Kisame," Tobi drawled, "you take the Jinchuriki. I'll go retrieve his precious cargo." "Don't you touch them." Naruto snarled, eyes biting and fierce as he turned to face the masked ninja, whose feet were already beginning to sink into the ground. "Come back here. I need to talk to you." But he was gone. Naruto hissed, turning back to Kisame. "Get out of my way." "Certainly," the ninja said, teeth shining in the sunlight. "You'll just have to make me. Or I'll turn around and kill them all. I've got clones everywhere." Naruto frowned, narrowing his eyes. Fine. He'd play their game. The two broke apart, one flying across the street, the other to the building adjacent. Kisame leapt back into action before Naruto had a chance to get a decent footing, a simple streak on the foggy skyline, the blur colliding with Naruto just as he moved his lone arm up to protect himself. A rippling shockwave shot through the air, the sound of windows shattering on the streets below, Naruto's body smashing through a row of buildings on the other side of the village. A bright orange light sparked to life from within the crater, and not a moment later Kisame was flying through the air himself, his sword taking the brunt of the blow from a massive Rasen shuriken. It detonated, a flash of white in the sky expanding into a bubble, then vanishing in a whisper of ozone. Naruto shot into the ground, his body connecting with the gravel street with a sickening thud, Kisame jettisoning off in the opposite direction, making short work of another building. But then Kisame was there again. He swatted the man's arm away as he moved in for a rough uppercut, swiveling on the heel of his foot to allow the missed knee to slip past him. As Kisame realized he had been duped, Naruto dealt a swift elbow to the man's ribs, before leaping into the air with a massive burst of energy. "Is my chakra normal enough to use that again?" Naruto quickly asked inside of his mind, as he reached the cusp of his jump, and began to descend towards the ground again. He had a plan, but whether or not it would work was debatable. "It was shaky when I tried it earlier. I still have a few clones that are en route, maybe I can stall. Do you really want to chance it, brat?" Kurama interrupted. Do it. Now. Naruto opted not to argue, and reached deep down inside of himself for the strand of chakra that was not his, and pulled, the string giving no resistance. Immediately, he felt the warm rush of Kurama's chakra wash through his system, his skin flashing to life with a bright white fire that exploded from him like a miniature sun. It was shaky at first, the light flickered like a firefly before it fully ignited, the power palpable on his skin. He disappeared. Kisame had enough time to blink before he felt the feeling of his ribs, all of them, fracturing into two. He could vaguely sense the wind whipping past his face before he realized he was flying upwards, and was able to acknowledge that he was, in fact, airborne, just before he nearly blacked out when Naruto's shin smashed into the top of his head. In the fraction of a second it took for Naruto's kick to connect, Kisame's body changed direction so quickly the air crackled in protest. The sound of the shark knee smacking into the concrete below was deafening, sending a plume of smoke into the air, the sound reverberating for miles. By the time Kisame came to again a split second later, Naruto was waiting for him, laying blow after blow onto the man's chest, arms, legs, anything and everything that was exposed. Were it not for Kurama, he may have never noticed the strange tickle at his leg, one that was draining his chakra like a child hungrily drinking a milkshake. Below you! The fox bellowed inside of his mind, and Naruto was moving again a split second later, glaring at the scaled sword as it writhed around on the ground in ecstasy. Naruto twitched his muscles and flew downwards again, but it was too late. Samahata leapt in between the two shinobi in a flash of movement, and began to suckle on Naruto's chakra the instant his fist made contact with the blade instead of flesh. Ugh! Naruto called out in anger, leaping away again, this time, a decent distance. He needed a strategy as frequently as going in guns blazing seemed to work. Naruto had to admit that this time would need to be different. He needed to stop and think back on the time he and Guy fought Kisame off on Turtle Island at the precipice of the Fourth Shinobi War. What went wrong? What went right? What then? Kisame was up again, his wounds healed, his sword in his hands, a sharp smile on his face. He perched himself triumphantly atop the rubble of where the Mizukage Tower used to be, glaring across the street to where Naruto stood. He watched as his opponent's eggshell white cloak flapped in the wind, golden chakra spitting off of him like a fire-throwing flame. Well, Kisame panted, you are certainly a tricky one. Naruto narrowed his eyes. Kisame laughed. I've learned my lesson. Taijutsu was never particularly my strength anyways, as fun as it can be. He tossed his blade up in the air for a split second, giving his hands just enough time to weave through a series of hand seals. Water style, 1,000 hungry sharks. For a moment, nothing happened. Then, everything happened. The ground began to vibrate, the few window panes lining the streets around them still intact rattling so much that they, too, began to shatter, one by one. The sky darkened, the mountains behind the village blending into the shadows as the wind picked up speed, growing faster and faster. 2 walls of water the size of city blocks rose from the ocean surrounding the village, swirling through the air at Kisame's beck and call, before coalescing in a gargantuan orb of swirling, tumultuous, chakra-infused seawater. As if someone flicked a switch, the orb froze, compartmentalizing, each segment changing, morphing, shifting an instant later. True to the technique's name, a wall of bloodthirsty sharks descended down upon him. Their sharp, all too real teeth glistened in what little sunlight that had managed to work its way through the storm, eyeing their prey with a look that showed no mercy, no acknowledgement that defeat was even an option, only vying to kill. Naruto froze, eyes wide and calculating, dozens of rapid-fire solutions flickering through his mind as he watched the beasts approach him, moment by moment, inch by inch, tooth by tooth. He snarled. 6 arms of golden chakra shot from his shoulder blades, wrapping around the front of his body and reaching into the swarm of writhing sharks. The beasts began to vanish in flashes of heat and smoke as the fists passed through their bodies, blitzes of golden chakra poking through the gaps from moment to moment as sharks disappeared, only to be replaced a split second later by the next in line. Naruto winced when he felt his control starting to slip. One of the chakra arms vanished in a whisper of golden smoke, disappearing into the twisting swarm of beasts. I know, brat, the beast hissed from within his mind, and Naruto could tell he was concentrating just as hard. With a determined roar, Naruto clenched his teeth shut and powered through the pain, forcing the lost chakra arm out from his body and into the swarm once again with sheer willpower. Almost there, like the eye of the storm, the sharks were finished off, a cloud of steam billowing into the sky, Naruto's golden-lapped body breathing a quiet sigh of relief. And then it was Kisame again, trying to capitalize on his distraction. He fired off fist after fist, Naruto parrying each time with determined ease, the two shinobi blurring across the hidden mist skyline as the scent of vaporized shark hung in the air. Kisame came forward and struck out again, but Naruto stuck his hand out in front of him, the fist connecting with his forearm with a nauseating crack. Kisame flinched when he realized that it had been his hand that had broken, not Naruto's, as he pulled away from the sheet of golden chakra that burned his skin with a hiss. He leapt back several yards, chest heaving from the exertion. That was impressive, he heaved out between breaths, as he used Samahata to prop himself back up onto his feet again, the blade feeding back into his chakra supply. Nothing I haven't seen before, Naruto said, narrowing his eyes. Is that so? Kisame grinned. No, actually, I don't believe you've seen anything yet. And then he was weaving through hand seals again, a slight variation from before. He snarled in glee when the final hand seal was performed, the water on the floor beginning to pulse and throb on the village streets below. You see, Kisame smirked, cracking his neck. Sharks are much more cunning than most people realize. They are impulsive creatures, sure, and they revel in bloodshed. They give in to their most primal desires, and they kill mercilessly. The water began to blitz into the air, soaring high above the village, wisps of the fluid spiraling into the sky like miniature tornadoes, roaring like a steam engine. That may be true, but sharks are quite clever. They plan, they scheme, they devise. Kisame's eyes lit up like the dead of night. And sometimes, they deceive. Naruto blinked, looking to the sky as the last of the water from Kisame's defeated sharks amassed into a massive orb of spiraling water, more still rushing in from the surrounding oceans like a hurricane. The sky was blackening at a rapid pace, the clouds thundering and crackling with lightning, winds rocking the village from side to side. The sharks were just a distraction, Naruto realized too little, too late. Kisame wasn't going for Naruto or the others, he was aiming for the village. Naruto's heart leapt into his throat. Obito, you wouldn't, that brat killed your parents in cold blood. His own sensei. Kurama snarled. Yes. He would. The water wave now stretched from horizon to horizon, 5,100 feet tall. The black abyss that stretched beyond the tsunami was impalpable. Naruto's eyes widened when he realized just what Obito was planning. With Yagura gone, oh, yes, how devious of me, Kisame grinned, shouting across the rooftops. I suppose I'm more a shark than just in looks. He clasped his hands together. Water style, tsunami devastation. Time froze. A golden fox, taller than the tallest thing for miles, burst forth from Naruto's body, stretching high into the clouds, white-hot eyes burning in fury. The beast roared into the blackened sky, as he leaped into the air, stretching his arms and tails out in a frantic attempt to stave off the incoming disaster. Naruto winced from within the skull of the fox avatar, eyes wide as he watched the water slam into him, barreling towards the city below. I need ideas. Clones. Now. Naruto obliged. A dozen more nine-tails burst into life like crackles of lightning, each taking up position in a line, surrounding the feeble hidden mist village like a system of tailed beast levies. Naruto watched in vain as the water continued to march onward, fear creeping into his gut. This was no longer just about the village. His son and father-in-law were down there, fighting in the village center. Naruto could see them darting around one another from high above the ground. The crushing weight of the tsunami pressed further forward, and Naruto shouted in rage. They were losing. It was slow, and it was methodical, but they were losing. Then, Naruto had an idea, his eyes widening in realization. Kurama the fox's mouth stretched open wide, and Naruto could feel Kurama's concentration slip for a moment when he, too, realized what his Jinchuriki was doing. Naruto! I've got to try something. He shouted inside of his mind, eyes wide and daring. The fox avatar's mouth opened wide, the power of tailed beast chakra fluctuating through the air like a lightning storm. Orbs, red and blue, manifested out of thin air, orbiting around Naruto's jaw, shrinking, condensing. The fox avatar leapt forward and swallowed the Bijudama in one gulp. A heartbeat. The bomb exploded. A bolt of pure power blasted forward from the beast's mouth like a laser beam, the heat and power intense beyond comprehension. Water vaporized, hissing like a snake, the discharge burning a hole straight through before vanishing into the horizon. Naruto heard his clones elsewhere doing the same, beam after beam of condensed-tailed beast bombs firing off into the tsunami. The water held at bay for just a moment's breath. But still the water came. Naruto's heart dropped. This isn't working, Kurama. He winced when he felt his control over his nine tails body waver, a consequence of using the tailed beast balls in his condition, he no doubt assumed. But still he held on. Son Goku. Kurama roared from within Naruto's mind. We need a barrier. For once, the Monkey King said nothing, opting instead to heed his brother's request. Where? Everywhere. Naruto hissed inside of his mind, his feet slipping along the rough coastline as the water wave forced him into the ground. But still he pushed forward. He strained again, and two additional sets of limbs stretched forth from the fox's chest, joining the others against the water's ever-pressing advance. Give me some clones, boy, the four tails rumbled. Naruto nodded, hissing as he brought his hand to his chest in a seal, the golden chakra fox around him roaring to the sky. 24 more Naruto clones, glowing bright white from the heat of the Nine Tails cloak, popped into existence at the base of the avatar, each leaping into action the moment their feet touched the ground. Naruto watched out of the corner of his eye as they fanned out, placing themselves all across the village, like golden blips on a map. Naruto nodded, gritting his teeth together again. Whenever you're ready, Son Ji. A heartbeat. Everything froze. Eyes wide, Naruto watched in slow motion as his chakra cloak began to flicker and die out, the white-hot fox beast that surrounded him beginning to dim, his control over the beast's form slipping. The eight tails. His clones had made it to the hidden cloud. Kurama, he hissed, feeling as his chakra writhed out of his grasp. The fox was curled in a meditative state, nature energy swirling through the air as he collected it, his eyes slammed shut as he struggled to keep focus. I know. I'm working on it. The nine tails hissed out from within Naruto's mind. Naruto's heart leapt into his chest when the ethereal form of his tailed beast dissolved into the atmosphere completely, and he began to topple to the ground, the water rushing in like a hurricane. The ground rumbled down underneath him, getting closer. Naruto suddenly found himself airborne again. Kisame barreled into him as he fell, flying in from out of the scene, his massive sword somehow much smaller, curiously, than Naruto had ever seen it smash. The ground rose up and ensnared him in its sickening embrace, clouds of dust billowing as he bounced across the surface of the village street like a stone on water. He skid to a halt against the side of a small shop on the corner of the market square, his lone hand coming up to brace himself against the wall. Kisame walked out of the dust like a ghost in the night, smirking wildly, holding his arm to his chest, sword strapped to his back. Naruto began to rise to his feet, the form of his clone's avatars glowing like suns all around him, the wall of water looking like the blackness of death as the beast struggled against it, slowly losing ground, the village shrinking beneath the sheer enormity that Naruto simply couldn't wrap his head around. It took a split second, his body reassuring his mind, but Naruto realized that the ground was still vibrating, shaking, quaking. The buildings swayed like flowers in the breeze all around him, china and valuables crashing to the ground, terrified villagers moaning in fear from within their hiding places. Then, it stopped. Earth-style, stone barrier. He heard Son Goku call out from a corner of his mind as Kisame leapt forward in a blur and struck him in the jaw. Naruto saw specks of white cloud his vision as the fist connected, his body screaming at him to move. He stretched his senses, eyes flickering across the battlefield wildly, the rest of him moving on its own accord, the instinct of battle forcing him to stay upright and attentive. They scuttled around one another for a moment, Naruto doing nothing more than humoring Kisame, ducking under punches and sliding out of the way at the last moment. He was acting on the defensive. The longer he kept Kisame out of the fray, kept him distracted, the sooner still he could save the village. Over Kisame's shoulder, Naruto watched in mild fascination, mild relief washing over him as massive stone walls rose from the ground in front of the clone foxes, the water vanishing behind giant spires of bedrock. He ducked another punch, watching as the massive wave began to disappear. At first glance, the village seemed to sink into the ground, like a marble sinking down a drain, the walls rising up and clawing away at the sky. It was slow, painfully slow. Naruto vaguely realized somewhere in the catacombs of his mind that even for a tailed beast, such a jutsu must require astronomical amounts of chakra. The speed was most likely a consequence of that. No matter. He was winning, at least, winning by waging a war of attrition. "You're more powerful than you look," Kisame grimaced, clutching at his side again, taking a step back. "So you're the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. Interesting." "I was under," he coughed, wincing as blood dribbled down his lip, smile still as disturbing as ever, under the impression that the leaf had the fox. "You don't look so good," Naruto smirked, hoping that his exhaustion wasn't readable on his face. "Use up too much chakra for that fancy water trick of yours?" Kisame just chuckled. "Something like that." Naruto frowned, simply watching as Kisame smiled at him, chest heaving, eyes twinkling. Crash! Naruto blinked, mouth falling open as a massive section of the wall collapsed across the village, water rushing past it like a broken dam. "What? I don't understand." Naruto's eyes widened when he realized what had just happened. With a snarl, he rushed forward and shoved a golden fist into Kisame's chest, the clone's watery form vaporizing on contact. "Damn it!" he roared, leaping to the sky in one massive surge. He was being played. Naruto wasn't distracting Kisame, Kisame was distracting him. "You haven't made a mistake that bad in years," Kurama grumbled from within his mind. It wasn't teasing, or in bad taste, the fox was just being blunt. And he was right. The wall continued to crumble, sections of rock tumbling down the surface of the barrier. The force of the water swept up the chunks of stone and hurled them like projectiles, sweeping into the city, buildings collapsing from the force as the segments pummeled into them. To his right, on the far side of the mist, another segment disintegrated, the rushing water behind it exploding through the massive gap. Naruto watched in anxious fear as the water level began to rise within the village. "I've got to use it," he stated inside his mind, although his tone betrayed his conviction. "Kurama, I'm going to need your help. All of your help." Naruto could feel the tailed beasts within his mind all freeze, their faces pocked with surprise. "Surely you don't mean," the Hachibi whispered, eyes wide. "Brat, you promised that you wouldn't." "Not unless you had no other choice." "I've fucked this up enough," Naruto said. "I doubt I have much more of a choice at this point. Either I use the sage's chakra, or people die." He narrowed his eyes, watching as more chunks of wall tore off and barreled into the village. "I'm a Kage. I cannot let that happen. This isn't even your village." Naruto blinked, moving for a moment into his mindscape, his body moving forwards of its own volition. When he quickly appeared in the seal room, he approached the ring of tailed beasts and looked up at the third from the left with a shocked expression on his face. "Isabu?" The great turtle beast took a deep breath, already regretting speaking up. "Do you really care so much for a place that is not your own?" "We're shinobi," Naruto said bluntly. "As far as I'm concerned, there are no hidden villages anymore." The three tails paused for a moment, before nodding from within Naruto's mind. "All right then. As much as it pains me to admit it, the hidden mist has been good to me the past few years. I suppose returning the favor is only appropriate." Naruto felt the beast's chakra flow into his system, the warm tickle of power feeding into his veins. "You have my support." "And mine," Son Goku muttered reluctantly. "Don't mess this up, kid." "Oh, all right," Shikaku said, rolling his eyes and shaking his head. "Fine. Just make the evil shark man pay." "I hate water." "You don't need to ask me," Kurama said with a smirk, exhaustion evident on his face. "And it'll be nice for these freeloaders to help out for once, I'd say." I'm going to choose to ignore that, the Hachibi said, bending down to look the Hokage in the eye. I do, however, agree that you don't even need to ask, Naruto. The rest of the beasts nodded. Yes, Naruto, Matatabi purred. You are father's legacy. If you must, you must. Naruto gave a timid smile, shocked at the fervent support. I have to say I'm surprised, he said sheepishly, rubbing at the back of his neck. When we said you shouldn't use the sage's powers unless the situation was dire, we meant it, Gyuki reiterated. But as far as I am concerned, this is a dire situation. Naruto simply nodded his thanks. All right then. He vanished from his mindscape, refocusing his attention to the shark-shaped blur that was headed right for him. Let's take care of business. Minato froze, his pen hovering above a sheet of parchment. He turned and looked out the wide, stretching windows of his office towards the horizon, staring off at what seemed to be nothing at all. It was subtle. But he felt it. It was like the beam from earlier that week, only much more muffled, more suppressed. And more pure? Minato watched in abject fascination as a thin fissure, the width of a spider's thread, wove its way down the window's frame, tracing from one corner to the other like a droplet of water. Then, with an explosive crack, the entire window exploded into a kaleidoscope of fragments, the village behind it morphing into a strange segmented pattern, the horizon gone from view. Minato flinched. Without realizing it, his hand drifted to his kunai pouch and pulled a single blade from within its contents. He twirled the blade around his finger as he stared, the window looking back mocking him. Things were about to go bad. Very bad. Hayashi skid to a halt, the two boys' wrists firmly held between his hands, the rooftop underneath them kicking up shingles and spitting dust into the air as they landed. Are you both all right? He asked, looking back and forth from Hojito to Boruto. Boruto nodded, looking to the other boy expectantly. I think so, Hojito mumbled, blinking in surprise, teetering on his feet once Hayashi let them go. Actually, I don't feel so good. Oh, now that's a shame, a voice hummed from all around them. Hayashi spun around, eyes erupting with veins as his Byakugan flared to life. What do you want with us, Madara? We wish you no ill will. We simply want to talk to you. Boruto gulped when the masked man neglected to reply, his hands gripping the pair of shuriken they held until his knuckles were white and the tips pricked blood from his skin. I can't see him, Hojito said, his own Byakugan active. Hayashi-sama, what's going? The village began to shake and tremble, people within the buildings around them screaming as if in pain. Boruto gaped as he watched his one-armed father blitz from one side of the village to the other, dancing a delicate, powerful dance around the strange shark man Kisame Hashigaki, if he remembered anything from his history courses at the academy as they parried, buildings crumbling beneath their feet. Naruto paused on the rooftop, eyes narrowed. Then, he burst into flames. Boruto yelped in surprise. Dad? Your father is a Jinchuriki, is he not? Hayashi asked emotionlessly at his side, form locked in that of the gentle fists. Surely you've seen this before. And no, I haven't, he said, watching with wide eyes as Naruto vanished in what could have only been pure speed, Kisame blasting backwards as the two collided again. Tell me what I need to know, Haishur said, interrupting Boruto's inner monologue as it began to marvel at the opponent his father was on the battlefield. Boruto took a shuriken in each hand, moving so that he was back-to-back with Hojito. He can make himself intangible. He's probably hiding in the floor right now, watching us. A dark chuckle vibrated through the rooftop, almost as if to confirm Boruto's assertion. What else? Hayashi asked, eyes narrowed, hands outstretched as he moved around the two boys slowly and professionally. He can make more than just himself intangible, look out. Boruto leapt backward and smashed Hojito out of the way, Kamui morphing to life around where the boy's chest used to be. He made to move out of Tobi's line of sight as well, but stumbled when he realized his arm was caught in the vortex. Shit, he whispered to himself, eyes wide. The dimensional portal began to expand, the gravitational forces crushing him forward, the blackness pulling him in the next moment, he was gone. Boruto? Hayashi said, eyes wide with shock. He immediately turned to Hojito, who was just as surprised. Hojito! Oh, how charming, Toby said. Having a moment, are we? Hayashi spun around again, eyes wide when he realized that the masked man was now standing directly behind him. He hadn't seen him approaching at all. With a snarl, the Hyuga struck out, the man's fingertips practically glowing blue, dripping with rage. Toby didn't move an inch. When he felt his fingertips reach their intended destinations, Hayashi almost smiled. When his hands continued forwards, falling through the man's black-cloaked body as if he wasn't even there, he felt his heart sink to the bottom of his chest. Off balance, he tipped forward and allowed himself to roll through Toby's body, shining back to Hojito's side the moment his hands were free once again. Toby turned and looked behind himself lazily, pretending to suppress a yawn. Really? Is that the best you can? Hayashi turned and pressed Hojito into his chest, leaping down to the village square beneath them just as the rooftop detonated, the explosive tag he had placed during his failed attack exploding in a flash of white-hot chakra. The moment the flash dissipated, Hayashi turned back to where the strange mist man had just been standing, his eyes searching the smoke for signs of his chakra flow. Do you think that did it, sensei? Hojito asked by his side, a kunai pressed hard between his fingers, his Byakugan searching just as desperately as he looked at the rows of buildings around him. No, Hayashi stated evenly, eyes narrowing. That was too easy. The explosion passed right through him, a voice said beside them. Hojito jumped. Hayashi actually let a smirk flicker across his face. A clone. I figured as much. Boruto simply nodded, still staring at the cloud of smoke before them. Yeah. You know, I don't have all day, Toby sighed from within, his black cloak strolling back into the open air. I intend to find out what happened to the three tails one way or another, and I don't necessarily need a two Hyuga and a blonde nuisance to do so. The ground rumbled again as Naruto continued to fight. Far off towards the coastline, a building collapsed to the ground, debris billowing into the air. Your village. Hayashi took a step forward. It's crumbling beneath your feet. Toby huffed in amusement. My village? You're sorely mistaken. He drifted back into the ground again, his voice carrying across the courtyard. I could not care less about this pathetic village. Hayashi blinked in confusion as Toby continued. What I do care about, however, is the three tails. Tell me, what did you do with it? Boruto yelped when he felt the tips of Toby's fingers begin to wrap around his ankle, leaping to the sky just before his grip snatched shut. We can do this the easy way, or the hard way, Toby said simply, hand returning to the earth once more. All it takes is one moment, one split second when you aren't paying the utmost attention. Hojito stumbled backwards as he felt Toby's hand go through his own leg. Knock it off! Boruto called out with a snarl, taking a step forward. Come out and fight like a real ninja. A real ninja? Toby laughed, the voice gravelly and sharp. You sound as if you've never seen a shinobi before, let alone fought like one, brat. All of a sudden, he was there again, a chain twisted around his hands, his posture glaring. Shinobi aren't valiant. They aren't honorable. He moved forward, marching towards Boruto like the Reaper, until he was just out of arm's reach. They find shortcuts cheat. Boruto pocketed his shuriken and replaced them with kunai, glaring as he gripped them against his palms. He smirked. I know. Boruto stepped forward and plunged the kunai forwards toward Toby's chest. Toby almost laughed. He simply watched as the boy attempted to stab him, confident that the blade would simply pass him through. His eye opened wide, and he let out a hacking cough as blood twisted its way up his throat. Boruto let go of the blades, allowing them to hang from within Toby's chest of their own volition. Toby took a stumbled step forwards, grasping at his chest as blood began to seep out from between his fingertips. How Boruto didn't hear him finish. The skies above them darkened, the sea around the village growing choppy and agitated. Then, there was water. Everywhere. Boruto vaguely noted that Toby had disappeared again, as he regrouped with Hayashi and Hojito in the village center. The water flew over their heads, twisting in the air like giant dragons riding, dancing around one another. He could just barely make out similar spires of water rising from the ocean and uniting above the crumbling remains of the Mizukage's tower, amassing into a ball the size of the Hokage monument in the Leaf Village alone. Boruto watched in amazement as a swarm of sharks burst from the bubble like a popped balloon, and jerked in surprise when he saw his father leap forward, into the swarm, destroying them as quickly as they were formed with what looked to be golden threads of pure chakra. "Stay alert," Hayashi advised beside him. "We do not know what Madara wants." "His name's not Madara," Boruto said, sensing the Hyuga's doubt. "And it's not Tobi either." "Then what is it?" Boruto narrowed his eyes, watching the skyline, trying to ignore the way his heart was thundering inside his chest. He knew that Tobi was listening, there was no other reason they were being left alone. His father had told him of Tobi's real identity the previous day, as well as about the way he fought and acted on the battlefield. "Just in case," Naruto had said. Now Boruto knew why. "I don't remember," Boruto lied, not caring if his grandfather could tell or not. And chances were, he could. Hayashi always could see right through him. It almost gave him a creepy air about him, despite knowing how much the man loved his only grandchildren. Whenever his parents would drop him and his sister off for the evening on date nights, Hayashi's stoic demeanor would crack ever so slightly, and Boruto, even as a child, could see the way life would flicker back into his opaque eyes. This younger Hayashi still had life to him in spades. It was refreshing. The village shook once more, the water from the shark steaming into the air and rushing down the streets as it drained out of the village. At least, it would have drained, had Kisame not done something. Now, the entire village looked like it was being hammered with a hurricane, sunlight dwindling to pinpricks between the looming clouds, before disappearing completely. The trees that dotted the streets every few yards swayed so hard in the surging wind that branches began to rip off and disappear into the distance. The rain in the air it was raining now slamming into Boruto's face at an uncomfortable rate. Mist, spat into the air by the rain as it connected with the ground beneath them, bit into his skin as he strained his eyes, trying to look for any sign of the strange Uchiha that had them cornered like rabbits. They sat and waited. Boruto blinked when he realized that the horizon had gotten darker. Considerably darker. So dark, in fact, that it clashed dangerously with the already blackened sky around them. He frowned, straining to look into the distance. It wasn't night time already, was it? His heart nearly burst when he realized that the horizon was moving towards them. "What is that?" he murmured to himself, eyes wide. Like a crack of lightning, chakra rushed across the market square. His father's chakra. It coated the village in its warm embrace, spreading out like roots from a tree, grounding him, reassuring him. A moment later, the bright white light enveloping the seventh Hokage grew, the warmth increasing, its power growing with each passing moment. Boruto knew that barely a moment had passed. And his hunch was proven true when he blinked, as his eyes opened once more. A massive golden fox, taller than any building even in the Leaf Village's financial district, was now standing in place of his father. The Nine Tails. Karama. The power of a Jinchuriki, he heard Hayashi whisper from beside him. Boruto gulped, transfixed. His hand moved to his kunai pouch of its own volition and blindly fished out another kunai, his fingers gripping around the handle as he brought it up to his chest. Boruto watched as the massive beast stepped forward and attacked the wave head-on, without any hesitation. The nine tails strained against the force of the water, arms stretching out from its torso and forcing as much of it back as it could. But Boruto could tell even something as massive as the nine tails couldn't hold back a wall of liquid water. A moment later, a half-dozen dots of golden light shot out of the beast clones, it would seem, and fanned out across the perimeter of the village. Now there was an entire army of fox avatars, each taking up point across the village, trying as a unit to fight the waves. Suddenly, each beast began to amass energy, pure and palpable, into spheres of dark light. They grew and grew and grew, each the size of a house, until they ate them? Boruto blinked in confusion, then in terrified surprise as literal bolts of white-hot light shot from their jaws, blasting into the tsunami like the weapon of some sort of character in one of his video games. He was starting to wish he hadn't cheated so much in them now. He was broken out of his reverie by a burst of information rattling around his mind, and he winced as it came flowing back to him unexpectedly. "Damn," he muttered, loud enough so that Hayashi could hear it over the roar of the storm, "he got my clone. And chances are, he's not gonna fall for that one again." "We need a plan," Hayashi stated coolly, eyes still scanning the mist. "We just need to stall," Boruto said. "My dad can take care of him, he's done it before. He's barely older than I am anyways. He's just got the stupid Sharingan and that makes things annoying." Hayashi blinked. "I thought that's what I had seen ya," Boruto replied. It's a long story." The ground began to rattle and shake, Boruto instantly on guard again, his blue eyes darting everywhere he saw movement. The wave continued to march onwards, the quiet hiss from afar of the water surging towards them growing louder, harsher every passing second, the chakra beasts still standing at their positions, and then, suddenly, one of them was gone, vanished in a whisper of golden mist. Boruto blinked as he saw a cloaked figure drop from the beast's head, toppling towards the ground just before a streak of blue and black blitzed across the village, sideswiping the figure as he fell. His father! "Stay focused," Hayashi reiterated, no doubt watching Naruto's fight and Boruto's reactions simultaneously with his Byakugan active. "Your father is very clearly a capable ninja. I trust in him, and so should you." Boruto stood up straighter, surprised. "Are really?" Of course. He couldn't see the man directly, but Boruto could tell his grandfather was smiling, if only just. "He saved myself and Hojito's life on more than one occasion this journey, and yours countless more, I'm certain." Yeah, as if to prove the Hyuga's point, the rumbling roared even louder, the village buildings around them straining under the stress. Then, massive spires of solid bedrock rose from the earth, growing by the moment, the second, blocking the water more and more with each rumble of the ground. Explosions rocked the newly constructed dam, the tsunami cascading through the holes like a massive waterfall. The water level within the village began to rise. "What do we do now?" Hojito mumbled beside Boruto from a few paces to his left, his voice wavering ever so slightly. "I dunno." He turned to give the boy a smile and a thumbs up in reassurance. He could tell he needed it, but felt his heart drop from his chest when he noticed Tobi's head re-emerging from the earth, a kunai propped in his outstretched hand, the blade zipping forwards faster than he could move. How did he get there so quickly, Hojito? Boruto acted faster than he thought he could, doing the only thing he could think of. He aimed his kunai directly in front of Hojito, and prayed that the blades would intersect. Tobi was on the move now, suddenly much closer, his hands reaching outwards towards Hojito's neck even as his weapon hung in the air, the fingers stretching closer and closer. Clang. The two kunai connected just millimeters from Hojito's heart, the blades falling to the ground in one heap as Tobi leaned in, hand closing around the boy's throat just before he disappeared in a flash of gold and a crack of ozone. Tobi recoiled in surprise, or was it disgust? When he realized what had just happened, his feet sinking into the earth in one moment, gone the next. Then Hayashi was there, pale-faced and sickened, as he stared at the lone kunai, Tobi's kunai that sat where Hojito used to be, arriving just after whatever it was that had just happened. What happened? Hayashi and Boruto said at the same moment, Hayashi's question more urgent and worried than Boruto's. The blonde blinked, looking down at his palms, when realization struck. "He gave it to us for a reason," Boruto said, repeating something his father had told them just that morning. He saved him. Who? Who saved him? Where is Hojito? The fourth Hokage, Boruto said, a smile beginning to grow across his face. He must have reverse Hirashined Hojito back to the leaf. He let out a sharp laugh in relief, before the knot in his stomach began to ease just a little. Hojito. He would be all right. And now the fourth knew they were in trouble. They would be all right. It was only later that Boruto realized just how wrong he was. It only took a moment for the walls to be fortified once Naruto held the Sage of the Six Paths chakra in his hands. "Okay, guys, are you ready?" Naruto said out loud, eyes narrowed at the wall as it crumbled underneath the pressure of the water and Kisame's repeated attacks. As he said it, the sharp knee struck again, and the north section of the levee burst like a balloon, water spraying inwards at an alarming rate. "Do it, brat," his resident-tailed beast called from within his mind, and he nodded. When he reached inside of himself this time, he found 9 strands of foreign chakra dancing about within his body. He reached forward with a single hand and gathered them together like a bushel of straw, pulling them all to the surface with one mighty tug. Instantly, he felt his senses expand outward in all directions. The world sharpened around him, as if he had taken off the blinders of everyday life, and everything became more understandable, more focused. He watched as the south side of the wall began to crumble to dust as well, and knew he had to act and quickly. Using his lone hand, Naruto gathered every chakra type he could get his metaphorical hands on into a tight orb, the power manifesting itself in small ball of multiple colors as it swirled through the air, condensing into a perfectly round, impossibly black sphere. He did this 4 more times, each time the mental energy required to complete the truth-seeking ball growing more and more taxing as his concentration began to waver. He still had too much chakra. But at least now he could manage it better. 3 clones appeared behind him at mental summons, and each clone took a sphere and headed for the edges of the village. Naruto himself moved forward towards the north. He could sense that was where Kisame was returning to, if the streak of chakra was anything to go by. He leapt from building to building, hovering slightly from time to time to adjust his course, before landing gently beside a large willow tree, the ocean's rapidly rising water lapping at the roots like a cancer. Naruto looked up at the wall. It stretched at least 15 stories tall, if he had any sense of scale whatsoever, and frowned at the pockmarks that lined the exterior. With a snap of his fingers, the truth-seeking ball that had taken up residence just over his shoulder shot forward, expanding outwards into a small disc, growing thinner and thinner and wider every centimeter it traveled. When it connected with the levee, it began to stretch across the surface, layering the barrier in a solid black coating, the holes disappearing one by one. He could see his clones mirroring his actions across the village from him, black painting the interior of the village wall, the water finally stopping its relentless barrage. Kisame was suddenly there again, his chakra-infused blade lashing out at the now nearly impenetrable barrier. Naruto flinched at first, worried that it wouldn't hold. It couldn't have been more than a millimeter thick at its heaviest, but the material refused to budge, much to his relief. Kisame snarled as Samahata bounced off of the truth-seeking ball harmlessly, and he attempted to correct himself midair before landing awkwardly across a battered road, that looked more like a river now, from Naruto. They both turned to stare at one another, the sky still black and imposing above them, the quiet hiss of water lapping at the buildings below them barely audible over the dying roar of the winds. "Why?" Naruto said, eyes shocked, sad. "Why are you doing this?" "Because," Kisame panted, heaving in lungfuls of air, "because Lord Madara promised me power. Influence. A way to make my mark on the world." "But do you have to destroy the Mist Village to accomplish that? Can't you grow and become who you want to be on your own?" Kisame grinned. "Oh, sure. But Madara's way is easier. And faster." His eyes flashed an unnatural silver for a moment, the light catching them ever so slightly. "And fun, of course. Let's not forget that." Naruto sighed, shaking his head. "Kisame, you could have been so much more. You were a genius, a once-in-a-lifetime swordsman, and the only person just short of the second Hokage I'd call a master of the water element." He blinked in reminiscence, looking at Kisame's shaking feet. You have morals. Respect for those you fight. Respect for yourself, and for those that are above you, as few in number as they are." He took a step forward, his chakra cloak glowing an unnatural white. "You can still become the person you want to be. Just not this way." He extended his arm, offering a handshake. Naruto's eyes looked up into Kisame's and dug themselves in, their fierce gaze holding him captive. Kisame blinked, looking down at the blonde's hand, before back in his face. Resilience. Rugged determination. Hope. Kisame saw it all in Naruto's eyes. He saw himself, a younger Kisame, sitting in the ninja academy at the tender age of 10, watching the jounin spar in the fields below from high up in his window seat. He saw himself, standing before the Mizukage, the day he graduated, a brand new katana held shakily in his arms. He saw the way the man looked him in the eye with a smile, that trusting, disarming smile, the same smile. Naruto had the same one. "You're a Kage, aren't you?" Kisame wheezed, gripping at his chest, eyes wide in realization. "Yes, you have to be. No other man I have ever met has had quite the same look as the third Mizukage." He blinked. "You're Minato Namikaze." "No," Naruto said, a small grin growing on his face. "Although I appreciate the compliment. My father was one of the greatest Kage ever to walk the earth." Kisame raised a hairless eyebrow, whispering Naruto's words back to him. "Your father?" He blinked. "Was?" Naruto gave a sad smile. "Kisame, you are a good person. Maybe clouded by the world you were born into, but I truly believe that." He sighed, eyes glazing over. "I truly believe we could have been comrades had our lives been just a bit different." Kisame frowned at him the first time Naruto had ever seen the man do so. "You realize that can never happen, right? I've already accepted who and what I am." He looked up, taking a step back away from Naruto's still outstretched hand. "You should probably do the same." The Jinchuriki watched as Kisame stumbled away from him, before realization struck him across the face. You're dying." "Humph," Kisame grunted, his telltale smile surfacing across his face once again. "Figured that out all on your own?" Bad tsunami jutsu. Naruto turned to look at the walls surrounding the village, amazed at just how much chakra Kisame had most likely used to create a threat as threatening and mind-numbingly powerful as he had. He looked at Kisame's side, at the once mighty shark-toothed blade that rested there between the man's trembling fingers. It was barely thicker than a broadsword now, the scales looking frail and brittle even from as far away as Naruto stood. "You know, were we anywhere else, that jutsu would not have worked," Kisame smirked, eyes glassy and unfocused. "And were I fighting anyone but a Jinchuriki," he coughed, the sound wet and sickening. "I got a bit carried away. Lord Madara wanted the village gone, and I wanted to try it. I was certain it would work." Naruto blinked. "Why? Why did Tobi want to destroy the mist?" Kisame's shoulders slouched forwards, blood gurgling up from his throat and dribbling down his front, his smile still unmoved. Yagura dead, village crumbling anyways, worthless excuse." The man's eyes rolled back into his head, and he fell forwards onto the rough concrete of the rooftop below them in a crumpled heap. For a moment, Naruto just looked down at the man's body with wide eyes, lingering shock running through his veins like a thick slurry. Kisame. The man who was barely 17, dead from his own hubris. His mind screamed at him, raged from behind his stupefied surprise, chastising him. This was a major change. All of this was a major change. The village being destroyed, the tailed beasts being separated from their rightful places in the timeline. Yagura's death. He hadn't meant to, but the entire time he had been traveling to the hidden mist, Boruto by his side, his mind had been compiling a wish list of sorts, things he wanted to go back and change from his past, from his world's past. Prevent casualties. Save lives, and reduce the bloodshed. But with each crushing bout of sudden realization, Naruto could feel as each one was crossed off, either by fault of his own actions since arriving, or simply due to the fact that he knew he couldn't. Meddling with the past was not an option. Kisame may have died, but it hadn't been in vain after all. He made up his mind, just as Kisame's body erupted in a brilliant blue flame, the fire licking desperately at the sky. It roared into a seemingly uncontrollable inferno, the force pushing Naruto back on his feet, his lone arm rising up to block the light from his eyes. Then, just as suddenly as it had appeared, it whispering away, leaving nothing behind but a charred husk and the shards of Samahata that had somehow survived the intense heat. Naruto's eyes steeled. He watched raindrops hiss as they landed on the rooftop, their numbers increasing by the second until the entire village was suddenly doused in even more water, natural water this time, but water nonetheless. He could feel the imposing wave around the village begin to dissipate back into the ocean, and breathed a sigh of relief. Then, he heard a whisper from across the village, a battle. His heart nearly stopped when he remembered the others. He took the sky, feeling for the warm blur of chakra that could only have been his son's. They still had a plan to follow. Boruto winced as he leaped backwards, landing hastily in the courtyard center before jumping forwards again, dodging Tobi's chains just as they slashed across where he had just been standing not a nanosecond before. Then Hayashi was suddenly there, lashing out at the masked man's chakra points as he himself recovered from his failed attack on Boruto. But Tobi was already transparent, body dipping downwards into the earth as Hayashi spun on his heel. They were being worked to death, it seemed, but Boruto felt slightly better now than he did before. Hokage was no longer a liability. As much as Boruto had grown to actually enjoy the other boy's presence, even he had to admit that he simply wasn't skilled enough. Not in a battle where one's attention had to be focused on one thing and one thing only. Boruto swiveled in place as he felt the whisper of a kunai jetting through the air prickle at the hairs on the back of his neck. Sure enough, the blade passed through the air just above his head as he ducked, falling forwards onto his stomach only to push himself into the air with one massive burst of chakra. He was not, however, prepared for the explosive blast when the kunai detonated, sending shards of rock and sand towards him faster than he could have ever hoped to dodge. Ugh! He hissed as he felt his back rip open, a few sharp husks of stone slicing across his skin underneath his clothing. He stumbled to his feet, moving back toward Hayashi as quickly as he could, the man turning and raising an eyebrow at his bloodied back. "Are you all right?" Boruto just nodded, moving beside Hayashi and pulling his last kunai from his pouch. "Madara is playing with us," Hayashi said coolly, as he looked out over the suddenly deathly quiet courtyard with his Byakugan active. "Yeah," Boruto said, wincing as he rolled his shoulders and returned to his previous stance. "Dad should be here soon, I don't know what's taking him so long." The rumbling has stopped, Hayashi noted quietly, and Boruto suddenly realized that he was right. The ground was quiet, and the water that had been rushing past the crumbling barrier was now being held back by a strange black substance that coated the wall like some sort of omnipresent shadow. The sun was beginning to peek its way through the black clouds, and the low hum of the ocean returning to homeostasis behind the levee began to overpower the wailing of the dying wind. A fog began to creep in. "We are, after all, in the hidden mist village," Boruto heard Tobi chuckle from nowhere in particular, as the mist grew denser and denser like a thick soup. "It is only fitting that this be the way that I kill you." "Kill us?" Boruto blurted, his heart accelerating to unmanageable speeds. I thought you were going to take us hostage or something, you know." "What happened to wanting information?" "I grow tired of playing with my toys," Tobi said simply. "Besides, if the Nine-Tails truly believes he can stop me, then let him try." Silence. Boruto could feel something moving behind him, but when he swiveled around in terror to defend himself, he saw nothing. That's when he heard what sounded like a mild explosion go off behind him, only to find his father standing inside of Tobi, who had his hand outstretched towards him dangerously close. "You all right?" Naruto said quietly, before narrowing his eyes at the ground where Tobi had returned. "Am I too late?" His eyes widened when he spotted Hayashi, but no one else. Oh no, Grandpa Minato took him," Boruto quickly blurted out when he realized what, or, rather, who his father was talking about. "Hohito's back in the leaf." Boruto watched his father's black cloaked shoulders sag forward slightly in relief. It wasn't hard for him to tell that his father was fatigued, whether it was physically or mentally, Boruto was unsure. Naruto looked up and into the fog, his eyes morphed into a strange four-pointed star pattern. "Come out, Tobi. We just want to talk." No response. "He's been doing this to us since you left," Boruto murmured to his father as he moved to Naruto's side. "I don't know what rotation." Boruto jumped when he spotted Tobi's masked form attempt to grab Hayashi's arm, just before the man erupted into a sphere of swirling blue chakra. The fog within their field of view began to churn and spin along with Hayashi's jutsu, the air clearing up once more. Once the fog disappeared, Boruto blinked when he saw Tobi sitting amicably atop an overturned stone in the center of the courtyard, watching them with a bored demeanor about him. "You wanted to talk?" he asked simply, not bothering to move. Naruto took a step forward, his chakra-infused cloak billowing behind him as he walked. Toby, my plans didn't originally call for any of this, you know, he said evenly, his arm dangling over his raised knee. I was simply going to manipulate the three tails, and subsequently this village, until they had outgrown their usefulness. The fact it happened so quickly is a shame, of course, but it couldn't be avoided. Naruto sighed, taking another step forward, his chakra cloak slipping from his body in a whisper of light. The black coating on the walls around the village evaporated into the air like they were never there, leaving behind the battered and pitted stone surface underneath. The setting sun peeked through one hole in particular, casting dark shadows across the town square, and sunlight everywhere else. I take it Kisame is dead, then? Toby began again. Shame. Although I can't say he outlived his usefulness. Why are you so quick to destroy this place? Naruto hissed, eyes fiery. Thousands of people are undoubtedly injured now, all because you wanted to put on a show and get me to play my hand. So tell me why? What do you want? What do I want? Boruto couldn't see it, but he was certain that the man was grinning underneath that mask of his. He leapt up from the rock. I want you, Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. He chuckled. Boruto heard a rustling of movement from behind him and tore himself away from Toby's ominous showdown with his father to see what was happening. And the easiest way to do that is to go through the hearts of your friends. He laughed, then an outright, evil, maniacal laugh. Then, he disappeared in a puff of smoke just as a sickening squelch echoed through the courtyard. Chapter 13. The thing about death and battle, Boruto learned later in life, was that it was not the glorious display of heroism he thought it was. It was fast. Undramatic. Clinical. Time slowed down. Naruto stood off to the right, leaping forward, his hand outstretched, mouth open in a silent shout. Boruto himself was motionless, kunai held to his chest, eyes still fixated on Toby. And then there was Hayashi. Boruto watched as the kunai burst through the front of his vest, bathed in red, the sound of fabric tearing and skin twisting under the pressure lost to his ringing ears. Senses blinded, the world fuzzy in his periphery, nothing else mattered at that moment. It was like a movie, a silent film, a black and white haze. The camera locked on his grandfather's body as it began to sink to the earth, shifting only to follow it as it fell. Frame by frame, the movie rolled on. Toby let go of the blade. Naruto took another step, eyes widening in realization. Boruto flinched. Hayashi took a strained breath, comprehension flickering across his face, blood beginning to soak through his clothes. He hit the floor. He rolled to the side. The light faded from his eyes. And then? Then it was like somebody flipped a switch, the world returned to normal. Time sped up, everything rumbled back into focus. The movie stopped, the color returned. Boruto saw red. The blood. He blinked, tears smearing his vision into a dissonance of color before he could make out more detail. A blur flashed across his line of sight. Obito! He was too late. It happened like a snap of a finger. The ember sparked in the woodwork. He saw the burst of the knife. A flame ignited, roaring in hunger. Hayashi dead. Fury fire coursing through his heart. Obito! He called out. He would pay. Obito stood still as stone. Naruto shot forward, quick as a whip, smashing his lone arm into Obito's right shoulder blade. It tore right off. The limb skittered on the ground several yards away, the strange eggshell-colored substance that held it together dripping onto the pavement like dyed blood. A part of Naruto's mind reminded him that it was the same material that his prosthetic was made of, but he was too enraged to think all that clearly at the moment. Obito held in pain as his shoulder was ripped out of place, ruby-red blood seeping from the wound and dripping onto the earth as he stumbled forward, gripping at the hole where his arm once was with his other hand. Naruto moved again. He mentally summoned a clone to watch his son and tend to Hayashi, then grabbed Obito. They were going to have a nice, long talk. Naruto shoo-shined them away, it didn't matter where. They found themselves on a deserted street, standing half a block from the charred husk of a building that used to be the Mizukage Tower. Naruto spun and shoved the Uchiha, watching as the team toppled onto the ground, rolling for a moment before he bumped into the curb on the side of the road. "You know? I thought you were better than this," Naruto began, pacing, teeth gritting together. He talked more to himself than Obito, who clutched at himself on the ground, still in shock. "I expected that some part of you, the part of you that saved the fucking world, would maybe be around, even now." He narrowed his eyes and loomed over Tobi's body. "I guess I was wrong. Again." Then, he kicked him. Hard. Naruto could hear Obito's gurgled cough, and vaguely noted that the teen had probably just vomited up blood inside of his mask. "Take it off," Naruto growled, before bending over and undoing the orange spiral from Obito's face himself. One lone, terrified Sharingan eye stared back at him, framed by long, unruly black hair and scar tissue that stretched across the right side of a still pubescent face. Naruto moved to kick the boy again, but something stopped him. He froze, looking down at Obito with a frown. A boy stared back. A boy, no older than 15, beaten and defenseless. A boy, lost in his way, fearing for his end. He had come to terms with the fact that all of his actions, no matter the size, would have an impact on this world's future, that was certain. But that didn't justify his actions, even now. He was a father, not a torturer, regardless of his anger. It wasn't who he was. A bubble of guilt rose from his gut, and he shook his head when the rage subsided and allowed for cool, calm reason to return to his mind. "I trusted that you wouldn't be an idiot, Obito," Naruto sighed, turning around and rubbing his hand to his eyes. "All I wanted to do was talk to you. But now look where we are." Obito tried to speak, then grimaced and began to hack again once the first syllable left his lips. What are you?" "You killed him, Obito," Naruto stated, turning once again. "He was my father-in-law." When the blond man's gaze met Obito's, the teen froze. The rage in those eyes, why did they look so much like Minato-sensei's? Had been replaced with cool disappointment. It was almost more painful to see than the anger, because at least with the anger, Obito could sense what was coming next. He had been on a team with Kakashi for long enough to understand that. But disappointment? Indifference? Cold rage? Obito took a deep breath, trying to assess his options. He still had Kamui. He could make an escape through the ground and meet back up with the others if he had to. And judging from the faint tugging at his consciousness that was warning him of the fact he had lost a significant amount of blood, he would have to decide pretty quickly, risk dying of that, or die almost certainly by the hands of the blonde man, the Jinchuriki. He reminded himself that was suddenly on an entirely different level than he was. "Don't even think about using Kamui," said man stated coolly, narrowing his eyes. "I can track you down, wait for as long as it takes for the jutsu to expire, then grab you again." He cracked his neck. "And believe me, you do not want that to happen." How Obito began, completely flabbergasted. This man, the only person short of Madara Uchiha himself that had been able to catch him off guard and seriously wound him since he had left the Leaf Village, knew his secrets. His name, his abilities to a shinobi, that may as well have been everything. Obito shuddered as he realized his odds of making it out alive began to dwindle. But strangely, the man didn't strike him again. He instead seemed to be talking to himself, muttering and prowling, his hand never leaving his eyes. It was strange, really, seeing someone leave themselves open to attack in such a manner. It was either a generous amount of stupidity, or a sense of quiet confidence of superiority. For some reason, the sickening feeling that grew in Obito's gut seemed to indicate the latter. What do you want with me?" Obito said, cursing himself mentally for stuttering. He was supposed to be the heir to the mighty visage of Madara Uchiha, and there he was, cowering in the dirt on an empty street, all but begging for his life. The man sighed, and turned to look at him. The size of the bags under his eyes surprised Obito, but he hid it well, instead trying his best to keep a sensible enough, very much Uchiha scowl on his face. Judging from the way the blonde raised an eyebrow at him, it wasn't working. He felt helpless. That's because you are, a part of his mind seemed to tell him, but he ignored it. What I want with you. The man blinked for a moment, his bright blue eyes closing for a fraction of a second before opening again, exhausted. He walked over and sat down next to where Obito lay, resting his chin on his hand, staring off into nothingness between his feet. I want your help. Obito blinked his lone eye. Help? From him? Help? He repeated, out loud this time, not entirely sure what was happening. Yeah. We need your help. But now he paused for a moment. Then, he jerked upright as if having sensed something. Shit. Not yet. He can't know yet. Obito blinked in confusion as the mask was hastily slipped back over his face. Obito, he said, and the boy couldn't help but look up at him, as if instinctively obeying the man's implied demand. He was surprised when the blonde's eyes were almost desperate. Meet me at the gravesite 1 week from today. You know the one I'm talking about. Midnight. Don't bring anyone. Obito blinked. What? What are you? A gravesite? A week? He didn't get a response. Just at that moment, a crack of ozone erupted across the street from them, and Naruto took several steps back, looking at him indifferently. What's going on? Who is this? Obito's heart twisted in his chest at the newcomer's voice. He's the one that started all of this, the blonde man's voice stated plainly. He was the one? Obito strained to lift himself from the curbside, twisting his neck in an attempt to catch one glance. Yeah. A shock of blonde hair, long, unruly, all too familiar, entered his field of view, and Obito's heart lurched in his chest. It seemed that his desensitization to his old life hadn't quite worked as well after all. What's the plan? Obito blinked when he noticed the way the Fourth Hokage's sharp, accusing eyes tore into his mask, ripping away at the material, edging closer and closer and closer to the truth. We're leaving. He's dying. I don't expect him to live more than 30 more minutes. That wasn't true. Obito frowned. Was the older man protecting him? Letting him escape? Idiot, of course he is, that ever-present, and ever-annoying, side of Obito's mind that seemed to know all the answers piped up. Didn't you hear? Next week. He knows you'll make it out alive. You're supposed to. You're just going to leave him here? Obito could tell Minato-sensei was furious simply because of the way he held zero emotion in his voice. I don't like leaving survivors. Cool. Clinical. Precise. Just like always. Obito watched his old sensei from the corner of his eye. He tried with every fiber of his being to see past the rage searching in the dark for the kind, fatherly man that looked just the same. Instead, he found himself forcing the rest of his dwindling chakra reserves into his Kamui-I as fast as he could channel it. Minato's blade passed through his dematerialized neck in a fraction of a second. It was just a glance, the twitching of a wrist, and Obito had known what would come next. Had he not been under Minato's tutelage for the better part of 3 years, he would have died helpless, alone, and afraid. Obito sank into the ground as Minato recovered. His heart pounded in his chest, his lungs heaved air in and out of his body, his neck went lax from the strain. As the cool embrace of the earth swallowed him whole, Obito began to think. The fact that the other blonde, the older one, hadn't moved an inch told Obito everything he needed to know. The man did not underestimate him. Nor should he. The man. He needed strategy. And, as much as he loathed to admit it, firepower. He needed help. And there were only 3 people he knew that could pull it off. Naruto sighed, relieved. Tobi was gone, vanished into the earth not a moment too soon. Minato had leapt forward, eyes fierce and enraged, and slashed his kunai through the air just after the boy dematerialized. If only he knew who lay behind the mask. He will eventually, just not now, Naruto reminded himself, before turning, the buildings wrapping around the streets towards. A pang of guilt wrapped around his spine, down his throat, across his ribcage. Where do you think you're going? Naruto stopped, and took a deep breath, collecting himself. Everything was falling apart around him, and he just wanted the nightmare to end. Back. Back where, exactly? Naruto felt a hand slam down on his shoulder, and it took everything in his power not to spin and counterattack. His battle instincts were primed and trigger-happy. Instead, he simply reached up and brushed Minato's hand aside. "I'm going back to the leaf." "Yes, you are," Minato said, narrowing his eyes. "Because you and I are going to talk. And then you and your son are going to go away for a long, long time." Naruto let out a dry, humorless chuckle and simply began to walking, his feet guiding him along. Heh. Is that so? His mind was foggy, vision unfocused, and the journey gave him far too little time to collect his thoughts, because before he knew it he was standing in front of his son, looking down at the frozen boy with a grimace on his face as Boruto quaked, motionless, kneeled before the body of a man all too familiar. Minato simply chose to follow behind, silently, watching Naruto's every move. But Naruto didn't care. He looked down at his son, down at his father-in-law, at the pool of blood they were both laying in, Boruto's hand gripping Hayashi's shoulders as if hoping that the contact would bind his soul to the land of the living for just a moment longer, desperately. Tears mingled with the blood beneath them. Naruto blinked the moisture from his eyes, trying his hardest to stay strong for Boruto, for Hayashi, for himself. There was something about the Hyuga's body, splayed out on the ground, that unearthed memories from a life long, long ago. A life of pain, of fighting, of desperation. Of war, of struggle, of sacrifice. He blinked again, eyes shifting to his son. The product of one such sacrifice. He reached out with his hand cursing, damn himself for shaking so much, took Boruto by his shoulder, leaned down to his level, and pulled him in. Boruto was totally still at first, eyes still hazed and unfocused, Naruto holding him into his chest in an almost awkward manner. For a second, a gut-wrenching, painful second, Naruto thought Boruto would block him out, force him away. But his son surprised him. Like always. Boruto slammed himself into Naruto, gripping at his father's shirt, burying his face in it. A choked sob broke the silence. Naruto ran his hand down the boy's back, and he rested his cheek on Boruto's head. Blonde hair obscured his vision with each hiccup, Boruto's heartbeat thundering against his own chest like hammers to a nail. They sat like that for what felt like years. The clouds parted above them, the setting sun once again shining through the mahogany sky for a brief respite, before it dipped past the horizon and dropped the entire village into the throes of twilight. A lone street lamp, the only one still standing for blocks, flickered and hummed, the light dull and inconsistent. Naruto watched as it struggled to gain purchase in the blackening sky, its luminescent influence barely a pinprick against the backdrop of stunning starlight. But as time rolled on, as Boruto's tears began to dry against his chest, the light stabilized, strengthened. So much so, that by the time that his son began to sniffle and twitch in his arms, it was a roaring dissonance of light and insects and hope. Naruto blinked when he felt Boruto's breathing stabilize, and he lifted his head up. To his surprise, Minato had been busy, Hayashi's body had been bagged and set aside, presumably for easy transport. Now, the Fourth Hokage was simply standing there, the wind whipping his cloak like a lion behind him, running rough fingers through his hair. For the brief moment before Minato realized he was watching him, Naruto saw a look of sadness, empathy stretched between the man's cheekbones. But as soon as Naruto made to stand once again, Minato's expression steeled. Naruto pursed his lips and turned back to Boruto. He knew what his father was going through. Being forced to feign anger and contempt in a situation where anyone but a leader would stretch out an open hand of peace and support and understanding was one of the Hokage's less glamorous obligations. Too bad he rarely followed it. "Come on," he whispered to Boruto, pulling him to his feet with a gentle tug. He turned to Minato next, trying to hide the dull ache in his heart from the Fourth Hokage's prying eyes. "Let's go." "Yes, let's," Minato said coolly, taking a step forward. Naruto ground his teeth as he watched Minato throw the body bag over his shoulder, thoughts of the future, their immediate future, churning his stomach. He clenched his hand into a shaking fist when his father moved towards them, and he promised himself things would change as Minato grabbed both his and his grandson's shoulders, the cold embrace of the Hiraition whipping them across space and time. Sakura sighed. No changes. The green wisps of medical chakra faded into the dark, silent hospital air as Sakura finished her evaluation. She leaned back into a standing position, stretching her spine as she looked both Naruto and Boruto over one last time before calling it a night. No changes. Damn him for leaving us high and dry like this, Sakura thought to herself as she leaned over and pulled the hospital sheets across Naruto's still body, watching as his breathing pushed them up, then down, then up again. But at least they're still alive. She moved over to Boruto's bed next, running her hand along the boy's blonde concealed forehead, frowning at how cold he was. For now. She heard the sound of rustling from behind her, and spun on her heels, before slumping forward and letting out the breath she hadn't realized she had been holding. Hinata. You scared the daylights out of me. The woman blinked once, then twice, sitting up from where she lay in one of the several chairs that lined the nearby wall. Oh, did I startle you? I'm sorry. She set aside the thin blanket that had been covering her as she stood, taking care to fold it before moving to Sakura's side. You gave us quite the scare earlier, you know, Sakura said, turning back to the two Uzumaki in the beds before them. I don't think you've fainted that badly in a long time. Hinata just hummed, an embarrassed smile gracing her lips. Well, can you blame me? Sakura smirked. I suppose not. They sat in comfortable silence, watching Naruto's rhythmic breathing as the machines around them beeped quietly. Hinata leaned forward and freed her husband's hand from beneath the confines of the sheets, turning it over in her own. Where is everyone else? Lord Sixth and Shikamaru are with Ino at the Umbu headquarters, last I heard, Sakura said. Lady Tsunade went home a couple hours ago. Hinata nodded silently in acknowledgement. Then, she jumped. Wait, where's Himawari? She's not here? Sakura turned. No, she's not. She's at my place right now. Sarada is watching her for the time being. I hope you don't mind. Oh, not at all, Hinata said. I really appreciate it, Sakura. The other woman just harumphed and batted a hand. Oh, please. You watched her all the time when she was Hima's age. Consider us even. You don't have to worry, no, not about that, Hinata interrupted, turning to her with a small smile. Although I do appreciate that, too, now that you mention it. No, I'm talking about everything you're doing here. She squeezed her husband's hand. Thank you. For everything. Naruto squeezed back. Both women froze. Was that Hinata said, eyes wide. Did he? I saw it too, Sakura said, paling. She began to move her hands over Naruto's head, the light of her diagnostic jutsu layering the bed in an eerie pale glow. One of the machines on the wall started to chirp and whine, and its counterpart on the other side of the room, Boruto's sensor, no doubt began to screech as well. Sakura, what's happening? Hinata asked. I don't know, this hasn't happened before. I thought it was just unstimulated nerves firing, but this. She ran her eyes across the wall of the room, reading the data the small glowing computer screens were spitting out. This looks like activity. Sakura felt a bubble of hope resurface from before, where it had delved deep into the recesses of her heart. There was activity. It was small and relatively insignificant, but for a pair of presumed brain-dead, comatose patients, it was monumental. Sakura flew across the room, pulling a computer screen down and tapping away at a keyboard, calling up a series of fluctuating graphs. I'm getting EEG data again. She squinted her eyes as the numbers oscillated wildly across the screen, her heart beating in her chest. I think they're waking up. Like the flip of a switch, everything went dark again. Naruto's hand went slack in Hinata's grasp, and she gasped. No, come on, Naruto. Come back. Sakura let out a sigh as the computers began to flash red with error messages and disconnect warnings, and she slumped back against the wall, trying to ignore the wall of machinery that seemed to chastise her for not working fast enough. Damn. That was close. The bubble of hope from before grew when she realized something. Wait a second, she pushed off from the wall and marched to the door, pulling off her lab coat and slinging it over a chair. "Hinata, can you stay here and watch them?" "Of course, I was planning to anyway," the woman said, watching Sakura slip through the doorway with a questioning frown on her face. "Sakura, what's happening? Where are you going?" "To find the others," the kunoichi replied, a bright smile on her face as she darted out into the hallway. Hinata raised an eyebrow as she heard Sakura call out behind her, her voice fading as she ran. "If it happened once, it can happen again. We just need to find out why." The Hokage's office lay silent, the ticking of the clock on the wall echoing through the empty room. The chair at Minato's desk remained shoved backward from his hasty departure, his scroll-covered desk long forgotten. The desk lamp shined for no one, a haze of warm light casting shadows across the room. Figures of black danced along the walls and over the bookshelves, the outline of a nondescript rug in the middle of the room drawing no attention as the light moved onwards, its presence barely whispering across the floorboards. Four portraits, stoic and unmoving, watched over the room as the clock continued to tick, tick, tick. Then, as quick as a bullet, the room erupted in a crack of sound, four bodies appearing on top of the rug, one far colder than the others. Minato said nothing as he made his way across the room, completely unfazed. A small scowl hid his true feelings from view, his eyes hollow and unforgiving. The chair was fished back into place, and Minato stood behind it, leaning across its back and staring at the other two shinobi that had yet to move from their spot on the rug. "Explain yourselves." Boruto gulped, eyes still red and puffy. Naruto stole a quick glance down at his son. He reached over and wrapped his hand around the boy's shoulders, trying to comfort him in some small way. The next few minutes were not going to be easy for either of them. Minato's eyes erupted in fire, but he remained otherwise immobile. "I asked you a question. It is in your best interests to answer it." Naruto froze. "This was never my plan. I didn't intend for Hayashito to die." Minato nearly laughed, his voice incredulous. "You didn't intend for Hayashi to die? Is that what you were about to say?" Naruto steeled himself, standing straight. "No. I am not your enemy, believe me." "And why should I believe you?" "Because I'm just as angry that Hayashi died as you are." Naruto hissed through clenched teeth, eyes enraged. "Don't try and tell me that I did it on purpose, because that would be despicable." "Despicable? Despicable? Let me tell you what despicable is." Minato nearly yelled, his voice raised for the first time that evening. "Despicable is starting a battle you knew you couldn't handle. Despicable is killing a Jounin no, a clan head due to your negligence. Despicable is letting the killer escape like that." "He has been taken care of," Naruto said hastily, taking a step forward towards Minato's desk. "Look, we need to talk, but not about this." "I shouldn't have done it," Minato nearly whispered, eyes narrowed. "I never should have trusted you. I had assumed that having your own child on the line, you would be more careful and wouldn't overstep any boundaries, but it would appear that I was wrong." Naruto blinked, flabbergasted. "What? What are you? You destroyed an entire village," Minato stressed, turning from the desk and walking towards the window, pointing out into the twinkling lights of the bustling nightlife of the Leaf. "Do you see that? That is what your leadership just destroyed. You destroyed someone else's Leaf village. Don't you lecture me on how to be a leader." Naruto roared, taking a step forward. "Do you think I didn't know the risks? Understand just what was at stake? That village that could have been my village. I saved it, damn it. Don't try and say I did otherwise." Minato froze, his mouth thinning into a fine line. "Who the hell are you, anyways?" Naruto let out a short laugh, shaking his head in exasperation. "That depends. Are you going to let me speak this time? You dare insult me?" Minato whispered, his nostrils flaring, eyes blazing. "You dare insult the man that rescued you from what was likely to be a rather long walk off of a short pier?" He whipped his coat out of the way as he reached into the pouch strapped to his thigh, ripping a kunai from within its contents. He brought the blade up in front of him, the polished metal throwing even the smallest amount of light across the room. Minato paused, his expression blank once again. I have every right to and can easily justify killing you right where you stand, you know? Naruto just pursed his lips, biting back whatever sharp response he had for that. Instead, he took another step forward and looked up at the ceiling, neck exposed, letting out a long, deep sigh. Do it. Minato blinked. I'm sorry? I said, do it, Naruto stated emotionlessly. You're right, you know. He looked back down, meeting Minato's gaze head-on. I had been too caught up in the details to realize what I was really doing. I nearly allowed a village to be leveled in the first place. That's not acceptable. Not for someone like me. Minato said nothing. I take responsibilities for my actions. And that includes apologizing for speaking to you in such a disrespectful manner, Lord Fourth. He bowed. It may have only been a small gesture, but it was his way of being cordial. I understand your anger. And it's justified. Please, if you intend to kill me for my inabilities to perform as both a leader and as a father, he sighed again and closed his eyes, then I respect your decision. Do it. There was a moment as his eyelids closed, a serious moment, where Naruto thought he saw a flash of blonde move towards him, and he realized that Minato had called his bluff. His own father would be his undoing. Ironic, in the grand scheme of things, he thought to himself with a condescending chuckle. But he blinked again, and realized that it wasn't Minato that had moved, but Boruto. Stop it, the boy said between gritted teeth. Stop it. His hands shivered as he stood between the two Hokage, eyes darting from one to the other, fierce determination barely triumphing over utter grief. Naruto let out a long sigh, and he ran his hand through his hair. Boruto, no, Dad. The boy shouted, eyes filled with fire. We're not doing this. I'm tired of just running from everything. His eyes wavered, and his posture slipped. Or everyone, he said quietly. Please. We need to tell him. And now. He's important for our plan anyways, right? To get home? So why are we waiting, you know? Minato raised an eyebrow. Naruto began, a sad smile on his face. Would you stop treating me like a baby? Boruto shouted again, turning his back to Minato, fists clenched. His tattered cloak flashed behind him, and for a fleeting moment, Naruto saw himself. Memories flushed over him, and he closed his eyes, taking a deep breath, listening as his son talked. Please, Dad. Just tell him. We need help. There was silence, and Naruto opened his eyes enough to see that Boruto was choking on his words, tears building up in the corners of his eyes again. I want to go home. It was a whisper, barely louder than the ticking of the clock. Naruto didn't know what to say. What to do? Boruto was right, things were looking bleak, and they were running out of options. Several moments passed, where Boruto fidgeted in place, and Naruto sat and thought to himself. The clock continued to tick. Someone cleared their throat. Naruto and Boruto both froze, surprised, when they realized there was still a third person in the room with them. Minato had moved back across the room and had sat back down again, watching them speak from atop steepled fingers at his desk. He had a look on his face. His eyes were unfocused and trained towards the rug in the middle of his office, as if reminiscing, and he looked pained like his mind was battling his conscience for superiority. Naruto watched him for a minute. You want to say something? Minato blinked, surprised at the statement, then sighed. I don't want to be rude. That never stopped you before. Minato leaned back in his chair, running a hand over his eyes. 13 days. Naruto frowned. What? 13 days, he repeated. It's been 13 days since I took this office. And it's been nothing but one bad mistake after the other. One of the village's most prized jounin is dead, a hidden village has been practically wiped off the face of the planet. He paused. All of this has been a nightmare. I'm still operating under a jounin mentality, not one of a Hokage. He rose from seat, taking several slow steps back to the long, angled windows of the Hokage's office. He leaned on the frame of one, taking a long look out into the village below them. I'm going to have to explain this, you know. His voice went quiet, breath pooling on the glass. I'm going to have to go out there tomorrow and explain this to the village, to the Hyuga, plan a funeral, make a speech. He balled his fist. It shouldn't be necessary. At all. And yet here we are, Naruto said. Yeah, Minato said, turning again. But despite all of that, despite what's happened, some fault lies with me. He chuckled once. Well, most of it, actually. Naruto blinked. I'm sorry? Minato gave a small smile. No, I'm sorry. I haven't treated this situation the way it should have been handled in the first place, and I let my emotions get the better of me. I apologize for threatening your life. That is not how I want my administration to lead. He moved back across the room and carefully lowered himself back into his chair, sighing and straightening his neck. So let's start over. Naruto took a deep breath and closed his eyes. All right. Minato motioned towards the pair of seats across the desk from him, and Naruto steered both himself and his son towards them. Tell me what happened, Minato said carefully, folding his hands and leaning forward a bit. And don't lie to me. Naruto paused before speaking, glancing at his son for a brief moment. Dad, the boy said before Naruto could begin. We should probably tell him about you know. Tell me about what? Naruto grimaced. Boruto, but we need Grandpa's help. Minato blinked. Grandpa? Naruto and Boruto blanched. You could hear a pin drop. I'm not that old, you realize. Naruto watched as Boruto deflated in his chair, obviously relieved that Minato hadn't realized what he had said was true. He sighed. Well, now is as good a time as ever. No, it's true. Minato frowned, eyes darting back and forth from Naruto to Boruto, back to Naruto. What? You realize I don't have children, right? Naruto gave a sad smile, looking down at the desk in front of him. It was a different one than his, he realized. Which made sense, considering the destruction of the village by Pain's hand undoubtedly took this one with it, and that wasn't even considering the number of desks Tsunade went through after the fact. It's happened already, right? You've made the suggestion? Minato looked at him, confusion wreathing around in his eyes. Naruto smiled painfully, and stretched his hand out to touch the wooden surface in front of him. For the name, I mean. Jiraiya's book was always your favorite, you know. Blue eyes dug into his skull, wide as saucers. How did you think it was a bit odd that someone named Naruto fell into your office? The seventh said. With the same hair color as you? He looked up and met Minato's gaze. Same eye color? Minato's mouth moved, but no sound came out at first. But it seemed he was able to reel in his mind enough to start speaking, because a stream of words began to spew out of him faster than his body could process then. Yes, of course I did, but it's not impossible that other people have blonde hair or blue eyes, of course, well, there are others in the village that they could have maybe? Naruto shook his head. I thought so. You've had your suspicions since the beginning, I could tell. Minato floundered. Are you honestly saying Naruto's heart thundered in his chest? Had he ever been this nervous before? His mind, still terrified of doing something irreversible, argued with his conscience, weighing the consequences against the rewards in split-second, hair-raising anxiety. As Naruto felt his palms grow sweaty, he froze, remembering something very important. He was Naruto. To hell with consequences. He cleared his voice, sat up straight, and gave a small smile. Yeah. I'm your son. So, you're the one I've been hearing all about the past few days. 3 jumped in her chair. She swiveled in place, turning towards the door of her cell, and watched as a strange man in a cream-colored cloak lumbered his way inside. His gray hair, or was it silver? poked out in all directions, and she found herself marveling at it. The ninja from this land were very strange indeed. "Ah yes," she said after a moment, unsure of how to answer. "Ah. Well, it's nice to meet you." He moved in front of her and held the end of his sentence like a fishing lure. "My name is 3, said. "Nice to meet you, 3. "My name is Kakashi." The silver-haired man pulled a chair from the other side of the room and sat down, taking care to not make too much noise. They watched each other for a few moments, 3 growing more and more uncomfortable as time went on. Then, finally, Kakashi spoke. "You're bald." 3 blinked. Well, he certainly was blunt. She opened her mouth to respond, as was appropriate, but something about him, something curious, stuck out to her. "Your eye," she muttered, narrowing her own. "It is different." Kakashi did nothing to indicate he had heard her until, "Of course," he responded. "Yes, it was a gift." 3 frowned, watching Kakashi's face with resigned fascination. His eye, it was glowing, spitting waves of heat like hot stone on a summer's day, the waves rippling, distorting in the air. The pupil, gray and relaxed, faded to a sharp red, then back to gray. When she blinked, it was gone. "What do you see?" Another voice snapped her out of her reverie, and she watched as the woman from before, the kind one, with the blonde hair, closed the door behind her. Kakashi turned, beaming. "Ah, Ino. Pleasure of you to join us." Ino returned the smile. "Figured you could use the help, Lord Hokage." 3 blinked, muddled. "Hokage?" Ino turned questioningly, then realization lit up her face like a lightning bug. "Oh. Yes, you must be confused." "Of course. I would be too." She moved further into the room, pulling up a chair next to Kakashi's. "This is Kakashi Hatake. He is the 6th Hokage of the Hidden Leaf, our village leader." "Retired village leader," Kakashi corrected, raising a finger from beneath his cloak. Right," Ino said, raising her eyebrow. "Well, unfortunately due to Naruto's incapacitation, you're all we've got." She chuckled. "You should have seen the way Lady Tsunade reacted when Sai tried to get her to come do it. Nearly took out half a city block." "Somehow that doesn't surprise me," Kakashi mused. "I'm happy to do it, of course. But only so long as the 7th gets his hat back at some point." "Agreed," Ino smiled, turning to look back at 3's mildly flummoxed face. "Now, you said you saw something?" She paused, turning to look back at Kakashi's face. "Nothing was there. It has passed." Ino watched her, eyes cool and steeled, as if disbelieving at first. Then, she shrugged. "All right, then." She sat down, reaching behind her to the small metal table and grabbing the clipboard that rested there. "So, 3. Tell us what you can about yourself." She waved a pen in the air for a moment, thinking. "Anything at all that might help us out, abilities, conditions, that sort of thing." 3 froze. She most certainly had abilities, but they were village secrets. No, more than that, they were family secrets. There was a reason her teammates knew nothing of her status, despite being from the same village. But now, she was in a deep underground holding cell. Her arms were unrestrained, and she could move freely and stretch and meditate, but it was still a cell. And no amount of smiles from her blonde interviewer could change that. Only she could. "I am not sure I am allowed to say," 3 began, twisting her legs under her cold metal chair and struggling to find the right words to say next. "But for my own wrongdoings I will anyway." Ino shared a look with Kakashi and shrugged. "Okay, fine with us. Anything that you tell us will be marked classified, though that shouldn't even need to be said. You don't need to worry about anyone else finding out." 3 sighed, twisting her fingers in her bright white shirt in apprehension. "Why don't you start with where you're from? Your village, your family, you have parents?" 3 took a deep breath. My father was killed when I was just a girl. He passed in his sleep. I do not know my mother." Ino's face softened. Oh, I'm sorry. 3 ignored her and continued. I was named 3 for my father. I was his only child, the only one able to take his place. What place would that be? Kakashi asked. I am to become village leader when I grow older, 3 said, barely above a whisper. She couldn't stand to look up at them. And then, when the time comes, become one. Become one? Ino repeated, confused. Yes, 3 said. My grandfather. He is one. I am 3. My father was 2. Ino scribbled something onto the clipboard. That sounds strange. Why are you named after numbers? Most likely a translational issue, Kakashi said. In their language, it means something much more personal. Am I correct? 3 shook her head. No, not so much. My life has been ordained since I was born. I am to become one. There have been several 3s before me, and I will not be last. Our village has operated this way since the Great One, and it has done us well. The Great One, Ino repeated. She turned to look at Kakashi. Is that the Sage of 6 Paths? Sounds like it, the man replied, leaning forward, eyes narrowed. Your Great One, can you tell us about him? 3 couldn't help but smile, remembering her days with her father, memories of walking through the forest and telling stories of their ancestors. He was a kind one full of love and devotion. His actions still guide us today, even now. She blinked, recalling the paintings that lined the roots of the large tree in the center of the village. He was a man, once, as I am a woman now. But nature claimed him, and Aunt Ari made him one. Ino continued her frantic scribbling, before looking up with a lopsided frown. Aunt Ari? Our village, 3 smiled. You call us the village hidden in the sea. But to us, we are of Aunt Ari. That reminds me of an old language from the far west, Kakashi murmured. We learned it in Umbu because it was obscure and ancient enough to be used as an emergency code. That word in particular, though, is familiar. Untariksh. What did it mean? Kakashi narrowed his eyes still locked on 3. It meant distance. At least, in the context of what Umbu was using it for. He took out his book, then, eyes moving away from her. So, 3. Where is your Great One now? Kakashi-sensei? Ino asked, not following. I am not sure, 3 said. It is said in legend that he became one with the trees, their shadow. He vanished into their embrace, and went on a grand voyage across the great seas. She smiled. Maybe he came here. She faltered when she sensed the sudden tension that had enveloped the air. Does that sound like who I think it does? Ino said, eyes wide, voice quiet. Kakashi snapped his book closed and turned to her again, his 2 sable silver eyes prying into 3's own. Tell me, was your Great One black? A solid black? With golden eyes? 3 sat up straight, incredulous, a grand smile on her lips. So you do know of the Great One? Zetsu, Shikamaru grumbled, steepling his fingers on the table in front of him in the observation room just beside 3's. The other 2 sat across from him. Their village founder was Black Zetsu. That answers that question, Kakashi said. We never knew where he was when his 2 brothers were off fighting the 10 tails, but 3's story makes sense. He was on an island by himself for several thousand years? Ino said, skeptical. Why was he there? Does it matter? Shikamaru said with a sigh. Naruto says that when Kaguya was attacking, she called the world her nursery. Maybe Black Zetsu was building her a perfect place to live once she returned? Ino narrowed her eyes. Shikamaru, you've never been one to overlook details. They could be important. Shikamaru blinked and gave a passive shrug, sticking an unlit cigarette between his teeth. That's true. But until we know more about what's wrong with Naruto and Boruto, for one I'm operating under information triage. I've got enough to handle as it is. Regardless, we need to find out what this means, Kakashi interrupted, leaning forward onto clasped hands. 3 is a descendant of Black Zetsu. She knocked Naruto and Boruto out with nothing more than a blink. There is probably a correlation between those two somehow. Yeah, Shikamaru said. This whole mess is well, a mess. And the sooner we can figure it out, the better would you get off of me. I'm a jounin of this village, and I'm here to see the 6th about something very pressing. The 3 shinobi froze when they heard the sound of someone familiar come thundering down the hall, their voice slowly gaining volume as they marched loudly towards 3's room. I'm sorry, ma'am, but the Hokage, that's why I'm here, damn it. Now make like an egg and scramble before I do it for you. Sakura burst into the observation room, her hair askew, eyes wide and excited. Anumbu attempted to force his way in behind her, but she slammed the door shut in his face. They woke up. Everyone in the room leapt to their feet in an instant, making towards the door, when Sakura sighed and held up a hand. Just for a moment, they're not awake anymore. Shikamaru sighed, slinking back into his chair. Ugh. And here I was, genuinely excited that this nightmare was finally over. Well, we may not be out of the woods yet, Sakura said proudly, but this at least proves to us that they're still in there. They're alive. She smiled. And if it happened before, it can happen again, Kakashi finished, eyes sharp. Good work, Sakura. He paused for a moment, thinking. Shikamaru, pack your bags. Ino, go tell Sai he had better figure out a way to tell Tsunade what she'd rather not hear. The 7th's assistant raised an eyebrow, sitting up in his chair. Are you thinking what I'm thinking? Yeah, Kakashi said. I think it's high time we paid this mystery village a visit, don't you? Chapter 14. There are no coincidences in our line of work. But it was impossible. Minato knew it was impossible. Coincidences exist for a reason. He couldn't have a son. He couldn't have a son. He was barely 24 years old. This man had to be at least in his late 30s. A blind ninja is a dead ninja. Minato leaned forwards, elbows gripping the desk, and cupped his face in his hands. Never forget that, Minato. There were 3 distinct possibilities for what was happening. Minato had already counted them off in his head. The first, and most plausible, was that this man was playing him again. They were assigned a mission from another village, perhaps Hidden Stone, due to how much they looked like Minato, and were given the preposterous task of drawing something out of the fledgling Fourth Hokage that would no doubt come back and bite him in the ass. Minato frowned. Perhaps the circumstances were incorrect, but the main theory itself seemed plausible. He mentally set it aside for later, moving on to the next in the list. Possibility number 2 was slightly less realistic, but Minato included it in the list anyway. His week had been unbelievable enough as it was, and hesitance in times of danger lead to death. He knew this firsthand. Thoughts of Obito fluttered through his mind, and he grimaced. The second theory was that this man wasn't his son, as he had claimed, but was, rather, a distant relative. Once more, a knot of worry twisted upon itself from inside his gut. Perhaps theories 1 and 2 were linked. These 2 blonde shinobi were related to him, somehow, and it was that very fact that made them even more dangerous than normally so. As unlikely as it might be that he had relatives hidden away in the bowels of the elemental nations, it was something that begged to be considered. Minato shuddered. The final possibility was the most alarming. This man Naruto, he reminded himself with a frown, was his son. He was here from wherever it was he had come from, and had wreaked havoc on his life purely out of some sort of spiteful rage. Or perhaps he was just an idiot. The circumstances of his arrival were details that needed to be buffed out, of course, but for the time being, he had a place to start should the theory become more than just that. He desperately hoped that it wouldn't. Grandpa? Minato jolted in his chair. He coughed into his hands, blinking hard. You do realize that it's impossible for me to be your, grandfather. His son grimaced in front of him, and reached his hand around to behind his neck, scratching it. Minato tried his best to ignore the fact that the act was too familiar. Well, it's the truth. And I'm an idiot for not just saying this sooner. Are you? He froze again, mind working through sub-theories like clockwork. Are you a clone? An experiment gone wrong? Some sort of genetic mess? His eyes slammed into slits, and he curled his fist into the desk. Orochimaru. Naruto jumped in his chair, before shaking his head in a frantic motion. No. No, 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 no. Yeah, no. Not that. Definitely not that. Minato raised an eyebrow. Now that was suspicious. Naruto took a deep breath. Look, that snaky son of a bitch is just as frustrating to me as he is to you. He's more than just a nuisance, Minato said. He left the village less than 2 weeks ago with half the village after him, the third Hokage himself included. He is now, as of last Thursday, an S-class missing nin. Naruto's eyes widened, and Minato mentally smiled. So he did have some sort of positive connection to the snake. Bingo. But Naruto's next words wiped the slate clean. We're that far back? Minato blinked, raising an eyebrow. What? I didn't. Naruto's eyebrows ascended to his hairline, and he began to look around the office, as if trying to find some sort of secret message or hidden clue. His eyes found the clock, and he appeared to zone out for a moment in thought. Shit, I should have paid more attention. Minato's mind began to work through the other blonde's cryptic and erratic train of thought, and said train slammed into him at a rather unpleasant speed when the pieces began to fit together. There are no coincidences in our line of work. A disbelieving smile crossed his face. You can't honestly expect me to believe you're from the future, can you? Naruto's eyes locked onto Minato's, wide and startled. That's exactly what I'm saying. No coincidences. That's impossible. Yeah. Well, here we are. Minato furrowed his brow, his fingertips darting up to his scalp. No. I've tried before myself, done the math, ran tests, all of it. I spent half a year of my life. He let out a short breath. There is no way, no coincidences, Minato. He winced. There was a possibility, there was always a possibility. His tests had been thorough, the Hiraishin wouldn't have been perfected in the manner that it was otherwise. But nonetheless Naruto sighed before him and slinked back in his chair, arm dangling over the edge of the armrest like a limp puppet. I guess I should start from the beginning, huh? He chuckled, blinking back exhaustion. Well, I'm honestly not all that sure why we're here, just that we are. Let me get that straight before I say anything else. You don't know why you're here? Minato questioned, raising an eyebrow. Let's consider for a moment that you are telling me the truth. Are you honestly saying that you ended up back in time by accident? Boruto looked up at Naruto, then back to Minato. Well, I guess it wasn't our fault. Like, that weird girl with no hair I fought in the finals was acting kinda strange right before all this happened, and weird girl? Naruto said. You mean the hidden Sikunoichi? She looked like she was about to faint at the end of the match, but I guess I assumed that was because she had no combat experience? He furrowed his brow and looked down at the desk in front of him, eyes unfocused. I really haven't had much time to process things since we got here. Minato just looked at him. I think that's pretty safe to say. You literally fell into my office and have been running around ever since. If what little I've been able to figure out about you is actually what happened. Naruto murmured in affirmation. Heh. I'll say. He ran his hand across his forehead, grimacing when he pulled back dirt and grime and salt. I haven't had time to take a decent shower in nearly 3 days. Minato snorted, feeling the same unpleasant sticky sensation on his skin. Then he blinked, frowning. Back on topic, he said, redirecting the conversation. His hand twitched towards his pocket to grab another kunai, but instead he leaned forward and plucked a pen from his desk surface, twirling it around between his fingers as he talked. You said something about a hidden sea village? I've never heard of that village before. And Chunin exams? You mean the one set to be hosted here in December? No, Naruto said simply with a shrug. And I'll be totally honest with you, I probably know just as much about the Hidden Sea Village as you do. I was planning on making a proper trip to their village after the exams to meet their elders and set up some sort of concrete trade agreement, but he blinked the fogginess from his eyes, the dull nature of the conversation lulling him to sleep even as he spoke. Well, I can tell you what little I know about them, I guess. They're a small island way out past the land of lightning. He frowned, scanning Minato's desk surface, before turning his neck and glancing at the bookshelves that lined the back walls, unpacked boxes staring back at him. Do you have a map I can borrow? Just a simple one of the elemental nations will work. Minato blinked. The man had just showed his back to someone whose intentions remained unclear. Was it in ignorance to Minato's power? Or was it from confidence in his own? He set aside that thought, reaching down and pulling open a drawer in his desk. After digging for a moment, he found his prize, a slim scroll from the back corner, and Minato clicked the unit closed as he slid the map open before Naruto. Here you go. Ah, great, Naruto said with a small smile, and used his good hand to point to a place in the middle of the ocean, to the southeast of the hidden cloud village. A small calligraphy dragon, tail swirling across the bottom of the page, sat half on the spot he pointed to. It's somewhere around here. We didn't find it until last summer, when a science expedition stumbled upon it. Minato raised a brow. The hidden cloud village in your time lets you operate so close to their shores? Naruto snorted. Oh, of course. Why wouldn't they? Although this map is out of date, a big portion of the beaches in Western Lightning Country are gone now anyways. Minato gave Naruto a look. Ah, I see. He didn't, of course, but instead chose to let the blond man talk. All the strange tidbits of information Minato had gathered since Naruto had blasted his way into his office were swirling around in his head, and he itched at the thought of cracking the puzzle set before him. The pen in his palm spun faster. Well, anyways, they've been disconnected from the shinobi world for a long time now, Naruto continued. Some of our historians say maybe since before the Sage. But I honestly wouldn't be so sure about that. You certainly seem to know your stuff, Minato said, narrowing his eyes. The two more plausible theories from before were beginning to rear their ugly heads. Are you some sort of political consultant in the future? Naruto simply gave a wink and a smile. Something like that. You've talked a lot, but none of this is verifiable, Minato said with the twitch of his eyebrow. As opportunistic your time travel theory is, I simply can't credit it as any more than a silly story without some sort of hard evidence. That is, after all, what theory means. Naruto frowned, the shadows behind his eyes darkening under the low glow of the desk lamp. I can understand that. I just wish there was a way for you to believe me. When Minato raised a finger and began to open his mouth, Naruto cut him off. And no Yamanaka's either. I'd rather keep this between the three of us for now, if at all possible. Minato narrowed his eyes. You realize that you have no say in this matter, do you not? Naruto gave a chuckle, then leaned back in his chair again, resting his head. I thought we were past all of this. No, we are not, Minato stated, snapping the pen between his fingers. Hayashi Hyuga is dead. If you are in any way responsible, due to negligence or otherwise, you will be prosecuted. We're not friends now all of a sudden because you claim to be my son. He leaned back in his chair, staring at the ceiling. Do you have any idea how ridiculous that sounds? Imagine that coming from me. Would you believe me? Naruto opened his mouth to retort, when the door to Minato's office burst open, and a rather disheveled redhead flopped into the room. Minato jumped. Kushina. He was at her side in an instant, brushing her sweat-logged hair from her forehead and resting the back of his hand against her skin. Are you okay? You look like you just ran a marathon. Kushina batted her husband's hand away, and jumped to her feet, eyes darting around the room. What? No, She glanced at the body bag sitting against the wall, then let her gaze fall onto the pair of blondes sitting rather uncomfortably in the chairs by Minato's desk. Here, I made you lunch, she muttered, eyes locked on Naruto's as she shoved a dented bento box into Minato's hands. Lunch? It's nearly 9 o'clock at night. What? Minato frowned, and opened the meal. Kushina, this is completely cold. And it looks like it was thrown together from 30 feet away. He turned, looking up at her, watching her observe his two guests. What's wrong? Why are you acting like this? Your name is Naruto, right? Kushina nearly whispered. Naruto blinked, but didn't shy away from her gaze. Yeah. Yeah, that's my name. She stared at him, shaking at her knees. You're your real Naruto blinked, but said nothing when he caught the look in his mother's eyes. She knew. He knew she knew. Somehow, she had figured it out or had been eavesdropping. I took matters into my own hands, brat. Both Naruto and Kushina jumped. You damn fox, Kushina grumbled. You take a nice little evening vacation and suddenly you're chattier than Minato after happy hour. Wait, Naruto began, eyebrows pressed together across his forehead. You heard that? Wait, Kushina repeated, mirroring Naruto's facial expression with her own. You heard him too? What's going on here? Minato asked, moving across the room so he could stand between the two. Kushina? When we arrived here, Kurama began with a sigh of resigned frustration, the tailed beasts of this timeline merged with our own. We figured that out pretty early on, what with you vaporizing that pitiful monument. He paused, grumbling to himself in amusement. It would seem that the older of the two beasts received the chakra of the younger, and the younger's consciousness was destroyed in the process. Naruto blinked. Kushina blinked. Boruto and Minato shared a look, and Boruto just shrugged a silent "you know as much as I do." Come on, Naruto, Kurama yawned. Must I spell it all out to you? If the consciousness was destroyed, Naruto said, connecting the dots, then what was I running around returning to each of the Jinchuriki? And the savior of the world finally figures it out, Kurama snorted. You had to split the 9 of us in half to return our chakra to the hosts of this time. And that means you're linked, Kushina finished, awed. That's what, Minato growled, is happening? What's happening is they're coming home with us tonight. Kushina said with a grin, slapping her hands together with a sense of finality. They don't have a place to stay, right? So why don't they come with us? Minato looked dumbfounded. But Kushina, Kushina rolled her eyes. I know what they are, Minato. That doesn't mean we can't treat them like human beings. I'm sure they didn't mean any of it anyways. She was already half out the door, having beckoned Boruto and Naruto to follow her. They killed Hayashi Hyuga, Minato said. Kushina stopped and gripped the doorframe, poking her head back into the room. No, they didn't. He died himself. They just so happened to be nearby. She frowned. Besides, he was a ninja. He knew the stakes. As sad as it is to see him go, he was prepared for it. So was his family. It's what happens. Minato raised an eyebrow. What? How on earth could you know any of that? She winked at him and smiled, and disappeared down the dark hallway. Minato just stood there. Naruto and Boruto remained seated, both watching the couple with wide eyes. Neither dared move. Look, if they kill us in our sleep, I'll let you divorce me in hell. Kushina shouted back from the base of the stairs. Minato just stared at the door to his office like a man who had just seen a ghost. After a long moment of silence, Boruto's eyes continued to dart between his father and his grandfather in confusion. Minato sighed, and slumped forward. Come on, he grumbled. No funny business, please. Naruto and Boruto both held their snickers as they followed the thoroughly whipped Fourth Hokage out into the night. Kushina Uzumaki. The redhead jumped. 1 second she was busy assembling a bento box to take to her husband as a small token of thanks for the long hours he was putting in, and maybe do some snooping in the process, as she tended to do. The next, the sharp glare of the nine-tailed fox held her in place, her body far too close to the beast's razor-blade teeth. She attempted to move back a step, but found herself locked in place for a reason she couldn't quite explain. Was it fear? Was it curiosity? Was it both? The fox had never sought her out in a manner like this. As a matter of fact, he hadn't said more than a handful of sentences to her in all the years she had been its Jinchuriki. So why now? Why now indeed, the fox mused, and its eyes closed. I forgot how amusing it was to strike fear into humans. Naruto truly has softened me up. Kushina blinked. You're wondering why I summoned you here, aren't you? The Kyuubi guessed, opening one eye. He arched his back, stretching like a lazy cat, the lone chain tied to his hind paw clamoring as he moved. Still finding her mouth to be frozen shut, she gave the demon a hasty nod. Humph, the Kyuubi grunted, settling itself down again. That brat can't seem to figure out how to handle himself in complicated situations. It's a miracle he hasn't yet been chased out of the village by a mob. He sighed again, and cast a glance at Kushina, his posture bored and indifferent. Naruto. The blonde from before, the one that rescued you from your mind. Remember him? Kushina paused for a moment, before a small smile graced her lips. Yeah, I do. He had hair like Minato's. The Kyuubi smirked, his mouth turning upwards in amusement. I should certainly hope so, considering he's the fourth son. A bubble of laughter fought its way up Kushina's windpipe, and it released itself into the void of her mindscape like a choked cough. I what? Did you just say? The Kyuubi harumphed. Yes. He's your son. No, I'm not lying to you. Yes, I am aware of the fact that Naruto is older than the fourth. Yes, it should be impossible. Kushina moved to open her mouth again, but the fox beat her to it. And no, he's not one of Orochimaru's experiments either. What? She asked, raising a confused eyebrow. How what? Naruto is explaining the same exact thing to Minato right this very moment, the fox said, rolling its eyes. You are truly as predictable as I remember you. Kushina coughed into her fist, her mouth open and flabbergasted. I don't. She sat down. The nine tails gave her a look. Taking a nap? No, Kushina said in a sing-song voice, curling up into a fetal ball. I'm just trying to figure out when I lost my mind and went insane is all. Perhaps you aren't as predictable as I thought, the fox mumbled to itself, sighing. He reached over with his paw and grabbed her. Kushina yelped. Chains bathed in golden fire burst from her back, wrapping around the beast's hand. Relax, the fox said, sighing again. Kushina was starting to get the feeling that this was all a chore for him. He lifted her up, massive chain and all, and forced her to her feet. Get up and listen to me. I think I'll wait for Jiraiya to show up in a dress and serenade me, if you don't mind, Kushina grumbled, rubbing her forehead. Because that makes more sense than a 10-story tall fox telling me my husband has a son that's old enough to be my uncle. Would you just listen to me? The fox roared, knocking her off her feet again. She scrambled, eyes wide, suddenly remembering who it was she was dealing with. Naruto Uzumaki, the man who came and saved your life, is your son. He's also Minato's son. And he's from the future. The fox didn't bother waiting for her response. The boy with him? His name is Boruto Uzumaki. He is your grandson. They are here from the future, and are too damn stubborn to just ask for help already. The fox roared into the sky, smashing its fist into the ground. Chunks of off-white nothingness rose into the air and dusted them both, the thin haze disappearing as fast as it had come. Kushina trembled, shocked at the outburst. I am sorry? Humph, the fox grumbled, slumping back to the ground, exhaustion spread across its face. Kushina had never noticed it before, but the beast showed its emotions in its eyes, and right now, it was exasperated. Is that what this is? Kushina began, her voice soft and concerned. You asking for help? On their behalf? The fox's pupils slid back to her. I end up doing everything. I think I am the one that should be in charge, not that Nimrod. Oi! Kushina barked, bopping the fox on its nose. Don't talk about my son like that. The fox froze. Kushina froze. I am sorry, she said, slinking back, eyes wide. I didn't mean to bah. The fox snickered, amused. Kushina winced at the sound, shocked beyond belief that the most powerful demon in existence, that she was aware of, was laughing in front of her in this manner. It was almost evil, to an extent. And yet, somehow, it felt full of playfulness and genuine amusement. And was that relief? He calmed himself, smirking at her, raising an eyebrow of its own. You believe me, then? Now that is a surprise. I don't really, no, Kushina said, bashful. I guess I had my suspicions? Like, I can see he has Minato's hair and talents as a shinobi, but I'd recognize that build anywhere. She chuckled, eyes closing. He looks just like my father. It wasn't until she felt the tears draining down her face that she realized she was crying. Naruto watched as Boruto stepped out of the shower, his raggedy clothes draped over his clean body like rags. They were in the guest room of his parents' house. In the past. He looked down at himself. The royal blue fleece shirt his father, begrudgingly, gave him upon their arrival one of his own, it seemed sat over his skin like a mismatched tablecloth on a dinner spread. His missing arm left the right sleeve of the shirt empty and wilted. Boruto walked over to the twin-sized mattress that sat in the middle of the room, pulling aside the large quilt with the Konoha leaf stitched into the front that was draped over top. He paused for a moment, nibbling on his lower lip in silent contemplation, his eyebrows fighting one another across the middle of his forehead. His grip on the quilt tightened into a knot. Naruto paused, and walked over to the air mattress his mother had set up for him on the floor, beside the bed. Rather than dealing with the argument he was sure would come, Naruto had opted to take the temporary bed, leaving the other for Boruto. Are you all right? Naruto asked quietly, when Boruto still hadn't moved. The boy just leaned over and flicked off the small bedside lamp. The room was bathed in darkness. I'm fine. Naruto sighed. Rather than put up a fight, he waited for the sounds of rustling sheets that indicated Boruto had tucked himself in, before following suit in his own bed. Silence overtook them. Naruto laid his head on the small pillow, the decorative one from the couch in the living room, and listened as the house breathed in the night. He could hear his parents talking in the other room, their muffled voices carrying down the hallway and through the door. He could hear the sounds of the building creaking as the wind swayed it, and heard the sounds of the tree outside scraping against the glass window in the kitchen. His mind began to wander. Boruto's sheets rustled, and Naruto snapped to attention. He heard the sound of two bare feet connecting with the wooden floor, and waited for them to pad their way to the bathroom again. He knew for a fact the boy hadn't brushed his teeth. Much to his surprise, the padding approached him. Dad? A voice whispered. Naruto blinked, blind in the darkness. Yeah. Silence. Can I sleep with you tonight? Naruto felt the corners of his mouth move upwards into a small smile. Sure. He pulled back the blanket and felt as Boruto lowered himself onto the air mattress. He curled himself up next to Naruto, tugging the blanket until it covered him as well. Naruto ran his hand through Boruto's hair, brushing it aside each time it tried to leap back across his forehead like a petulant grasshopper. He felt Boruto's breathing even out, sleep overtaking him. Naruto let out a breathless sigh and stared up at the ceiling. He needed a breather. He willed a shadow clone into existence and carefully swapped places with it, standing a moment later. I'll be back in a few, I promise, he whispered. He vanished in a swirl of wind. Are you going to tell me what's going on? Kushina sighed, fluffing up the array of pillows behind her head. She turned to look at her husband, who was standing by the front of the room, leaning against the frame of their bedroom door. She shrugged, and sat herself up in the bed. "I don't think you'd believe me if I told you." Minato smiled. "I've had a ridiculous week. I don't think anything could faze me at this point." "All right, if you say so," Kushina shrugged. "The QB told me everything." Minato blanched. "Wait, what? The QB?" Kushina scratched her nose. "Yeah, it was the strangest thing. I was in the middle of making you lunch at the time, and well, I sorta passed out." She ran her hand across her neck in embarrassment. "And it was for a few hours, too, apparently, because of how cold the food was when I woke up." "What?" Minato moved across the room and sat on the end of the bed, worry spread across his face. "You passed out again?" She rolled her eyes. "Relax, Minato. I'm not a glass doll. I can handle myself, you know." Minato nodded, turning away, but Kushina could tell by the way his lips pursed that he wasn't buying it. Is someone worried about me?" she cooed, leaning over and socking him in the shoulder. "You're such a mother hen." She cackled like a witch for a moment at her own joke, then flopped back against her throne of pillows. Her hands moved towards her belly, and her eyes softened. "You're going to make a great father, Minato. I can tell already." Kushina blinked when she noticed how her husband froze. "Minato? It's not true, is it?" Minato whispered, turning and letting his back fall on the bed. "It can't be." Memories of her conversation with the fox resurfaced. "They need your help, Kushina. They need all the help they can get." "I honestly think he's telling the truth, Minato," she said, voice barely above a whisper. She leaned forward and began to knead her fingertips through his hair. "Is that why you invited them into our home?" He deadpanned. She leaned over him and gave him an upside-down glare. "Can you at least just hear him out? You know, let him talk. Don't be so serious." She tapped him on the nose. "Talk to him as Minato Namikaze, not the yellow flash Fourth Hokage, who has to keep up appearances and make himself look good because he's new on the job. Or whatever." The corners of his mouth twitched up, and he sighed in relief. Yeah. Maybe." Kushina giggled. "You can be something else, you know that?" The two just sat there for a moment, the warm glow from the bedside lamp casting long shadows across the room. Minato shot up from the bed, his eyes narrowing. "Whoa!" Kushina yelped, as she barely preventing their two skulls from crashing into one another. "He's gone," he hissed, and moved to his feet. He left the house. Minato found Naruto alone atop the Hokage monument, bathed in moonlight. The older blonde sat wistful, contemplative, the lights of the village below twinkling in the whites of his eyes. Relief washed over the Fourth Hokage like high tide. "You know, you look a lot like me," Minato said from a respectable distance, turning to look out over the cliff edge himself. "I used to come here a lot when I was younger to decompress." "And with that blue shirt and your hair," he chuckled. "Well, let's just say, for a moment there I thought my past had come back to bite me." He realized the double meaning behind his words as soon as they left his lips, regretting it, but Naruto didn't make any indication that he had hurt him. Minato turned again, looking down the rocky cliffside to the empty space beside the third Hokage's stoic face. "They're supposed to start work on my statue this coming week," Minato started again. "The artist that came up with the design has hired the chiselers, and he's been paid. Now all I have to do is wait, which is the hardest part, of course." He let out a forced chuckle. He deflated after being ignored again. "I've been told I can talk a lot," Minato sighed. "Well, when I'm nervous, at least. So I'm sorry if I'm being, well, a bother." To his surprise, Naruto turned and beamed up at him. "Why would I think that?" he asked, holding back a snicker. Minato blinked. "Oh. Well, it's what I'd think. PSHH, Naruto said, waving his hand in front of him in a deflective gesture. Well, you shouldn't think like that. Minato smirked. Yeah, that's what Kushina tells me. He took the unspoken invitation and moved toward Naruto, taking the seat to his right. The view sure is nice. Yeah, it really is. Minato turned and looked to the right, where the three existing heads sat embedded in the mountainside. You know, the better view is over there, by the actual heads. Naruto just smiled and looked down the side of the empty cliff face, as if he was visualizing something there. Nah. Call me self-centered, but I like this spot the most. Minato chose not to ask. Instead, they sat in silence. They're laying Hayashi's body to rest in 2 days, Minato said. Naruto just nodded, eyes still locked on the village below them. I'd like to attend the service. To pay my respects. Minato murmured in affirmation. I suppose that can be arranged. The events that took place this afternoon have been declared an SS-ranked secret, so you shouldn't have to worry about any Hyuga trying to maim you from a distance. Naruto cast Minato a sidelong glance. When did you do that? Minato gave a small, uncharacteristic shrug. Just now. They sat in silence. After a few moments of listening to the hum of the village's nightlife, Naruto cleared his throat. You know, if there's a way for me to prove that I'm actually your son, I'd gladly do it. Minato blinked. Oh. What did you have in mind? Naruto gave a humorless smile. That's what I've been trying to figure out, he said. I see. Minato dipped into his kunai pouch and pulled out a blade, the polished metal catching Naruto's eye. Minato tossed it into the earth before them, the edge of the knife catching in the rock. Can you use the Hiraishin? Naruto almost pouted. No. Believe me, I've tried. Your notes make no sense. My notes? Minato frowned. Why didn't I teach it to you myself? More silence. That was answer enough. I see, said Minato. Naruto bolted upright. Wait a second, he whispered, eyes wide. Minato raised an eyebrow. What? The Rasengan, Naruto said with a smile. I may not have learned the Hiraishin, but I did learn the Rasengan. As if to prove his point, he extended his left hand before him, and a bright orb of chakra erupted in his palm. The mountaintop was bathed in a bright blue light, as if a beached comet had made landfall. Minato turned and leaned close, scrutinizing the sphere as it spun. Very well done, he said with a nod. Fast execution time, low chakra burn, stable construction, this is textbook. Naruto shrugged with a small smile. Well, I try, he said, a small hint of pride in his voice. Unfortunately, I can't say that proves anything, Minato said with a sigh. I know it's just me being pedantic, but it's what I'm best at. He gave a sheepish grin, rubbing the back of his neck. Gotta maintain some kind of reputation. Naruto let out a laugh, and shook his head. No, I'm not finished. Minato froze. Wait, what? I'm not finished. He blinked, eyes wide, gaze burning into the Rasengan as it whirled in the night air. Are you saying what I think you're saying? Naruto stood, jutsu still in palm. Minato watched with hopeful anticipation. Quick as a whip, the blue of the Rasengan burned away, leaving behind a bright orange, a star misplaced from the heavens. The low hum was replaced with a high-pitched whistle, and the entire thing spun faster and faster and faster until the movement was so sharp, so precise it left behind afterimages. This, Naruto said with a proud smile, is the Rasen Shuriken. Minato took a shaky step forward, hand outstretched. He felt the way the needles of wind chakra bit into his skin, the way his undershirt thrashed in protest against his arm, the way his eyes followed the rotation of the sphere. This is wind chakra, he whispered, awed. That's not all, Naruto beamed. He turned, looking up and over the village, towards the muddy black horizon, sphere swirling and whirling in his hand. He reared his hand back and hurled it forward. The jutsu flew. The raisin shuriken sliced through the night sky like a narrow blade, thrumming as it cut through the currents in the air. It exploded above the village like a firework, bright yellow light bringing daylight before dawn. A burst of wind whipped across the village, trees hissing in protest. Minato raised his hand to shield his eyes from the blast, before it dipped down to his open mouth. He started laughing. Years, he managed to get out between outbursts. It took me years to get as far as I did. And I never. Tears welled in his eyes. I could never. He turned, eyes wide, until he met the sad, soft, warm embrace of Naruto's own eyes. His son's eyes. Without thinking, Minato took the step forward and grabbed him. Naruto? He whispered into the hug, and when he felt the hug returned, all was right with the world.